Chapter 241. The Evil Soul Masters Captured Alive. Massacring a large number of pro-peace officials and their families is something most people wouldn't do, but this is Tangjia continent. Xiao Chang clearly remembers that after Huo Yuhao's massive explosion in Mingdu in the original novel, both pro-war and pro-peace officials turned into pro-war officials. Huo Yuhao's actions in helping the pro-war faction Shu Tianren rise to power and enabling many evil soul masters to achieve breakthroughs are undoubtedly more meritorious than demeritful to Shu Tianren, who blamed the destruction of the Sun Moon Empire on the original Douluo Three Kingdoms. By eliminating internal anti-war forces and ensuring that their guns were focused on a single cause, coupled with his successful rise to power, the things that were destroyed became relatively insignificant in comparison. You broke through. While Xiao Chang and Jing Hongchen were talking, Mu Qingshui walked over. Unlike her previous level 93 state, even in her normal state, Mu Qingshui's aura was no weaker than Jing Hongchen's. Thanks to this battle and 2 100,000-year-old soul bones, I was innate enough to reach level 95 from level 93. Super Douluo. You bunch of young people. Jing Hongchen sighed, rubbing his forehead. He thought his grandson's talent was good enough, but one was under 20 and at level 85. And the other was under 30 and at level 95. Compared to them, it was questionable whether his grandson could break through to the title Douluo level before the age of 30. The difference was too great. But that wasn't the point. The point was that he had only broken through to level 95 less than 2 years ago. He only reached level 95. With the help of rare and precious treasures given to him by Xiao Chang. Compared to these two, not only is his grandson a piece of trash, but he himself has also become a piece of trash. He's a super Douluo now. It seems that Shrek Academy is no longer a big threat. The only remaining threat is the Holy Spirit cult. Xiao Chang assessed his own forces and found that Shrek Academy had completely overwhelmed them. Even with the addition of the body sect, Xuanzi was no match for Xiao Chang now. Even if Xuanzi wanted to die together with Xiao Chang was confident that he could thwart his plan. As for the remaining Poison Undying, Mu En or anyone else, none of them were qualified to die together with Shui Di. If he were to face Shrek Academy, Xiao Chang would be guaranteed a complete victory next time. Moreover, Mu Qingshui's strength has increased, and now the only two who pose a threat to Xiao Chang are the Clear Sky sect and the Holy Spirit sect. There's not much to worry about with the Haoshan sect. This is Battle Arena 2, not Battle Arena 3, so those two soul beasts probably can't come out freely. Haoshan Fortress should be their area of activity. Plus, Tang Jia and Xiao is always tearing down the settings, so the Titan Giant Ape's strength should be between level 98 and 99. As long as Shui Di doesn't lose to Tianqing Niumang, the two of them won't pose much of a threat to Xiao Chang either. The only threat to Xiao Chang is the Holy Spirit cult, which openly boasts 2 limit Douluo and a large number of high-level combatants. Calm down. The Holy Spirit sect is not easy to fight. If it were a good match, it would be easier. You, me, and Mu Qingshui are facing Yi Qishui. But if we were facing Long Xiaoyao, I'm afraid we would need Elder Kong to join He fight for the 4 of us to fight to a draw or even have a slight advantage. Senior Jingliu should have no problem facing Yi Qishui, but in that case, Zhongliwu would lead a massacre. Zhongliwu's strength is definitely above mine. Moreover, the Holy Spirit sect has so many powerful figures. A head-on battle is not impossible, but you and Mu Qingshui are too young. At least now is not the time. If you want to take action against the Holy Spirit cult, you should at least weaken its influence, otherwise a war between the two sides would likely result in widespread bloodshed, Jing Hongchen said in alarm. I know that clipping wings is not an easy thing to do. As Xiao Chang was speaking, Shui Di walked in. Are you referring to the Holy Spirit cult when you say they are? Several opal were taken out of the storage soul tool by Shui Di. It was Feng Ling, who was secretly ordered by Shu Tianren to go to the original Douluo Three Kingdoms to prevent Xiao Chang and others from leaving alive. Evil Soul Masters. And title Douluo level Evil Soul Masters at that. No, there are even Super Douluo level Evil Soul Masters. Mu Qingshui's eyes lit up. She felt that her soul power would be at least level 97 before she turned 30, level 98 would be normal, level 99. Reaching level 99 is quite difficult. To do so, she would need to purify level 98 Evil Spirit Master when she was at level 98 herself. Otherwise, she would have to spend several years slowly breaking through. Sister Jingliu, where did you get this Evil Spirit Master? He's a titled Douluo and a Super Douluo. You don't usually see Evil Spirit Masters of this level. They've been watching you all along, but your strength was limited and you were caught up in the battle, so you didn't really notice. But once I did, I took them into custody. Now that the old man is dead, I brought them here. Were they watching us before? Xiao Chang had some guesses in his mind. Then he raised his hand and pinched a woman's chin. His Sharingan appeared in his eyes and instantly reflected in the eyes of the female title Douluo. Who are you people? Why are you staring at us? I am Feng Ling, the vice leader of the Holy Spirit cult. I am acting on the orders of Crown Prince Shu Tianren to kill you all after you and Shrek Academy have fought to the death, ensuring that nothing goes wrong. Crown Prince Shu Tianren. Why would he do this? I don't think I offended him, did I? Xiao Chang was somewhat confused, but Jing Hongchen had already guessed. No, you've offended him, and you've crossed his bottom line. Bottom line? What bottom line? Xiao Chang was even more confused by what Jing Hongchen said. The emperor originally only had a few years left to live, but after you defeated Shrek Academy, the emperor's illness improved day by day. In addition, the appearance of the spirit gave the emperor the possibility of becoming a great emperor for all time, making the emperor determined to live on in the day when the Sun Moon Empire is strong. This gave the emperor a goal to live on. Who is most hurt by all of this? Your Highness. Very well, so it's Shu Tianren, isn't it? Calm down first. The Holy Spirit cult was brought in by Crown Prince Shu Tianren to help the current emperor ascend the throne. The Holy Spirit cult and the Crown Prince are interdependent, sharing both prosperity and adversity. Before the Holy Spirit cult's influence is eliminated, Crown Prince Shu Tianren will not act rashly. I know, teacher, but I'll remember this grudge. I want to see how many more years Shu Tianren can keep struggling. Excuse me, could you hand these people over to me? Mu Qingxue pointed to the evil soul masters and titled Douluo on the ground, her eyes filled with the joy of about to break through again. She never expected that her cultivation level would rise so quickly one day. Xiao Chang. Chapter 242. In the past, I was imprisoned and devoured by beasts. But now, I will control everything. This is. Give it all to her. There's no point in you using the angelic martial soul to improve yourself now. As someone who condensed a soul core at level 70, what you should be most worried about now is your physical strength. When you go from level 89 to 90, the second soul core requires extremely high physical fitness, and your physical fitness is still far from sufficient. Besides, there's no need to use those 4 levels of soul power you're short to improve them. Your second martial soul hasn't been cultivated much yet. Once you get a high-level soul ring, your soul power will naturally increase to level 89, Tianmeng said in Xiao Chang's spiritual sea. Ice Emperor had some doubts. Wait a minute, Tianmeng, with Xiao Chang's current level of soul power solidification, a 100,000-year soul ring can't possibly allow Xiao Chang to advance 4 levels in a row. Bing bing, a 100,000-year soul ring certainly can't make Xiao Chang's soul power increase directly from level 85 to level 89, but who said it would take a 100,000-year soul ring? You don't want a 100,000-year spirit ring. Do you mean, Xiao Chang, do you remember what I said to you when we first met? Kill all those soul beasts that imprisoned Brother Tianmeng and use them as soul rings and soul bones. That's right. Although you're not strong enough to kill DTN right now. If you're prepared to take advantage of someone's unpreparedness, it shouldn't be a problem to go to DTN and collect some interest. Hayote grabbed Tianmeng by the neck. Going to collect interest from DTN. With your current strength, you're courting death. Facing DTN's wrath head on, even Shui Di might be in danger. Bing bing, stay calm. It's just about collecting interest. She doesn't necessarily have to confront DTN directly. As long as she makes DTN suffer enough, that's enough. So, Tianmeng GE, you've got a target in mind for making DTN uncomfortable. Of course. Among those soul beasts who ate my flesh and blood and absorbed my essence back then, 2 soul beasts were given special care by DTN. One is Bai Ji, and the other is ZG. You don't need to think about Bai Ji for now, as her cultivation level is a bit too high for you now. But ZG is just right for you, and she is also a dragon-type soul beast, which will significantly help you. Our martial soul to undergo positive mutation. In addition, the dragon-type soul bone can greatly improve your physical attributes. Combined with that perfect age, it can be said to be the best choice for your 4th soul ring. With the spirit ring and spirit bone she gave you, it will be much easier for you to condense your 2nd spirit core in the future, although it will still not be easy. But having a Dragon King level spirit ring and spirit bone is a completely different matter. I understand, Brother Tianmeng. After discussing his next cultivation with Tianmeng and the others, Iao Chang looked at the several evil soul masters entitled Douluo and pondered for a moment. After questioning them about their corresponding identities in the Holy Spirit sect and their responsibilities, he only gave the 3 offerings to Mu Qingshui so that she could use them to improve her strength. Xiao Chang temporarily kept the other evil soul masters to prevent them from alerting the Holy Spirit cult. At the same time, Xiao Chang controlled the vice sect leader Feng Ling and 2 elders. The 2 elders could later use the other high-ranking evil soul masters as cultivation resources or Mu Qingshui before she reached level 98. After Mu Qingshui reached level 98, he could ambush Zhongli Wu, and Mu Qingshui would then advance to level 99. At that time, we could prepare to destroy the Holy Spirit cult. And then conveniently twist Shu Tianren's head off. It would be a win-win situation for everyone. After things were settled, Xiao Chang used the precepts to control the evil soul masters except for the 3 elders, leaving the 3 elders to Mu Qingshui to improve her strength. After Mu Qingshui purified him, everyone returned to the Sun Moon Empire. When he saw Xiao Chang and the others return, Crown Prince Shu Tianren forced himself to calm down, but the fear in his eyes betrayed him. Fortunately, Xiao Chang and Jing Hongchen did not do anything to him, nor did they impeach him afterwards. In addition, Feng Ling, the vice leader of the Holy Spirit sect, returned safely, indicating that they had not fought with Xiao Chang and the others, which relieved Shu Tianren. After resting for nearly 2 months and confirming that Feng Ling and the others had not been discovered, Xiao Chang took away the Hongchen family's treasure trove and some high-level life-saving soul tools from Ming Hall. To prevent any possible unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Chang used all the means at his disposal to ensure that this time would be foolproof. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. The outer edge of the starry sky forest. It really brings back memories. The place where we first met. More than 4 years have passed without us even realizing it. What's wrong, Brother Tianmeng? Wait a minute, Xiao Chang. It's only been a little over 4 years since we first met. Yes, is there a problem, Brother Tianmeng? I was your 3rd spirit ring when you had just reached level 30. Then, in 4 years, you leveled up more than 50 levels. Quote, isn't this all thanks to Brother Tianmeng and you guys? With your God-making plan, how could my cultivation speed be slow? It's all thanks to Brother Tianmeng, your wisdom, greatness, and divine power. There's no need to attribute all the credit to me. Although I am indeed very powerful, not only was I the first million-year soul beast in the world, I was also able to create something as groundbreaking as the Wisdom Soul Ring. In addition, I became a level 9 soul master in just a few years. My talent is undeniable and absolutely brilliant. I owe my current achievements to your hard work. Xiao Chang. It seems like Tianmeng is getting a bit arrogant because of his CPU, but oh well, it's fine this way, since he can handle a lot of things. Thinking this, Xiao Chang used his simulated soul skill to conceal his figure, preparing to sneak in and find Ziji to capture her, but at this moment Tianmeng called out to Xiao Chang. Wait a minute, Xiao Chang. Is there anything else, Brother Tianmeng? I'll borrow your body for a bit. After all, this is my revenge. If possible, it would be more satisfying to take it personally. I see. In an instant, some gold seemed to appear on Xiao Chang's Sharingan, which was the sign that Tianmeng was controlling Xiao Chang's body. Tianmeng looked at the Stardow Great Forest, stretched his body, and then took out a sword box from his soul tool. Inside the sword box were 4 level 9 peak soul tools made by Tianmeng herself, a sword, a spear, and a black chain. There was also a brick that looked plain but was actually made using a 100,000-year-old soul bone, Alexa's magic, and Xiao Chang's Mangekyu Sharingan. Tianmeng touched the weapons with her fingers and muttered to herself. In the past, I was imprisoned and devoured by beasts, but now, I will control everything. This is the complete heavenly dream, the ice silkworm's complete million-year-old soul beast, the complete, me. Chapter 243 Soul Extinction and Life. Brother Tianmeng, those 3 soul tools you have. What's wrong? It's nothing. It's great. It looks pretty impressive. Of course, this is my hard work. Especially this chain. Not only does it strike straight at the soul, but I even created a low-end mass production version. With a few minor improvements, it can even be used by all the protectors of the Soul Palace in the future. When the protectors and elders of the Soul Palace use the chains I developed, I'm simply amazing. Xiao Chang. With its cackling laughter, chains, Soul Palace, and matching black outfits, it's a good chance the Flame Emperor won't come looking for it in the future. Enough said. This time, let's also capture a batch of 100,000-year-old soul beasts to replenish the Soul Palace's soul beast numbers. I'll also give them a good beating. They'll have to pay back double for the suffering I endured back then. Why? The activation of the simulated soul skill, Xiaochang's figure instantly concealed himself. Relying on his mental detection, the locations of soul beasts ranging from 1 to 100,000 years instantly appeared in Tianmeng's field of vision. Without any hesitation, the black chains instantly pierced through the body of the 10,000-year soul beast. After the 100,000-year soul beast let out a mournful cry, Tianmeng threw it into the undead space. Then Tianmeng went to search for them one by one, killing all the 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the Douluo Great Forest. There might be some that hadn't harmed him, but he killed them one by one, and there were bound to be a group that escaped the net. That experience was too painful for Tianmeng to recall, so all the 100,000-year-old soul beasts who followed Dishan became Tianmeng's targets for revenge. Having spent a long time with Xiaochang, Tianmeng was very shrewd in her dealings. Whenever a soul beast came to inspect, Tianmeng would simply take it away. To Tianmeng, a 100,000-year-old soul beast was an enemy, while soul beasts under 100,000 years old were not considered human, they were all objects that could be used as resources. Soon, most of the 100,000-year-old soul beasts that were not in the Lake of Life in the Douluo Great Forest were captured by Tianmeng. After most of the 100,000-year-old soul beasts on the outskirts were gone, it finally alerted the ferocious beasts inside the Douluo Great Forest. Tian, accompanied by Bai Ji, Shang Jun, accompanied by Kai Wang, and Wan Yao Wang, accompanied by Ziji, split into 3 groups and went to inspect the situation in different locations. After discovering that Tian and the other soul beasts had split up, Xiaochang looked at the Demon King and Ziji and analyzed the combat strength of these groups and their opponents. The Demon King has over 500,000 years of cultivation, which is equivalent to a human's limit Douluo in the control system. He's not easy to fight, but we can put up a fight. As long as we don't get controlled by him, the Demon King's strength is just so. Don't worry, he can't control it. When a soul beast's age and cultivation level exceed 500,000 years, that's the limit of your human Douluo combat power. According to your human standards, the offensive type is the most powerful. The control type can't control the same level at this level. It's okay if he has a soul beast that is 200,000 or 300,000 years old or level 97 or 98 titled Douluo, but once he faces an existence of the same level, he can't be called a strongman. Shang Jun has always been at odds with Tian, but do you think he dares to be at odds with Tian? Let alone Tian, he wouldn't even dare to mess with Shang Jun, who is ranked 1 place lower than him among the 10 great ferocious beasts. I'm sure that if Tian dies, the new king of the Douluo Great Forest will definitely not be him, but Shang Jun. Brother Tianmeng is right. So Brother Tianmeng, how do you think we should fight this battle? How do we fight him? What else can we do? Just go for it. His specialty is poison and ling for time so that he can control a large number of plant-type soul beasts in the Douluo Great Forest to launch a full-force attack. Extreme attributes are natural counters to poison, so his poison is useless. As for a group attack, hey, we'll have to give him time to do that. Perfect. We originally planned to capture only Ziji, but since he's here, we'll just add a soul spirit and a soul bone for you. After confirming the enemy, Tianmeng rushed towards the Demon King without any hesitation. As a soul beast with a lifespan of over 500,000 years and a cultivation level equivalent to a human limit Douluo, the Demon King keenly sensed the danger coming towards him. Without any hesitation, hundreds of vines rushed towards the place he sensed danger. At the same time, the roots of the Demon King took hold of the ground, drawing energy from the entire Douluo Great Forest, while also relying on plant-type soul beasts to transmit his information to Tian and other soul beasts, informing them of his situation. The Demon King made the best choice at that moment, but unfortunately his strength was limited. When he, with his control-type abilities, could not control the enemy, his strength could be said to be mostly wasted. Despite his terrifying cultivation level, he is like Tianmeng, unable to control people. His high cultivation level does not prevent him from being manipulated by others. As Tianmeng swung her sword, it was clear that Xiaochang wasn't the only one who had learned swordsmanship from Shui Di. Tianmeng, who felt invincible and couldn't afford to waste her talent, didn't let herself be idle. Although her swordsmanship certainly couldn't compare to Shui Di's, she could easily handle the vines that the Demon King was attacking. She faced them without any pressure whatsoever. In an instant, dozens of vines that were close to Tianmeng were severed. Tianmeng rushed towards the Demon King. Ziji sensed something was wrong and couldn't let Tianmeng kill the Demon King so easily. But before she could transform from human form to beast form to help him fight, A long spear pierced through her body, preventing her from immediately supporting the Demon King. As Tianmeng rapidly approached him, the Demon King, sensing an increasingly ominous situation, frantically racked his brains. Wait a minute, you can't absorb my spirit ring. If you need a 100,000-year spirit ring, I can. Lie down. Tianmeng didn't give the Demon King a chance to speak at all. When he got close enough, the sword in Tianmeng's hand disappeared and was replaced by a brick. Soul power and mental power all converged on the brick at this moment. When the brick made intimate contact with the head of the Demon King's brain spun under the powerful mental attack. Then, Tianmeng picked up the sword box and frantically struck the Demon King dozens of times. Whether it was to vent her anger or something else, by the time Ziji came to rescue the Demon King, it was too late. The Demon King was completely destroyed by Tianmeng's frenzied outburst. Then, black chains appeared and pierced through the Demon King in her body. A strong feeling of being bound arose. And Ziji and the Demon King suddenly found that they could not mobilize their soul power. The next second they saw a space appear in front of them, and before they could resist, Tianmeng threw them in. How dare you! Just as Huang and Ziji were thrown into the necromancer's space in Electrolux, DTN's furious roar rang out. HMPH, what is there to be afraid of? Remember my name, Soul Destroyer. Chapter 244 Soul Extinction. If it doesn't belong to Shrek Academy, does it belong to the Sun Moon Empire? Brother Tianmeng, when did you become Soul Extinction? Tianmeng Ice Silkworm revealed the name Soul Extinction. Xiao Chang was even more shocked than DTN. Don't you often use a pseudonym to avoid accidents? I think it's a good idea, so I'll use one too. I understand that. But why is it that the soul is destroyed and life is reborn? Well, I am from the Soul Palace after all. With the power of the Soul Palace, I can wipe out these beasts. So my name is Soul Destroyer. Is there a problem with that? No. As Tianmeng threw the Demon King and Ziji into the undead demiplane, Dishan's dragon god claw struck. Sensing the power of that quasi-god peak, Tianmeng dared not be careless and quickly used his spatial abilities to dodge. Immediately afterward, the previously replicated poison undying martial soul appeared, and the 8th soul skill was activated. It was a wide-range, highly poisonous soul skill. Although that soul skill could not harm DTN, Tianmeng knew that he was still no match for DTN. That kind of poison was just to annoy DTN one last time before leaving, and to weaken the strength of the Stardo Great Forest. Fortunately, there would be fewer hostile soul beasts when Tianmeng came again next time. After failing to hit Tianmeng with his first attack, Dishan was about to continue his pursuit, but Tianmeng, having already achieved his goal, naturally wouldn't get entangled with Dishan, whom he knew he couldn't defeat. After bringing Wang and Ziji into the undead demiplane, Tianmeng also transferred himself to the undead demiplane. Then, he stared intently at the place where Ziji and Wang were. Around them, there were dozens of level 9 fixed-position soul-guided cannons and hundreds of level 8 fixed-position soul-guided cannons. This was Tianmeng's preparation. In order to prevent DTN from chasing after them through Ziji or Wang, Tianmeng had emptied the soul-guided cannons of Ming Hall, Hongshan family and even Soul Hall. If DTN can come through Ziji or the Demon King, Tianmeng will not hesitate to activate all the fixed-position soul-guided cannons to avenge himself in advance. The best outcome would be that the Demon King and Ziji would be blown up on the spot, while DTN would survive and become Xiao Chang's soul ring and soul bone. The worst-case scenario is that they would all be blown up directly. In that case, Tianmeng would use special means to preserve the soul rings first, and then find a way to let Xiao Chang absorb them. It would be very troublesome, but with the Necromancer Saint God Martial Soul, it might not be impossible. The worst outcome would be that everything would be blown up, all the spirit rings and spirit bones would disappear, leaving only a mess. But once DTN dies, he has 9 ways to turn Shangjun into food. Whether it's Shangjun or Baiji, they are both beings that Tianmeng can easily control. Turning them into soul rings and soul bones is much easier than turning DTN into soul rings and soul bones. The worst-case scenario is that DTN's injury is not serious. But even so, with the entire undead demiplane filled with enemies, and with Shui Di's help and being fully armed, killing DTN is still not a risky thing. Finally, after Tianmeng waited for 3 hours, the undead demiplane was unusually quiet. Then Tianmeng checked on the Demon King and Ziji and found that they did not have the mark left by DTN. He then knew what was going on. It seems I was overthinking things this time. DTN's spatial control is limited, and without an anchor point, he can't pinpoint our location precisely. Let's go back to the Sun Moon Empire first, and then find a safe place to cultivate in seclusion. ZG's Soul Ring and Soul Bone are enough for you to reach level 89. Once you reach level 89, absorb the Soul Bone of the Demon King, and if possible, get a Dragon Soul Bone. You should then be able to create a yin-yang complementary dual soul core. At that time, even a newly ascended limit Douluo will be no match for you. When you can last more than 3 hours against the Snow Empress, we'll go find the evil emperor together. It would be best if he joined us as a soul spirit. If he refuses, HMPH. I'll show him what the power of a million-year-old soul beast is. As expected of Brother Tianmeng, the plan is flawless. Brother Tianmeng, you are truly amazing. That's right. Don't you know who I am? Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. As we all know, smiles are a kind of conservation. While Tianmeng and Xiaochang were having fun in the undead demiplane, DTN's face in the Stardow Great Forest was already as gloomy as a ghost. DTN, the Demon King and ZG. Baiji stepped forward and asked, forcing herself to speak. DTN treated her well. As a support-type soul beast that posed no threat to DTN's power, she was the only one who could step forward and ask questions without being slapped away by DTN. With the disappearance of the Demon King and ZG, even Shang Jun, who had always been at odds with DTN, kept quiet, afraid of angering DTN at this moment. They've been captured. Body sect. Good body sect. Good soul extinction. Did you really think my soul beasts were something you could slaughter at will? DTN, are you sure this was done by the body sect? Baiji asked. As a non-combat soul beast, unlike DTN who directly faces the high-level combat power of various forces, he only knows about some forces on the continent and does not know who has what abilities. HMPH, who else beside the body sect would use their body as their martial soul? Who else but the body sect and Shrek Academy would dare to swagger into my Stardow Great Forest and even attack ferocious beasts? Last time, when the auspicious beasts had problems, they didn't hold Shrek accountable, but this time, humans dare to attack ferocious beasts. Pass on my order. All 100,000-year-old soul beasts gather, their target Shrek City. This matter is not over until they hand over the body sect. Yes, Beast God. Under the command of the Beast God DTN, a vast swarm of 10,000-year-old soul beasts on appeared in the area of Shrek City facing the Stardow Great Forest. The darkness that blotted out the sky was a clear indication of DTN's arrival to everyone. DTN. What do you mean? Ho. Dare you cause trouble in my Shrek City? Do you want to cause bloodshed on both sides? BUC flew into the sky to face DTN directly. As the new head of Shrek Sea God Pavilion who replaced Zhanzi, he was naturally responsible for facing the most powerful being on the other side. You're Shrek. You're the undying poison of the body sect. That's right. Before his death, Senior Mu N entrusted me with the position of Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion. Now, I am both the Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion and the Sect Master of the Body Sect. Very well, so that's why the Body Sect dared to break the agreement and attack the ferocious beasts of my Stardow Great Forest. It turns out that the two forces that slaughtered my people have joined forces. Wait a minute, DTN. I think there's some misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? Those 3 100,000-year soul rings on you are also a misunderstanding. How many of my people have you slaughtered over the years? Now you want to make excuses. Why don't you say that Soul Destroyer is from the Sun Moon Empire? With ZG in trouble, I have no time to listen to your excuses. Soul Beasts of the Stardow Great Forest. Unleash the Beast Tide. Quote. Chapter 245 Shrek suffers severe injury. With DTN's order, millions of soul beasts left the Stardow Great Forest and rushed towards Shrek City. With the 3 ferocious beasts, DTN, Shang Jun, and Kai Wang, in charge, and the 100,000-year-old soul beasts forming the assault team, the 10,000-year-old soul beasts forced the 1,000-year-old and 1,000-year-old soul beasts to risk their lives to attack Shrek Academy's city. For those 10,000-year-old soul beasts, it would be best if 1,000-year-old and 100-year-old soul beasts could break through Shrek's defenses. If they couldn't break through, they would at least deplete Shrek's fighting strength. Whether they perished together with Shrek's soul masters or were killed by Shrek's soul masters, they could still have a good meal. Whether they eat Shrek Academy's soul masters and the soul beasts charging ahead, or simply eat the soul beasts charging ahead, it's not a loss for Ho's carnivorous soul beasts that have been around for 10,000 years. Shrek's soul masters, prepare for battle. Shrek City shouldn't have existed in the first place, but suddenly the City Lord appeared. With his command, the Soul Masters of Shrek prepared for battle, waiting to fight the Soul Beasts. As for why we didn't use a Soul Tool this time, in the original story, Huang Qiu Tian Zhi went to the Sun Moon Empire and stole everything from the Minged Hall. Shrek Academy's Soul Guidance System experienced a large-scale technological advancement and produced a large number of fixed-equipment Soul Guidance devices, giving it a strong strategic reserve. But this time, Huo Yuhao is no longer the Huo the Clever from the original story. The Shrek Academy's Soul Tools are still in the same state as they were several years ago, without any updates. They definitely don't have the core technology from the Sun Moon Empire. All they have are imitations based on Soul Tools imported from the Sun Moon Empire. At best, those things can only be described as usable, not high quality, and they don't even meet the standard specifications. If two Soul Tools of the same type break down, they can even expect to repair the other by removing one of them. Of course, with such a large force as Shrek Academy, it's not that they don't have high-quality Soul Tools at all. The original Soul Tools imported from the Sun Moon Empire are still of very high quality. However, since the higher-ups at Shrek Academy have never liked Soul Tools, let alone intended to make them their main force, Soul Tool naturally could not be equipped on the army to defend against the Beast Tide. Without the added advantage of the fixed Soul Tools from the original work, the benefit for Shrek Academy this time was that Bridget, one of the 10 great ferocious beasts, did not participate in the battle. The downside was that the Soul Masters could only use their own soul skills to smash the Soul Beasts. Not long after the battle started, the Soul Masters and Soul Beasts were caught in a meat grinder-like war. In the 4 parts of Douluo continent, the spirit beasts in the first part are not weak, but they are at a disadvantage when facing the real powerhouses. The Spirit Hall can even lead people to the Lake of Life to hunt spirit beasts. In Douluo Continent 3, the soul beasts were almost wiped out, and only retained a sliver of dignity thanks to the intimidation of Emperor Tian. In Douluo Continent IV, there was no dignity to speak of. After being given a small habitat, they became a place for any powerful forces such as the Spirit Pagoda, the War God Temple, and Shrek Academy to provide high-quality soul spirits. Their existence was more as a form of monopolized resource, and they could be said to have no dignity whatsoever. However, Douluo Continent 2 is an exception. During this period, or rather, only during this period, were soul beasts dominant. Di Tianmeng suppressed all soul masters, and Xie Di was close to Di Tianmeng in terms of combat power. If it were at the beginning of Douluo 2 before Xue Di had taken human form, the entire soul beast world would be equivalent to 3 quasi-god level combat power. Leading to limit Douluo, 2 ferocious beasts that could be considered level 98, several ferocious beasts that were level 97, and hundreds of tidal Douluo combat power, which completely crushed the human side's combat power. If it weren't for Di Tian's unwavering devotion to the Silver Dragon King, tolerating even defecating on his head and in his mouth, the soul beasts wouldn't have fallen to the level of 3rd-tier warriors. At this moment, Di Tian no longer intended to tolerate it. The fall of the 2 ferocious beasts enraged Di Tian. This time, it was a true beast tide. And his real anger came after he could no longer sense Ziji's presence. No, if this continues, we won't be able to hold out any longer. There are just too many soul beasts. We need to contact the garrisons of various countries to come and support Shrek City. We've already made contact. All the troops that originally belonged to the Douluo 3 kingdoms are rushing to Shrek Academy. All the generals of Shrek Academy who didn't make it have been executed, but it will take them some time to get here. Poison Undying had no time to consider what the phrase, all the Shrek generals who didn't arrive were executed, meant, because Di Tian and Shang Jun had already pounced on them. The 2 soul beasts, relying on their superior strength, and since Shrek Academy didn't have any limit Douluos at the moment, were prepared to behead them directly. Poison Undying was no match for Di Tian, even though he had used the second awakening of his original martial soul, just as he could not perish together with Xue Di, he could not perish together with Di Tian. Fortunately, when Dubusi was at a disadvantage against Di Tian, Shrek's golden tree burst forth with dazzling light. And then a familiar figure emerged from the golden light. Elder Mu, weren't you already? Xuanzi and the Shrek Academy members stared wide-eyed at the phantom in front of them in disbelief. When I went to capture Jing Hongqian, I wasn't sure if I would come back alive, so I left a wisp of my soul in the golden tree. If I came back alive, this remnant soul would return to my original body, allowing my original body to continue living for about 10 more years. If I didn't come back alive, this remnant soul could still protect Shrek Academy for 10 more years. Judging from the current situation, my original body can no longer come back. Mu N's illusory figure sighed and then appeared before Zhanzi. I thought this remnant soul of mine could protect Shrek Academy for 10 years. But I didn't expect it to be used up so soon. Go, Zhanzi, this is the last thing I can do. The illusory hand of Mu N touched Xuanzi's body, then merged with Xuanzi, turning him into a gluttonous beast that swallowed DTN whole. Meanwhile, the other Shrek title Douluos, led by Poison Undying, launched a counterattack against the high-ranking members of the Soul Beasts, forcing them to end the current beast tide. Without DTN and the Demon King, Xiangjun and Kai Wang alone are no match for the entire Shrek Academy, excluding Zhanzi. With the deaths of 8 title Douluo, Xiangjun and Kai Wang were captured alive. Then Bai Ji was captured by the Body Sect and others who rushed into the Star Do Great Forest. With the 3 ferocious beasts captured alive, DTN was forced to sit at the negotiating table and stop this beast tide. Things have stabilized, but after this battle, Elder Song of Shrek Academy and Jinpeng of Body Sect died. Body Sect and Shrek Academy, which originally had double-digit numbers of title Douluos, now have less than 20 title Douluos in total. Chapter 246 Dragon Knight. That's fine. DTN can no longer sense her here. Let's choose this place to absorb ZG. Thanks to his control over space with the Silver Dragon Staff, Xiaochang doesn't need to stay in one place after leaving, unlike Huo Yuhao. Once the anchor point is set in advance by Xiaochang, he can directly traverse between the undead demiplane and the real world. After capturing the Demon King and ZG, Xiaochang returned to the Sun Moon Empire after several spatial crossings. After confirming that the surroundings were safe enough, Xiaochang pulled ZG out of the undead demiplane. At this time, ZG was in extremely poor condition. Under Tianmeng's deliberate torment, both she and the Demon King were in terrible condition. The Demon King was in a better position due to her plant-based vitality, but her situation was not so good. Thanks to DTN's care, she had lived a safe life before, absorbing a lot of Tianmeng's essence and consuming a lot of Tianmeng's flesh and blood. However, Tianmeng took back all of this with interest. During this journey, Tianmeng would occasionally make a cut on Ziji's body, using the blood of the true dragon to nourish Xiaochang's body and enhance his physical strength. Brother Tianmeng, what about Ziji? How about turning her into a spirit? Looking at the battered and bruised dragon, Xiaochang thought for a moment and then slowly said. Why? Xiaochang patted Ziji's body. I think a dragon spirit would be perfect as a mount. Quote. Mount. Xiaochang nodded. Having cultivated to the 8th ring of Soul Douluo, Xiaochang already had several soul spirits. However, those soul spirits were all brought in to join the Godhood project. Although there was a hierarchy based on the order of arrival and the difference in cultivation level, and Xiaochang was the main figure, he was essentially equal to them. Apart from Tianmeng and Bingdi, the other soul beasts just didn't have the right to express their opinions, not that their status was low. But ZG is different. She has a grudge against Tianmeng, which means that she is Xiaochang's adversary. Therefore, it is not a problem for her to be Xiaochang's mount. After Xiaochang nodded in confirmation, the astonished Ice Emperor in the Sea of Spirit said. You want to use ZG as a mount? Are you trying to drive DTN crazy? You've trampled the face of the Dragon Clan underfoot. I'm afraid DTN will become your mortal enemy. You drove DTN crazy. Good idea, we'll use him as a spirit. When you're stronger in the future, you can capture DTN and use him as a mount too. You're really despicable, but I like it. After Tianmeng gave no objections, Ziji officially began to merge with Xiaochang in the form of a soul spirit, becoming Xiaochang's power. Unlike other spirits, the dragon's indomitable spirit drove Ziji to fight back fiercely. However, Xiaochang's mental strength was extremely powerful, and with the help of Tianmeng Bingdi and others, he suppressed her. As the 9th of the 10 ferocious beasts, Ziji, who was only 300,000 years old, was now weaker than Ziji. Her resistance was destined to be futile. When Xiaochang was around level 60, he had already absorbed a soul ring that was over 200,000 years old. Now that Xiaochang is level 85, he can withstand absorbing another soul ring that is over 200,000 years old. Moreover, ZG is ultimately treated as a soul spirit, which is much less intense than a soul ring. Finally, a 10-meter-long dragon wing unfolded behind Xiaochang. It was an external soul bone created by ZG, and ZG's soul ring also compressed the energy, allowing Xiaochang to directly jump from level 85 to level 89. Xiaochang knew that a soul beast that was nearly 300,000 years old would have a soul power that was definitely more than that. However, Xiao Chang had not yet condensed his second soul core. Level 89 was Xiao Chang's current limit. Unless he condensed his second soul core and fused with his ninth soul ring, Xiao Chang's second martial soul would not be able to increase its soul power by even a few more ferocious beast soul rings. However, Xiao Chang wasn't too concerned about the fact that his stray NGTH couldn't be improved for the time being. There was still the Demon King, who was over 500,000 years old. Even if ZG's soul bone wasn't enough for him to cultivate a second soul core, with the addition of the Demon King's soul bone, wouldn't that be enough for him to cultivate a second soul core? Even if he was still a little short, Xiao Chang could find a way to get some high-level ferocious beast soul bones. After all, even if he couldn't move on Douluo continent, Xiao Chang didn't believe that there weren't ferocious beasts over 200,000 years old on the other two continents. Therefore, Xiao Chang was not in a hurry about physical strength and future power. After fusing with ZG's soul ring and soul bone, Xiao Chang's first choice was to test the increase in speed from ZG's soul bone. After confirming that his speed, which had been a weakness before, had been significantly improved, Xiao Chang was extremely satisfied with this external soul bone. All that was left was experience what it was like to be a dragon knight. They summoned ZG's spirit and flew into the sky in physical form. Xiao Chang sat on her back, experiencing the speed of a true dragon soaring. Then, Bing Di, Shui Di, Tianmeng, Yin Lang, and Shi all came out and sat on the back of ZG, one of the 10 great ferocious beasts, to experience what it was like to be a dragon knight. Even Shui Di, the strongest of them all, was experiencing this for the first time and found it quite novel. Brother Tianmeng, Shui Di, how far do you think my physical abilities are from achieving the yin-yang complementary dual soul core? Xiao Chang asked after experiencing the feeling of being a dragon knight. The enhancement that ZG's Dragon Wing Soul Bone has brought to your body has exceeded my expectations. As for how far you are from achieving the yin-yang complementary dual soul core, you should ask Shui Di. I don't know much about soul cores. Xiao Chang looked at Shui Di with a questioning gaze. Shui Di raised her hand and touched Xiao Chang's chest. Then, a surge of Shui Di's soul power filled Xiao Chang's limbs and bones, probing his condition. ZG's soul bone is indeed very strong. Your current body is already comparable to a level 97 title Douluo. However, if it were a yin-yang complementary dual soul core, you would be far behind. But if it were the soul bone of the Demon King, that would be about right. Condensing a yin-yang complementary dual soul core wouldn't be too risky for you. Not much risk. In other words, the yin-yang complementary dual soul core still carries some risk. Of course, that is something that no human has ever condensed before, and it is not an easy thing for us soul beasts either. I only managed to condense a yin-yang complementary dual soul core after reaching the 700,000 year mark, relying on the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. If you want to condense a yin-yang complementary dual soul core without any risk, your body must also obtain a top-grade dragon soul bone. The grade of that soul bone cannot be worse than the ones produced by DTN, but how is that possible? Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. I never imagined that in just 3 years, my brother would have built a soul palace. Xiao Sheng said, looking at the magnificent building after returning to Douluo continent from Dragon Valley. Chapter 247 Soul Bone and Soul Spirit. Asheng, you're back. How have you fared these past 3 years? Inside the main hall of the Soul Palace, Xiao Chang inquired about Xiao Sheng's current situation. I obtained some things that could enhance my physical body in that dragon tomb, but it seems that those things couldn't be brought out. However, I brought this out, so you can absorb it, brother. Xiao Sheng opened his storage soul tool, and 10 soul bones appeared. Judging from their quality, these soul bones were all produced by a true dragon. Each soul bone was no less than a 100,000-year-old soul bone. In particular, the torso bone had a powerful aura that was far inferior to the ice wall scorpion soul bones in Xiao Chang's arms. That torso, even the Emperor of Heaven might not be able to produce a soul bone of a higher grade than this one. Xiao Chang's sense of the torso bone was still a little weaker, but Tianmeng in Xiao Chang's spiritual sea could see the power of this soul bone at a glance. Stronger than DTN. Does that mean the middle torso bone is the soul bone of the Mountain Dragon King? It should be. The attributes of this Mountain Dragon, and the grade of this soul bone, should confirm that. It is the Mountain Dragon King you mentioned, Tianmeng said after analyzing it within Xiao Chang's spiritual sea. I really didn't expect this. Because going to Dragon Valley required suppressing one's level for 3 years. Xiao Chang had given up on using the Mountain Dragon King's torso bone after some thought. After all, there was a deep-sea demon whale king, who was nearly 1,000,000 years old, whose soul bone was not much worse in grade than the mountain dragon king's. Using him as a torso bone would be just as good. But Xiao Chang had already given up, and yet this mountain dragon kin Ji's soul bone actually appeared in front of him and was given to him by his younger brother. I've already absorbed the torso bones, as for the others. Xiao Chang's mental probe swept over Xiao Shish. And found that he had not yet fused with a soul bone. After thinking about it, he realized that these true dragon soul bones were no worse than 100,000-year soul bones, and Xiao Sheng's martial soul was a bone dragon. You should absorb it. You don't need to worry about Shaolin. We've already made plans for her soul bone. Although the true dragon soul bone is good, it's not really suitable for her. I have other 100,000-year soul bones prepared for her. I had yours prepared as well, but since you already have a more suitable true dragon soul bone, you should absorb these. By the way, don't absorb the torso bone for now. I have something else prepared for you. Whether it was the compensation from Shrek Academy or the soul beasts captured in the Stardo Great Forest, Xiao Chang's side became extremely wealthy in terms of 100,000-year soul bones. They were so wealthy that his younger siblings could choose suitable 100,000-year soul bones from among them, instead of directly absorbing a 100,000-year soul bone that was not very compatible with their martial soul. Any true dragon soul bone is no less valuable than an ordinary 100,000-year soul bone. However, having captured so many 100,000-year soul beasts, his sister could naturally choose the best batch, and even later capture some ferocious beasts over 200,000 years old. This made the ordinary true dragon soul bones seem rather ordinary. I see. Xiao Sheng had already shown the quality of the soul bones to his elder brother, who felt they were unsuitable, which meant they were truly unsuitable. So Xiao Sheng didn't say anything more and directly began to fuse the soul bones of his limbs and head. Because the compatibility of the soul bones was high enough, and his physical strength had been tempered in Dragon Valley, the fusion time of the 5 soul bones only took 2.5 hours. Level 50. Not bad. Xiao Chang patted Xiao Sheng's shoulder, sensing his physical strength and soul power level at the same time. After confirming that Xiao Sheng had reached the level where he needed a soul ring, Xiao Chang summoned a 100,000-year-old soul beast from his storage soul tool. This is the Ice Demon. Dragon Eagle is a soul beast with dragon blood from the far north. It is now a little over 100,000 years old, which is perfect for you to be your soul spirit. I will help you absorb its soul ring and soul bone. Although Xiao Sheng is only level 50, thanks to the benefits he gained in Dragon Valley and the blessing of the true dragon soul bone, he can now fuse soul rings that are over 50,000 years old, and in the case of soul spirits, that is, soul spirits that are 100,000 years old. As for his mental strength, Xiao Chang was not worried. As someone who had just fused with a soul spirit, there were no extra soul spirits in his sea of spirit. Moreover, the dragon's head soul bone gave him a boost to his mental strength. Xiao Chang was certain that his current mental strength was no less than that of the spirit abyss realm. With no issues in mental or physical strength, Xiao Sheng only needed another 2.5 hours. Level 58. As expected, the sooner you absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, the better. Normally, it would take 2 years or even longer to cultivate this level 7 soul power. Xiao Chang said after sensing Xiao Sheng's soul power after Xiao Sheng fused with the 100,000-year ice demon Dragon Eagle. It shouldn't be just level 58. I feel like I'm not far from breaking through to level 59. It looks like I have a chance to reach the 7th ring soul saint within 2 years. You can eat this now. In less than 2 years. As Xiao Chang spoke, he took out a 60,000-year-old earth dragon golden melon, a product of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Its soul and soul bones had already been taken by Xiao Chang, but its body was also a top-tier rare treasure. After being fed a 60,000-year-old earth dragon melon by Xiao Chang, Xiao Sheng's soul power successfully broke through to level 60. Subsequently, his soul spirit produced a second 100,000-year soul ring for him. When he was at level 50, fusing with a 100,000-year soul ring would give him more than level 8 soul power, while at level 60, he would give him more than level 6 soul power. This allows an ordinary soul emperor to break through to level 67 in about a month. This is the setting of Douluo Continent I. Normally, Xiao Sheng should have stopped at level 66 to 67, but obviously, the 60,000-year-old Earth Dragon Golden Melon could increase Xiao Sheng's soul power by more than just 2 levels from level 58 to 60. The soul power that jumped up did not stop at around level 66 or 67, but grew wildly all the way, breaking through the level 70 barrier. Then, the soul spirit began to help Xiaosheng generate his third 100,000-year soul ring. Ultimately, with the help of a 100,000-year-old soul spirit and a 60,000-year-old earth dragon golden melon, Xiaosheng's soul power directly reached the level of a 7-ring soul saint. With a soul power level of 75 and a soul ring configuration of 4 black and 3 red. Good. When you reach level 80, stop using the normal 100,000-year soul ring. I have another path for you. Your physical strength should be fine. But before that, I'll teach you how to condense a soul core. Once you successfully condense the mixed core. Xiao Chang's expression was solemn. And he didn't seem to have a trace of malice. It's a good opportunity to spar with Xiao Hongqian. He's currently challenging for Soul Saint after fusing with his 6th soul ring, which is 100,000 years old. It just so happens that you've also broken through to Soul Saint. Chapter 248. Ning Tian. Has the Bone Dragon become an evil soul master? That's it. I think the Shrek Academy people are nothing special. Inside the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Du Weilan's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. After Xiao Hongqian obtained his 6th spirit ring, the Sun Moon Royal Spirit Master Academy proposed a competition with the exchange students from Shrek Academy. Because it's too obvious that Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and Sun Moon Roy Al Soul Master Academy want to win first and second place in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, even though Xiaochang's side is no longer a match, Shrek Academy at least has to say. Cure second place so that their defeat won't be too embarrassing. Therefore, when given the opportunity to observe Xiao Hongqian's strength at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Du Weilan agreed to the two sides fighting without even consulting his superiors. Then Xiao Hongqian pulled off a stunning upset, defeating 7 Shrek Academy students in one fell swoop. In front of all the Xchen GE students and numerous Sun Moon Royal Soul Master students, Xiao Hongqian unilaterally crushed the Shrek Academy students who were much older than him. Even when Shrek Academy later deployed Soul Saints, they were still defeated by Xiao Hongqian. They couldn't even find out what Xiao Hongqian's 6th soul skill was. Looking at the blood-red 100,000-year spirit ring, Du Weilan felt an increasing headache. There were still nearly 2 years until the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Tournament. With Xiao Hongqian's spirit power level of at least 66 and the boost from the 100,000-year spirit ring, he would definitely reach the level of a 7-soul spirit saint in the next All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Tournament. Moreover, according to the characteristics of spirits, his 7th spirit ring should also be at the 100,000-year level. Thinking about the ratio of 5 black and 2 red spirit rings, and the cultivation level of a 7-ring spirit saint, Du Weilan felt at Shrek Academy would have a hard time even getting second place in the next tournament. After all, given the characteristics of soul spirits, Xiao Hongqian's previous 4 soul rings were already at the 10,000-year level. Considering the soul bones they compensated Sun Moon sect with, and Meng Hongqian's special trip to the far north, it's likely that, apart from Xiao Chang, they will E3 more beings with 100,000-year soul spirits in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Ning Tian, Xiao, do you think Shrek Academy can still get second place in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament? Du Weilan asked weakly. Just thinking about the competition where there was no hope at all made Du Weilan feel extremely anxious. It's difficult. Since Xiao Hongqian has a 100,000-year-old soul spirit, Meng Hongqian probably will too. In addition, Xiao saw a 5-ring soul king in the soul hall who was younger than him but already had a 100,000-year-old soul ring. I'm afraid we will face a total of 3 soul saints in the next All-Continent Advanced Soul Master competition, and without exception, all 3 soul saints have more than one 100,000-year-old soul skill. Ning Tian analyzed the situation rationally. If possible, she actually wanted the 9 treasure glazed tile school and the Soul Palace to cooperate, but unfortunately, Xiao Chang had never shown much interest in them. It wasn't that the price hadn't been agreed upon, but rather that Xiao Chang had never intended to negotiate with them in the first place. Even though Ning Tian had considered making concessions, exchanging some sovereignty of the 9 treasure glazed tile school for a position within the Soul Palace, the problem was that Xiao Chang had no intention of doing so at all. She could understand why. The 9 treasure glazed tile school of today was not the 7 treasure glazed tile school of 10,000 years ago. It didn't have any truly high-end combat power. Under such circumstances, the 9 treasure glazed tile school naturally wouldn't fetch a high price. All she can do now is secretly try to get closer to Xiao Chang and wait for him to make an offer. Even if it's a huge loss, she has to get the 9 treasure glazed tile school on the Soul Palace's side. Or perhaps they should wait for Shrek Academy to develop a method for creating soul spirits, so that the 9 treasure glazed tile school can once again become Shrek Academy's most loyal force. But no matter which path he chooses, Ningtian sees little hope at the moment. Xiao Chang looked down on the 9 treasure glazed tile school's strength, while Shrek Academy hadn't developed a soul spirit even after 10,000 years. Moreover, even if Shrek Academy did develop a soul spirit, the 9 treasure glazed tile school would still have little status within Shrek Academy. In this era where the status of support type soul masters is declining, both paths are difficult for the 9 treasure glazed tile school. After all, they are different from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Their strength can only rely on outsiders. When a title Douluo wants to be their supreme elder, it's fine. But when no title Douluo wants to be their supreme elder, they are just a second-rate force. Unfortunately, Ningtian was born in an era when the 9 treasure glazed tile school was just a second-rate power, without a single titled Douluo level elder. In addition, the Soul Palace was gradually returning to normal operation. Now, unless the 2 super Douluos from 10,000 years ago, Sword and Bone, could be resurrected, it would be impossible to negotiate with Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang's soul is extremely important to them, but they have absolutely nothing to attract Xiao Chang. All she can do now is stabilize the situation and then call over the elders in the sect to see if they can find an opportunity to help Xiao Chang and enter the Soul Palace. Is G.E. Teeting second place really that difficult? What will we do in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament? Du Weilan rubbed his head. Shrek Academy, which had been winning for thousands of years, only managed to get second place in the last All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament. If they got third place in this tournament, Shrek's glory for thousands of years would really be gone. When this group of Shrek Academy students all grow old, I'm afraid Shrek Academy's final outcome won't be much better than Tang Sect's. Excuse me, but in the next All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament, it's not that you'll have a hard time getting second place, it's that you won't even get fourth. The next All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament will include sects. Do you think the Soul Hall and Minged Hall count as sects? Xiao Chang, who had overheard Du Weilan's conversation with Ningtian, came over and said this while Du Weilan was feeling a headache. What are you doing here? I just want to challenge a soul saint, not a soul Douluo. Xiao Hongshan glanced at Xiao Chang and said with great self-awareness. Actually, it's not that Xiao Hongshan can't fight Contra at all. But he really can't beat Xiao Chang, who can always challenge opponents of higher levels. Didn't I hear you say you wanted me to fight a soul saint and send him an opponent? Xiao Chang pat Ted Xiao Sheng on the shoulder as he spoke. Come on, my brother. He's at the soul saint level, so you can fight him. HMPH, what a joke. I can't beat you, but I can beat your brother. Bring it on. But let's make it clear first. If I hurt him, don't come looking for trouble. Don't worry, you can't win. Xiao Hongshan nodded subconsciously, but then realized that Xiao Chang's words seemed a bit off. Before he could say anything, he saw Xiao Sheng release the Bone Dragon Martial Soul. Bone Dragon. Evil Soul Master. This person is an Evil Soul Master. A standard Evil Martial Soul. Seeing Xiao Sheng release the Bone Dragon Martial Soul, Du Weilan jumped up and pointed at Xiao Sheng. Before Xiao Chang and Xiao Sheng could even refute, Ningtian couldn't sit still any longer. Wait, Director Du, what did you say? The Bone Dragon is an Evil Soul Master. How can the Bone Dragon be an Evil Soul Master? What exactly is your basis for judging it as an Evil Soul Master? What further judgment is needed? The Bone Dragon is one of the most quintessential evil martial souls. There's no doubt that he's an evil soul master. But one of the title Douluo who helped Tang San's ancestor 10,000 years ago was a soul master with the Bone Dragon martial soul. Could it be that the one who helped Tang San's ancestor was also an evil soul master? Chapter 249. Is Shrek Academy about to lose even its fourth place? Du Weilan was speechless after Ningtian's retort. After Ningtian's words, he remembered that Tang San had been helped by the 7 treasure glazed tile school 10,000 years ago. At that time, the 7 treasure glazed tile school had 2 super Douluo, Sword and Bone. The Bone Douluo, whose title was Bone, had a Bone Dragon as his martial soul. He's just defining the Bone Dragon martial soul as an exclusive martial soul for evil soul masters with a single sentence. Doesn't that mean the 7 treasure glazed tile school was an evil soul master sect 10,000 years ago? And who could be the person who was helped by an evil soul master sect? Doesn't this mean that Tang San is the pride of evil soul masters? Ahem, the one who helped Ta Ing San's ancestor could not possibly be an evil soul master, but I see that this person has a sinister mind and is clearly a standard evil soul master. You're slandering my brother, Du Weiren. You think I'm being too kind to you. Xiao Chang looked at Du Weilan and exerted a mental pressure on him. Du Weilan, an 8-ring soul Douluo, couldn't even last a second before kneeling down. Then Xiao Chang walked up to him, grabbed him, and threw him onto the competition field. Asheng, you don't need to fight with your nephew anymore. Instead, teach him how to be a decent human being first, Xiao Chang said, withdrawing his oppressive aura. Okay, bro, don't go too far. I may not be able to beat you, but who is he? A mere soul saint, even if his strength is already quite good at his age. Can he still defeat an 8-ring soul Douluo like me? As Du Weilan spoke, he released a spirit ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black rings. This was the best spirit ring configuration in normal times and had always been his pride. But now, he, with the best spirit ring configuration, was being given to someone who was probably not even 18 years old. Du Weilan felt insulted. Another one with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black rings. Asheng, let him see your soul ring configuration. As Xiao Chang finished speaking, 7 spirit rings appeared around Xiao Shang. Black, 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 black. Red, red, red. Although Xiao Shang had 1 less spirit ring than Du Weilan, he completely overwhelmed Du Weilan in terms of aura. This spirit ring ratio. Ning Tian's eyes were filled with surprise. The 5th spirit ring was already absorbing the existence of 100,000-year beings, and the 7th ring spirit saint had 3 100,000-year spirit rings. Even the weakest first spirit ring had reached the 10,000-year level. Xiao Sheng's talent was obviously much stronger than that of the Bone Douluo from 10,000 years ago. Not only was Ning Tian surprised, the entire arena became extremely silent the moment Xiao Sheng released his soul ring, with only Xiao Hongchen staring at Xiao Cheng with a sour expression. You can absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring with your 5th spirit ring. Just how much are you hiding? I didn't hide anything. It's just that Asheng had some fortuitous encounters, which gave him a few more top-tier soul bones that greatly enhanced his physique. If you, my junior nephew, had broken through to level 50 a couple of years later, your 5th soul ring would have started fusing with a 100,000-year-old soul spirit. You wouldn't have been completely out of reach. One of them has 3 100,000-year spirit rings. Is this what a spirit is? Xiao Xiao stared at Xiao Sheng's spirit rings, her eyes filled with envy. He was already a 4-ring spirit master, but unfortunately, she didn't even have a single 10,000-year spirit ring among her 5. Although Shrek Academy promised to give her top-tier spirit rings after they developed spirit technology, Xiao Xiao felt that Shrek Academy was somewhat unreliable after these 2 years of contact. The high-level soul bone promised to her has not been delivered much yet. On the contrary, they once hoped that she would become an inside agent in the Soul Palace to obtain soul spirit technology. After that failed attempt, she didn't receive many resources, Shrek Academy was quick to offer compensation. Could it be that I really made the wrong choice back then? But Shrek Academy is the #1 academy with a history of 10,000 years. 10,000 years can't just be about relying on the hard work of genius students without having anything of their own to show for it. Everyone was shocked by the 3 100,000-year soul rings that Xiao Sheng displayed. But Du Weilan was the most shocked. As a soul Douluo who directly faced Xiao Sheng, he could better feel the power of the 100,000-year soul ring. As a soul Douluo with a soul power level of 88, a soul saint would normally not last 5 rounds against him. Especially considering that he had used his martial soul true body and 8th soul skill, normally he shouldn't have been able to withstand 3 rounds. But Xiao Sheng not only withstood the attack, but his 100,000-year-old soul ring skill and 100,000-year-old martial soul true body also held their own against him. Even how his soul power was in an absolutely dominant position, there was a qualitative difference between a 50,000-year-old martial soul true body and a 100,000-year-old martial soul true body. Moreover, his fiery lion martial soul was far inferior to the bone dragon. In addition, Xiao Sheng himself had enough soul bones, and with the added bonuses of various physical qualities, he was greater than Du Weilan. With just this advantage in soul power, he became the one who was beaten down. Don't underestimate me. Seeing that continuing the fight would be increasingly disadvantageous to him, Du Weiren lit up his 8th spirit ring, which was his most powerful attack, the roar of the lion. But Xiao Sheng was not to be outdone. He activated his head soul bone skill, and the dragon roared through the 9 heavens. The dragon's roar clashed with the lion's roar. Du Weilan thought he could win against Xiaosheng with his more powerful soul power, but Xiaosheng's soul core was precisely the spiritual soul core in his head. Combined with a higher grade soul skill and a more powerful martial soul, Du Weilan was quickly defeated after the soul skills of both sides collided. At the moment of defeat, Du Weilan was not thinking about his failure, he was thinking about something else. Facing Xiao Chang, the Shrek Academy students in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament would have no chance of winning. Even if they secretly sent an elder disguised as a student. This is beyond doubt. Shrek Academy is destined not to win first place in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, but the question is, what about second place? Is it possible for the Shrek Academy members to defeat someone who can defeat them, an 8-ring soul Douluo? Du Weilan mentally reviewed He Shrek Academy's team members for the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. He had thought that with Long Aotian from the body sect leading the team, along with top geniuses Bei Bei and Shu Sanshi, and the amplification from the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, Shrek Academy would at least secure second place in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. But with combat power comparable to a title Douluo, if he were to bring Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian along, Shrek Academy wouldn't even have a second place. Does this mean Shrek Academy really won't even get second place in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament? What are you saying? What do you mean you don't even have second place? Mingde Hall and Soul Palace will both participate in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. You're not just not second place, you're not even fourth place. What did you say? Chapter 250 Xuanzi. Shrek Academy is now under my control again. Shrek Academy isn't just failing to get second place, it's failing to even get fourth. If this gets out, what will Shrek Academy have to claim as the #1 Soul Master Academy on the entire continent? If Shrek Academy isn't the #1 Soul Master Academy on the entire continent, then why does it attract all the geniuses in the world to work hard at Shrek Academy? Du Weilan broke out in a cold sweat after just a moment's thought. He dared not imagine what Shrek Academy would be like if it couldn't recruit top geniuses. In fact, if it couldn't recruit the top geniuses from across the continent, it would be a question of whether Shrek could even continue to exist. When this group of geniuses loyal to Shrek Academy reaches the end of their lifespan, will Shrek Academy still have any geniuses left? They came in second place once, fifth place once, and in the next All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament, they still couldn't get first place, even though there was a GI.RL with twin martial souls and an ultimate martial soul who was even younger than Xiao Xiao. After 3 consecutive defeats, no one knows whether Shrek Academy can turn the tide in the fourth match. The 3 defeats represent 15 years, which is enough time to change people's thinking and make them no longer believe that Shrek Academy is the #1 academy on the entire continent. Without the title of the first academy, Shrek Academy can no longer absorb geniuses. The 9 treasure glazed tile schools present is Shrek Academy's future. Impossible. Impossible. Even if you and Xiaosheng can lead the other soul masters to victory against our team, we will never lose to any other team. Oh, you really think so? Xiao Chang scrutinized Du Weilan, whose intense psychological pressure made his already insecure heart even more confused. Fine, I'll assume that's what you think. Xiao Chang smiled and then left, leaving Du Weilan alone, wandering aimlessly on the ground. No, the Sea God Pavilion must know about Xiao Sheng's intelligence and Xiao Chang's conspiracy. Shrek Academy absolutely cannot fail to get even fourth place. Du Weilan's intelligence quickly reached Shrek Academy. And the people who couldn't sleep started with Du Weilan and the entire Sea God Pavilion. Inside the Shrek Sea God Pavilion, Poison Immortal sat in the main seat, flanked by Xuanzi and Yan Xiaojie. Although the beast tide was won, Shrek Academy suffered heavy losses in its high-end combat power. Jin Peng from the Body Sect and Elder Song from Shrek Academy did not survive. Yan Xiao's. He suddenly became the 3rd strongest combat force for Shrek Academy and the Body Sect. Fortunately, after the battle against the Beast Tide, Yan Xiaojie successfully advanced to level 96, and Xian Liner successfully reached level 95. Which can be considered a small consolation for Shrek Academy. Tell me, what should we do? After a moment of silence, Poison Undying said from the main seat. We absolutely cannot let the Sun Moon Empire's conspiracy succeed. We, Shrek Academy, will take the lead in opposing the participation of any sects in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Yan Xiaojie thought for a moment and said, but was quickly refuted by Xian Liner. Yan Xiaojie, use your brain. The Sun Moon Empire dares to do this, so they must have already prepared a lot of things. Even if we successfully refuse the sect's participation, is it difficult for the Sun Moon Empire to temporarily set up 2 academies? If we lose to 4 academies at once, our defeat will only be more humiliating. What other options are there? Xiao Chang is definitely no match for him. Xiao Chang's younger brother is also not easy to deal with. With a 100,000-year-old 7th spirit ring, his current spirit power is at least level 75. He is very likely to reach the level of Soul Douluo in the next All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Tournament. If he gets another 100,000-year-old spirit ring, even ordinary title Douluos will not be able to defeat him. Even super Douluos will not find it easy to beat him. Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian will definitely reach the Soul Saint level before the competition. And have at least level 75 cultivation. They can definitely win a match with their team. In addition, there's Xiao Chang's sister. With her twin martial souls, she's the Saint difficult opponent for everyone besides Xiao Chang. The 100,000-year soul bone they paid out will make up for her physical deficiencies. With 100,000-year soul spirits thrown at her, it's possible that she'll have 9,100,000-year soul rings. How can we possibly fight like that? Yan Xiaojie knew that Xian Liner was telling the truth, but the difference in strength was obvious and there was really no way he could do anything about it. After Yan Xiaojie finished speaking, the entire Sea God Pavilion fell into a deathly silence. After this silence, Debussy finally spoke. Bring out all soul bones and rare treasures and give them to the team members who are participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. What did you say? Poison Undying, are you serious? Xuanzi looked at Poison Undying in surprise. What? Do you have any other ideas? At a time like this, you're still hiding away the soul bones and so many rare treasures. After Shrek Academy is finished, who will you give these rare treasures to? Poison Undying's aura dominated the entire arena. He only discovered Shrek Academy's wealth after becoming the pavilion master of the Shrek Sea God Pavilion. However, despite its immense wealth, Shrek Academy failed to cultivate anyone into a top genius. Poison Undying even suspected that when someone emerged from Shrek Academy capable of shouldering the future of Shrek Academy, Shrek Academy might not even give him a single 100,000-year-old soul bone. That's true, but giving them all the soul bones and rare treasures at once might make it impossible for the Academy to continue to do favors for them in the future, Xuanzi said, frowning. In the past, Shrek Academy would never have agreed to give benefits to students who had not made any contributions, but the situation was special. So he didn't have a strong objection. Then each of you will receive a high-quality soul bone and 2 top-tier rare treasures. That's feasible, but who will participate in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament? Aocean is one, and there is also Vina. Both of them must participate. Aocean can reach level 70 before the competition starts. Vina has twin martial souls. But unfortunately she doesn't have a soul spirit. However, if you equip her with 6 10,000-year soul rings, her strength will far exceed that of a normal 6-ring soul emperor. In addition, with the second awakening of her original martial soul, her strength is no less than that of a normal soul saint. Bei Bei and Shu Sanshi are both very good. One is Mu N's great-grandson, and the other has a divine beast martial soul. They can fight against soul saints during the competition. It's not entirely impossible for Bei Bei to reach level 70 before the competition. The amplification from the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda is necessary. Ningtian cannot be without it. As for the last 2 spots, Du Buc glanced at the information about Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao, and frowned when he saw Huo Yuhao's information. It has been quite some time since Huo Yuhao was rescued by the body sect. Although Huo Yuhao has enjoyed many benefits from his original body, he refuses to join the body sect no matter what. Furthermore, after investigating Huo Yuhao's situation, it was discovered that although he had awakened his original body martial soul for the second time, the drugs in his body had completely drained his potential. Huo Yuhao now only has one way to increase his soul power: to kill soul masters or soul beasts and rely on their life energy to increase his soul power. If it weren't for the fact that the poison couldn't kill him and that they still held on to a sliver of hope for Huo Yuhao, who was clearly already an evil soul master, should have been killed outright. A martial soul fusion skill is necessary, and Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao are a perfect match. However, there's no need to give Huo Yuhao his soul bone, he needs time to immerse himself in it. Okay. Xuanzi readily agreed, as saving a soul bone was something that the Shrek Academy executives wanted to see as well. In addition, after the great battle with Shang Jun, I feel that my long-dormant cultivation is slightly fluctuating. I may go into seclusion for a long time to try to break through to the limit Douluo level. During my absence, please ask Xuanzi if you need anything. Chapter 251. Could Xiao Chang really condense a second soul core at level 89? Upon hearing that Dubusi said his cultivation had weakened somewhat, everyone in the Sea God Pavilion's eyes lit up. Even Xuanzi, who had always been at odds with Dubusi, was now excited. Old Poison Master. No, Pavilion Master, are you really about to break through? I'm not entirely sure, that battle did give me some insights. Perhaps if I go into seclusion for a year or two, I can break through. Alright, the heavens haven't forsaken Shrek Academy. Now Shrek Academy is going to have a limit Douluo again. If we wait for that kid Xiao Chang to get a loan, Shrek Academy won't be powerless to do anything. Don't speak too soon, Xuanzi. Xiao Chang's talent is obvious to all. He has such strength at the age of 18. I'm afraid that even if I reach the limit Douluo level, it's only a matter of time before he surpasses me. It's a pity. If only such a genius were in my body sect. HMPH. Surpassing a limit Douluo is no easy feat, especially considering that kid's strength. He must have condensed his soul core long ago. While condensing it early will certainly make his early journey easier and stronger. He must condense his soul core at level 89 if he wants to break through to the title Douluo level. Otherwise, he will never reach level 90 in his lifetime. Even for an old man like me who has all his soul bones and soul power at level 98, it is not an easy task to condense a second soul core. Let alone condensing a second soul core at level 90, in my opinion, is simply a pipe dream. Dubusi wanted to say not to underestimate Xiao Chang, but after thinking about his physical condition and whether he was confident in condensing a second soul core, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. What Elder Zahn said is right. Back then, even with his level 98 soul power, 3 100,000-year soul rings, and a complete set of high-grade soul bones, it was not an easy task for our teacher to condense a second soul core. Even if Xiao Chang's soul rings and soul bones are better, unless he has several ferocious beast-level soul bones, how can he make up for the difference in soul power between level 89 and level 98 in nourishing his body? In the end, he was too arrogant, which led to his ambition being higher than the sky and his fate being thinner than paper. Yan Xiaojie echoed Xuanzi's words. They had both learned about the difficulty of the second soul core stage of the limit Douluo from Mu'en, so their opinions were naturally the same. What you say makes sense. But we really don't have the energy to deal with Xiao Chang right now. Let's talk about the rest after I break through. In the meantime, take good care of Shrek Academy and the body sect. Don't worry. Although my strength is slightly inferior to yours, it's not by much, is it? Xuanzi said confidently that he would not doubt the poison's effectiveness. As someone who had only recently arrived at Shrek Academy, Xuanzi was someone who could fight him. Mu En's use of Xuanzi's abilities to control DTN made him feel that Xuanzi was reliable. With these two impressions, he naturally trusted Xuanzi completely. Therefore, after giving a brief explanation, he went into seclusion. Ellipsis. While poison couldn't kill Xiao Chang on Shrek Academy and went into seclusion. Xiao Chang also went into seclusion. The Mountain Dragon King's soul bone caused Xiao Chang's physical attributes to improve dramatically, giving him the confidence to condense a yin-yang complementary dual soul core at level 89. Therefore, after giving some instructions, Xiao Chang, under the protection of Shui Di, handed over the matter to Mu Qingshui and others, and began his seclusion to break through to level 90. Unlike other level 90 beings, once Xiao Chang reaches level 90 with his yin-yang complementary dual soul cores, his combat power will directly reach that of a demigod, or even close to a quasi-god. Far surpassing the average being who has just broken through to the limit Douluo realm. At that time, even if Xiao Chang faces either Long Xiaoyao or Yi Zisui, even if he can't beat them, he won't be able to stay if he wants to leave. Only then can Xiao Chang truly be considered safe. After all, with Shui Di herself, plus Mu Qingshui and the other combat forces of the Soul Palace, it's not entirely impossible for them to wipe out the Holy Spirit cult head-on. Of course, the best approach would be to secretly stab the Holy Spirit cult in the back a couple more times before eliminating them. After all, in a real fight, neither Long Xiaoyao nor Yi Qishui would be easy for Xiao Chang to defeat. The safest method would be to secretly eliminate a few title Douluo R Super Douluo of the Holy Spirit cult every few months, allowing Mu Qingshui's soul power to reach level 98. Then, she could lure Zhongli Wu out. Once Mu Qingshui officially eliminates Zhongli Wu and advances to level 99, the odds of victory would not be 98%, but 100%. Shui Di's strength is such that defeating either Long Xiaoyao or Yi Qishui is only a matter of time. Even if Yi Qishui wants to fig. HT Shui Di and leaves Mu Qingshui to Long Xiaoyao, Xiao Chang can hold off Long Xiaoyao for a short time, forcing the matchup to change to Shui Di against Long Xiaoyao, while Mu Qingshui fights Yi Qishui. Once they engaged in this battle, Long Xiaoyao and Yi Qishui had no chance of changing the situation, and their elimination became only a matter of time. With the rest of the Holy Spirit cult members not even reaching level 98. They could only be suppressed by Xiao Chang with the power of a tiger among sheep. Only then will this continent be truly safe for Xiao Chang, and he will also have the time and energy to find the evil emperor and fuse his soul ring and soul bone. After all, if the evil emperor's cultivation were preserved in large quantities as soul spirits, Xiao Chang could even directly jump from level 90 to level 99. The level 9 of a title Douluo is definitely not something that an ordinary level 9 can reach in a short time. Theoretically, the final level 9 can be several realms apart. Xiao Chang estimated that he would probably need to go into seclusion for more than a year. After all, in the original work, Huo Yuhao, who was already a super Douluo, also spent more than a year reaching the peak of level 99. But that period of time was acceptable for Xiao Chang, since he didn't have any enemies and could develop slowly. This is ultimately Battlegrounds too. As long as it doesn't involve Tang Wudong. The god of destruction will absolutely not agree to Tang San forcibly coming down here and treating people like dogs. During the second season of Douluo Continent, Tang San was still very law-abiding. Without exception, all his rule-breaking situations were related to his daughter. He relied on the fact that both the god of destruction and the god of life treated his daughter like their own daughter. So they couldn't stand seeing their daughter being bullied and could turn a blind eye to Tang San. But until now, Xiao Chang and Tang Wudong have not had any interaction. If Tang San doesn't want to be caught red-handed by the god of destruction and relentlessly attacked for his mistakes, he must, and can only, rely on his daughter. Therefore, Xiao Chang is too worried about Tang San's problems for the time being. After 2.5 months of seclusion, using the Snow Emperor's snow pill as a blueprint, Xiao Chang condensed his second ultimate ice soul core in his chest, officially reaching the level of a demigod. Chapter 252. Xuanzi. Let this old man oversee the hunt for soul rings. When Xiao Chang finished his seclusion, he opened his eyes. And the two soul cores on his head and chest worked together to frantically absorb all the soul power around him. This is the yin-yang complementary dual soul core. The efficiency of absorbing He energy of heaven and earth has indeed increased by more than double compared to when there was only one soul core. After absorbing some of the energy of heaven and earth and sensing the changes in his body, Xiao Chang left the secluded cultivation room. He inquired about Mu Qingshui's recent situation and, after confirming that nothing major had happened recently, Xiao Chang prepared to treat himself to something good to reward himself for reaching level 90 at the age of 18 through his own unremitting efforts. After tasting many delicacies, Xiao Chang returned to the Soul Palace. Ready to continue being a mere decoration, living the life of being a grand offering when needed and working with senior sister Meng, when he saw a familiar face standing at his door. Uncle Bai, what are you doing standing at the door? If you need anything, just go inside and wait for me. Bai Qingshan looked at Xiao Chang walking in from outside and didn't realize for a moment that Iao Chang was the palace master and could skip work at any time. What's wrong? What's wrong? Well, I'm level 60 now, and I'm wondering if I can get a 6th spirit ring that's over 50,000 years old, Bai Qingshan said sheepishly. Xiao Chang has given him more than enough, far exceeding the resources he initially promised. In just 4 years, he has enabled him, a soul master who would never reach level 50 in his lifetime, to reach level 60. Thinking about the resources he had given Xiao Chang before, and comparing them with the resources Xiao Chang was giving him now, Bai Shan felt a little embarrassed to ask Xiao Chang for help again. But he still wanted to strive for improvement. If he could still improve, who would want his future to stop at the Soul Emperor level? High-level soul spirits can compensate for a certain degree of innate soul power deficiency, so even though he felt a little embarrassed to ask for anything more, he still came. However, when he got to Xiao Chang's door, he was too embarrassed to go in. Now that Xiao Chang asked, he could only bite the bullet and say something, because he was not sure if he had the courage to come back again. Why? We're level 60 now and need a new spirit ring. Come with me. Xiao Chang didn't say much, silently opened his door and led Bai Qingshan inside. Then, in a place where only the two of them were, he took out the fragrant Kiluo immortal item. Another human. Is it finally my turn to become a spirit? Finally, someone I can talk to. Hurry up. Yuxiang Qiluo Shanpin said excitedly that becoming a soul spirit was not something that had happened overnight. Both the eight-cornered mystic ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom had become soul spirits and were doing quite well. Therefore, Shang Qiluo Shanpin had certain expectations for becoming a soul spirit herself. He can't be 100,000 years old, can he? Bai Qingshan was very surprised when he discovered that this plant-type soul beast could talk. Even though he was a soul master who didn't know much about soul beasts, he had some understanding of the lifespan of soul beasts that could talk. It's a 100,000 year one. After all, a regular spirit ring can't raise your cultivation to above the soul Douluo level. If it's an ordinary spirit over 50,000 years old, even with top quality medicine, it can't make up for the 2 levels of innate spirit power. But a 100,000 year spirit ring is different. As the 6th spirit ring, it will directly raise your spirit power to level 66 or 67. With a higher level spirit ring, plus level 3 spirit power and the tempering of the physical body by the 100,000 year spirit ring, there will be no more thresholds for becoming a 7-ring soul saint. At the same time, once you reach level 70, the second 100,000 year spirit ring will raise your spirit power to level 75. With only 5 levels away from level 80, medicine can help, and I also have some other methods. The 100,000 AR spirit ring of your 8th spirit ring will still cleanse your body again and remove the impurities from the medicine, so it will not affect your continued attempt to become a title Douluo. Can someone at the 2nd level of the innate realm reach the title Douluo level? Normally, even a level 5 innate spirit is not enough, but the bonus that a 100,000 year spirit ring brings to a spirit master, in addition to powerful spirit skills, is equivalent to a top-notch cultivation technique. In addition, with the effect of cleansing the body and removing the poison from medicines and pills, and with the help of some special medicines and methods, it is possible. Bai Qingshan remained silent for a long time. Actually, I had a lot of selfish motives when I helped you back then. Xiao Chang shook his head. A gentleman judges by actions, not intentions. In any case, I did need and use what you gave me back then. Besides, being at the 5th level of the innate realm doesn't make me a genius. Whether it's Wang Sheng with the tiger spirit in Douluo Continent I, Tang Wulin's childhood friend with the sword spirit in Douluo Continent 3, or Zhou Chengshi who was taught a lesson B. Why Tang Wulin as soon as he went to East Sea Academy, they all have innate level 5 spirit power. And except for Wang Sheng, who did not show his first spirit ring, their first spirit rings are all white. And Wang Sheng seems to be no exception. The 2 soul rings that were close to the absorption limit and some cultivation resources that Xiao Chang now considered worthless were indeed not worth much. But if you only have 1 pancake when you're starving, are you only going to repay 100 pancakes when you're rich? Anyway, Xiao Chang wouldn't do that kind of thing. Absorb it now, and I'll teach you how to hide your spirit ring. Also, don't stray too far from me until you reach the title Douluo level. Okay. Bai Qingshan did not refuse. He originally thought that Xiao Chang was just talking when he said he would reach the soul Douluo level, but he did not expect that Xiao Chang was not just talking. The resources were not even prepared according to the usual title Douluo level. He did not dare to think about what his old boss's expression would be after he became a title Douluo. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Shrek Academy. Unbeknownst to many, DBUC had been in seclusion for over a year. And there were only 3 months left until the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. On Shrek Academy's side, Long Aotian successfully broke through to level 70. Bei Bei was originally 3 levels away from level 70. But for Shrek Academy's glory and to make Shrek Academy's defeat less embarrassing, he made a choice similar to Xiao Hongshan in the original work. He used a rare and precious herb. And both he and Long Aotian reached level 70. This time, the team was led by Shrek Academy's senior sister, Zhang Lexuan, with a title Douluo of the body martial soul bringing up the rear. They were preparing to go to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt for soul rings in preparation for the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Zhang Lexuan was quite reassured about the strength of that title Douluo. Level 94 was only a hair's breadth away from Super Douluo, and the second awakening of his main body's martial soul would make up for that gap. It could be said that with a Super Douluo backing them up, their lives were well protected. That's how it should have been. Until Xuanzi felt that Mu En and his great-grandson had made such great sacrifices for Shrek Academy, while he himself could do nothing in return, so, this time, I'll be the one to oversee the hunt for spirit rings. Chapter 253 Body Sect. With Elder Zan leading the team, this soul hunt is a sure thing. Zhang Lexuan. As Zhang Lexuan led Bei Bei, Long Aotian, and others to hunt for spirit rings in the Stardo Great Forest, Xuanzi, who had been idle for over a year, thought that, as the vice pavilion master of Shrek's Sea God Pavilion, it was time for him to do something for Shrek. So, before Zhang Lexuan and the others left, he came to the crowd and prepared to stand in for He titled Douluo of the body sect to help them. Really? Elder Zahn, are you coming to back us up? Vina's eyes lit up. As a princess of the Heavenly Soul Empire who had recognized the sect leader of the body sect, Dubusi. As her godfather, she was definitely a high-ranking figure in both the body sect and the Heavenly Soul Empire. Therefore, she knew Xuanzi and even recognized him. The deputy head of Shrek's Sea God Pavilion. A level 98 title Douluo named Teodi, is a rare powerhouse on the continent. Looking at the entire body sect, only Poison Undying can barely suppress him, no one else is his match. If it weren't for the merger of the body sect and Shrek Academy, Elder Zahn could even be the current head of the Sea God Pavilion. A big shot of this caliber should have stayed in Shrek City and wouldn't easily leave. But now he's going to hunt for spirit rings with everyone to keep them in check. How could Vina and the others not be excited? With one of the strongest experts on the continent around. Do we even need to worry about their safety? It's a sure thing. They have nothing to fear. Although their original title Douluo could fight against a Super Douluo, they had no choice but to retreat when facing a 100,000-year-old soul beast. After all, this title Douluo was not a true Super Douluo. Unless they encountered an existence with a particularly weak bloodline, even a single bloodline would be enough to keep them occupied, and they would inevitably encounter danger over time. But Elder Zahn is clearly different. As a level 98 being, even if he encountered a 100,000-year-old soul beast, Elder Zahn could easily slap it away. After all, everyone present had witnessed Elder Zahn displaying his divine power with Mu N's help, transforming into a Teodian force, fully controlling the beast god Dtn of the Stardo Great Forest. This formidable strength excited the soul masters of the body sect who had never carried out missions or hunted soul rings with Elder Zahn. Amidst the crowd's excitement, the title Douluo from the body sect stepped forward and asked, Elder Zahn, are you sure you want to oversee the battle? Xuanzi took a swig of wine. Of course, would I lie to you? No, of course not. Since you are in charge of this soul hunt, then I will take my leave. The title Douluo of the body sect said with a smile that he shared the same opinion as everyone in the body sect. In fact, because he had faced that beast tide more directly, he was even more aware of just how terrifying the power Xuanzi had displayed was. The layman sees the spectacle, the expert sees the details. As a high-level soul master, he was more aware of the gap between himself and Xuanzi. Even if there were 5 or 10 of him, he would most likely not be able to defeat the one standing at the pinnacle of the soul master world. Therefore, he did not plan to stay and keep watch with Xuanzi. After all, one person was enough to keep watch. If he went with Xuanzi, he would not be keeping watch, but doing the work. It would be beneath a title Douluo to do everything personally, but he has Xuanzi, a person of high strength and seniority, and he can't disobey his orders. No matter what, he was a title Douluo who had been famous for nearly 100 years. If my soul hunting was to be played around by others, that would be too unbecoming. Therefore, this titled Douluo from the body sect decided not to bother Xuanzi's absolute position. Xuanzi waved his hand casually. To a junior whose seniority and strength were both below his own, there was not much difference between how he looked at that title Douluo and how he looked at Zhang Lexuan. At most, the title Douluo was slightly stronger and slightly less talented, while Zhang Lexuan was slightly less talented and slightly less powerful. However, their talent and strength are likely far inferior to his. After all, there are title Douluo with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings. But not all title Douluo with these can cultivate to level 98. Even if their soul rings are better, level 98 is still a peak that even a top-tier soul master can hardly reach in their lifetime. Zhang Lexuan. Is there anything else? The title Douluo from the body sect was about to leave when he noticed Zhang Lexuan looking at him with an almost pleading gaze, as if she wanted something from him. Why don't you stay here first? It's always better to have an extra layer of insurance. Zhang Lexuan said helplessly that he himself had been tricked by Xuanzi. 10 years ago, during the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master competition, Feng Yao, the captain of the reserve team she led, was tricked to death by Xuanzi. Ling Luokan, who had a good relationship with him, was not killed by Xuanzi. But his team was tricked by Xuanzi so badly that it was a complete replica of the time when he was hunting for soul rings. No, At least I had a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone that time. But Ling Luokan lost out completely. No wonder Ling Luokan didn't come back after the exchange. If it weren't for the fact that Shrek Academy had done me a favor, I wouldn't really want to see Elder Zahn. What are you talking about? With Elder Zahn around, why would we need me to act as insurance? Do you think Elder Zahn would lose track of you? Zhang Lexuan. He really can. Zhang Lexuan felt like crying but had no tears. She knew that Xuanzi might lose track of all of them, but the problem was that he couldn't say it. What did he say? That Xuanzi, the deputy head of Shrek Sea God Pavilion, is unreliable. If she had reached level 98, then this might be something to say, but right now she's not even a title Douluo, so what can be said? He couldn't say anything that would be detrimental to Xuanzi. Elder Zahn would never lose us. Senior sister just thinks that with you here, the two title Douluos can make this soul hunt more secure. With Elder Zahn here, one more or one less won't make a difference. What insurance do you need me for? I'm leaving. The title Douluo of the body sect said and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Bebe watched him leave. He didn't let the conversation continue, in order to help Zhang Lexuan out of the awkward situation and prevent Xuanzi from being dissatisfied with Zhang Lexuan, and also to save Shrek Academy's face. However, his words were interpreted differently by Zhang Lexuan. Ha! He knows perfectly well what I'm afraid of. Is this the kind of man I've ever liked? Well, he only cares about his Tang Ya, she's never liked me. It's all just wishful thinking on my part all this time. Zhang Lexuan smiled bitterly to herself. Fine, I owed Shrek a lot before, this time. I'll just repay Shrek with my life. Chapter 254. With Elder Zahn here, we're definitely in trouble. Senior sister, are you alright? On the way to the Stardo Great Forest, Bei sensed that her senior sister Zahn Ji Lexuan was not doing well and asked her with some concern. It's nothing. What could possibly happen to me? Sister, I'm sorry, but Elder Zahn has already made his decision and we can't change it. I said that to at least ensure that Elder Zahn won't be angry and that you won't be blamed by him later. I know, Zhang Lexuan said, quickening her pace to avoid further contact with Bei. What? Qing Zhang Lexuan's retreating figure as she sped away. Bei didn't chase after her. He loved Tang Ya, not Zhang Lexuan. He had spoken up earlier only to prevent a rift between Xuanzi and Zhang Lexuan. As for continuing to comfort or explain, he wouldn't do anything that would bring him closer to Zhang Lexuan. After all, he only loved Tang Ya, even to the point that he was willing to create his own soul skill for her. Even though that soul skill was originally based on his ancestors, ruling the world. He didn't follow. That's true. His heart wasn't with me to begin with. From beginning to end, it was just me taking care of him out of wishful thinking. But, Zhang Lexuan didn't continue thinking about it. As she ventured deeper into the Stardo Great Forest, her unease grew stronger. This unease reminded her of someone who could stand in her way even if they were level 98. But Zhang Lexuan knew that there was no possibility between them. I wonder if I'll be able to see him one last time before I die. Ha! What am I thinking? How could such a thing be possible? Zhang Lexuan mocked herself inwardly. At this moment, she couldn't even think of what she had liked about Bei back then. When faced with danger, they feel no sense of security whatsoever, and their hearts are not even on their side. After traveling all day, since they had not yet reached the core area and were still relatively safe, they lit a fire that evening as Xuanzi had requested, and Huo Yuhao began grilling the meat. The meat was naturally from a high-level soul beast that was captured on short notice. People who are not from Shrek Academy would be labeled as evil soul masters if they ate soul beast meat and drank soul beast blood, but these things are naturally not considered TNGS that evil soul masters do in Shrek Academy. So Huo Yuhao became the chef and took charge of grilling the meat. As expected, Xuanzi snatched the first portion of roasted meat. However, since the meat was quite large and the soul beast forest was unlikely to lack soul beasts, the group was not in a hurry. Soon, Huo Yuhao made more portions of roasted meat, which received unanimous praise from everyone. After grilling the meat, Huo Yuhao grilled a portion for Mu Shui and then took another portion to Wang Donger, who hadn't come over yet. Try it, it tastes even better with my pancakes on top. Huo Yuhao spoke with a gentle expression. If people didn't know that he was a complete evil soul master, they might actually be fooled by his appearance. Wang Donger glanced at Huo Yuhao, then looked at Mu Shui. Who had come to hunt for spirit rings? I've already turned back into a woman, and you still come looking for me. Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will be jealous? Huo Yuhao shook his head. He wouldn't. He's always trusted me, and besides, aren't we brothers? After escaping from the Sun Moon Empire, Huo Yuhao happened to encounter the body sect. After that, he stayed in the body sect for a while. Although he refused to join the body sect did not shortchange him on anything he was entitled to. In fact, in order to make him feel the warmth of the body sect, they even let Mu Shui stay with him. At first, Mu Shui and Huo Yuhao were just ordinary friends, or even just ordinary friends. But after a story about a pancake, Mu Shui felt sorry for Huo Yuhao and developed feelings for him. Coupled with Huo Yuhao's cooking skills and the fact that he was going through puberty, the two of them gradually became a couple. Although Huo Yuhao still denies being a member of the body sect. The incident with Mu Shui at least confirms that Huo Yuhao is not an enemy of the body sect. In addition, the Ai's martial soul is quite good for the body sect. Therefore, even though Huo Yuhao's talent has been completely exhausted, and even after his martial soul has awakened for the second time, he still cannot improve through normal cultivation. He can only rely on absorbing the soul power and life force of other people or soul beasts to increase his realm. However, the body sect still recognizes this disciple, even though this disciple does not recognize the sect. You say we're brothers. But when you came to see me, were you really thinking that we were just brothers? Wang Donger spoke in an annoyed tone. As someone who shared a martial soul fusion skill with Huo Yuhao, she could sense the changes in him. Wang Donger was certain that Huo Yuhao had come to find her solely because she was beautiful enough, and there was no other reason. Huo Yuhao smiled awkwardly. Wang Donger could see his situation, and he could also see that Wang Donger had seen his situation. Their martial soul fusion skill gave them a general understanding of each other's situation. Go back. You already have a girlfriend. It's really not good for you to come looking for me when it's not time to fight. I've left the food here, remember to eat it. Huo Yuhao SMI led and then placed what he had made next to Wang Donger. He knew it was wrong to go looking for other beauties when he already had a girlfriend, but even if that girlfriend was Wang Donger, who was considered the most beautiful woman in the original work, Huo Yuhao in the original work would still actively approach Wang Chou after confirming his relationship with Wang Donger, whose beauty was no less than Wang Donger's. Not to mention that this time Huo Yuhao's girlfriend was Mu Shui, whose appearance was indeed inferior to Wang Donger's. You're quick to offer your help, aren't you? Mu Shui said with dissatisfaction after Huo Yuhao delivered the barbecue to Wang Donger. He and I are just friends. A friend with a martial soul fusion skill. HMPH, I'm afraid you just want two women to serve one man. Mu Shui said, finding a soft piece of flesh on Huo Yuhao's body, pinching it with two fingernails, and then twisting it hard. Ouch, 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 ouch. It's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. I can do anything in my life, but I would never have two women. My irresponsible father, Duke White Tiger, made my mother and me suffer so much because he had too many wives and concubines. Therefore, I have long decided that I will only have one man for life and never have a second woman. HMPH, you'd better be telling the truth, Mu Shui said viciously. Huo Yuhao has managed to get past Mu Shui for now, so the night passed peacefully, and everyone slept very well the next morning. Thanks to Elder Zan, we not only had barbecue, but we were also able to sleep so comfortably. I hope that hunting for spirit rings will always be this safe in the future. As they continued on their way, a soul master from the body sect had just finished speaking when a pharaoh. See's beast's roar echoed from the depths of the forest. Xuanzi, how dare you come here? Chapter 255. In terms of disappointing people, Elder Zan has never disappointed. With a roar, a huge, terrifying brown bear appeared. Its dark golden claws and terrifying aura, combined with its ability to speak human language, clearly revealed the bear's identity, the sixth of the 10 ferocious beasts. The Lord of the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear, the Bear King. Seeing Shang Jun's appearance, and realizing that they were now close to the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, Zan Zi questioned Shang Jun with a livid face. Bear King, what do you mean? Shrek Academy and Star Do Great Forest have already made peace. According to the rules, we will no longer hunt 100,000-year-old soul beasts, and you cannot attack my students. Xiao Xiao, who came along to hunt for spirit rings? What does this mean? Shrek Academy can't hunt for a 100,000-year spirit ring, so what about the 100,000-year spirit ring they promised her? Is it just an empty promise? Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, and Ling Luokan have all obtained top-tier soul spirits. Xuanzi didn't care about Xiao Xiao's situation, or rather, he couldn't care about Xiao Xiao's situation at this moment. Shang Jun was putting a lot of pressure on him, not to mention that Shang Jun had come out, and he wasn't sure where DTN was. I certainly cannot attack your students, nor can I kill Shrek Academy students on my own initiative, nor can I kill a title Douluo like you. But I did not say I was going to kill you. Xuanzi, would you rather obediently come to another place with me, or would you rather fight here? Let me make this clear first, I don't know what kind of beast tide the aftermath of fighting here will cause. If those mindless soul beasts devour your students, don't blame me for that. Hearing Shang Jun's words, Zanzi gritted his teeth. Fine, we'll go somewhere else, but let's make this clear first. If anything happens to my students, this isn't over. Xuanzi and Shang Jun left, their destination unknown, leaving many Shrek Academy and body sect elites bewildered in the Stardo Great Forest near its core. Zhang Lexuan wasn't surprised at all by Xuanzi's departure. Elder Zan has never disappointed when it comes to being a disappointment. Bei tugged at Zhang Lexuan's sleeve and whispered, Sister, this isn't the time to talk about this. How should we leave now? Because this team was originally designed to have someone with strength comparable to a Super Douluo, and Shrek Academy no longer has any younger generation of 8-ring soul Douluos besides Zhang Lexuan, and the situation on the body sect is not much different, so after Xuanzi left, the only 8-ring soul Douluo in the entire team was Zhang Lexuan. As for the 7-ring soul saint, if either Bei or Long Aocean obtains the 7th soul ring, their team will indeed have a 7-ring soul saint. However, both Bei and Long Aocean's soul ring ratios are already beyond the normal range. Furthermore, in order to avoid a humiliating defeat in the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament, both of them obtained 100,000 year level soul bones. This directly leads to their goal of acquiring soul rings at the 70,000 year level this time. Originally, being able to hunt for a 70,000 year level spirit ring would have been a good thing for them. But once Xuanzi left, this advantage of pursuing a high-level spirit ring directly became their death warrant. Their location was very close to a place where they could hunt spirit rings of 70,000 years or more. This meant that there would be spirit beasts of 50,000 to 60,000 years or even super spirit beasts of lower age but with terrifying combat power in this place. Even for a single 8-ring soul Douluo, or even an 8-ring soul Douluo with a 100,000 year soul ring, it would be impossible to take them away unharmed at this moment. Zhang Lexuan glanced at Bei. But there was no disappointment in her eyes, after all, she had never thought that Bei could do anything. I alone cannot safely bring all of you away from here. If we want to return to Shrek Academy alive, our strength must be raised by one level as a whole, and this process cannot take too long. For us now, the longer we stay, the more danger we will face. I understand. Long Aocean nodded. Zhang Lexuan's meaning was clear. There was no time to equip everyone with the best spirit rings now. To survive, they had to absorb spirit rings as soon as possible, OBT. Gain a new spirit skill or martial spirit true body, and raise their strength to a higher level. However, under such haste, no one is destined to obtain a high-level spirit ring that suits them, and under these circumstances, no one is allowed to spend several hours absorbing spirit rings. What they should do now is find a relatively weak soul beast, kill it, and absorb its soul ring as quickly as possible to rapidly increase their combat power and make it possible for them to leave this place. Soul beasts that can be killed and absorbed quickly are destined to have weaker soul rings. In fact, even people like Bei and Long Aocean, who are about to reach the Soul Saint realm, cannot absorb soul rings that are more than 20,000 years old, because that would take too much time. As for her people who are preparing to rely on soul rings to become soul emperors, the soul rings they absorb will only be worse. For Long Aocean and Bei, absorbing a 10,000 year soul ring wouldn't be too slow. And the time wasted wouldn't be much. But for them, even a soul ring that had just reached the 10,000 year level would take them a considerable amount of time to absorb, and the time was fatal for them at the moment. At this moment, they can only be allowed to obtain a spirit ring that can only slightly improve their cultivation level. In other words, for the sake of the overall situation, their 6th spirit ring can only absorb a 1,000-year level spirit ring. Although that 1,000-year level spirit ring can last for more than 8,000 years, a 1,000-year LD spirit ring that lasts for more than 8,000 years is still a 1,000-year-old spirit ring. In addition, it is a 1,000-year spirit ring that is the 6th spirit ring. They will probably never become a super Douluo in the future. In fact, due to the defects of the 6th spirit ring, the difficulty of becoming a title Douluo will be greatly increased. But at this time, they have no choice. If their 6th soul ring increases their overall soul power by 1 level, they might still have a chance to leave the Stardo Great Forest. If they don't improve their strength, they won't even be able to return alive. Let alone in the future. Therefore, most soul masters could only silently accept this unfortunate sixth soul ring. After all, their soul rings were still better in comparison. Their soul ring ratio of yellow, purple, black, and purple was unpleasant to look at, but it was still much better than Huo Yuhao's soul ring ratio of yellow, purple, white, black, and purple. Their sixth spirit rings, especially the purple ones, only locked a certain limit to their talents. Huo Yuhao's sixth spirit ring was like adding insult to injury. With that kind of spirit ring combination, he was probably even worse than a spirit emperor with 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black ring. Without some special means, he would be doomed to never become a spirit saint. Chapter 256. I weep for the deceased, my tears falling like rain. After quickly finding some spirit rings to temporarily meet their needs, the many geniuses from Shrek Academy and Body Sect began to break through the encirclement. I'm sorry, sis, I should have supported you back then, Bebe said to Zhang Lexuan. If he and Zhang Lexuan had stood together back then, 2 geniuses, that title Douluo would have needed to think twice. If the title Douluo from the Body Sect were here, they wouldn't need to try to escape the Stardo Great Forest at all. With a title Douluo, whose combat power is close to that of a Super Douluo, plus Zhang Lexuan, even if they weren't all equipped with the most suitable spirit rings, the spirit rings they were equipped with would definitely not be bad. And they wouldn't need to flee for their lives in such a sorry state. What's the point of saying anything at a time like this? If we really run into danger, you and Long Aotian should just take the others and leave. Zhang Lexuan said nonchalantly. Hearing Zhang Lexuan's words, Bebe sensed something was wrong. Sis, what do you mean by this? It means exactly what it says. I will let you go back alive to repay Shrek Academy for all their kindness, but I don't think you can go back. Besides, I don't want to kneel down and beg Elder Zahn not to leave again. Sister, don't talk nonsense. With our strength, we are more than capable of safely returning to Shrek Academy. Although our 7th spirit ring isn't very good, when Long Aotian and I go all out, we're still not much weaker than an average soul Douluo. Add to that your strength, and our team can even be considered powerful. Unless we encounter a 100,000-year-old spirit beast or a few evil spirit masters who are soul Douluos, we are fully capable of leaving safely. But whether it's a 100,000-year-old soul beast or a soul Douluo of an evil soul master, unless Teacher Zahn is an undercover agent of an evil soul master, how could we possibly happen to encounter several soul Douluos of evil soul masters? Almost as soon as Bebe finished speaking, they encountered 3 unfriendly-looking old men on their way. He. Where are you bunch of little devils running off to in such a panic? The 3 Zhongli brothers came to the Stardo Great Forest for the soul of a 10,000-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear. At this time, they saw a team whose strength was not weak and should not have provoked them. However, the team was obviously in a state of running for their lives. The principle of striking while the iron is hot is especially true for evil spirit masters, since these spirit masters are high-quality cultivation resources for them. 3 seniors, we have urgent business to attend to and need to leave. Please do not stop us. If you leave, Shrek Academy and the Body Sect will remember this kindness. Princess Vina stepped forward to negotiate with the 3 Zhongli brothers. He was almost certain that the Body Sect and Shrek Academy's power was enough to deter ordinary soul masters from doing anything to them, but hey, Shrek Academy, Body Sect, others might be wary of your past, but the 3 of us won't. We're here to take down Shrek Academy and Body Sect. The 3 Zhongli brothers licked their lips. Originally, their eyes were only slightly excited, but when He heard about the Body Sect and Shrek Academy, they became even more excited. There wasn't a single elderly person who was clearly a senior among them, and given their current desperate state of fleeing for their lives, the situation was so obvious that it didn't even require much analysis to draw a conclusion. They might not dare to provoke Shrek Academy and Body Sect members who usually vent. You're deep into the Stardo Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings, but this Shrek Academy, whose leader is clearly missing and everyone is preparing to flee, is not only someone they dare to provoke, but someone they really want to provoke. After all, the soul of a genius is a rare and valuable resource for cultivation. You 3, do you really think Shrek Academy and the Body Sect are easy to bully? Long Aotian stepped forward, and everything around him seemed to follow his momentum. Combined with the ratio of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings, it was enough to make even ordinary soul Douluos wary. But this time, they were facing no ordinary soul master. The 3 Zhongli brothers released their spirit rings. Their cultivation levels as soul Douluos, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, were not frightening. What was frightening was that each of them took out a level 8 spirit tool grade skull staff. With the appearance of the staff, dozens or even hundreds of spirit beast souls appeared, revealing their identities as evil spirit masters. An evil soul master. The pupils of the Shrek Academy and the body sect members shrank. Aren't you Shrek Academy? Why members always eliminating evil spirit masters? Do you have any methods to deal with them? Hurry up and use them. Mu Shui whispered to the Shrek spirit masters beside her, leaving them speechless. Methods to deal with evil spirit masters. Where would they get methods to deal with evil spirit masters? To deal with a death messenger who was a 5-ring soul king and didn't even have a 10,000-year soul ring. They mobilized elites of the Shrek 7 Devils level, but in the end, they almost got wiped out by mistake. As for these 3 evil soul masters at the Soul Douluo level, there are probably even titled Douluo among them. Shrek Academy's choice would only be to avoid their sharp edge and not antagonize them. Shrek Academy is known as invincible among its peers because of its better soul ring ratio than that of ordinary soul masters. However, this does not mean that they are truly invincible among their peers. When facing a soul master who is not sure if they are an evil soul master, they can judge whether the other party is an evil soul master based on whether they can beat them or not. But if they really encounter an evil soul master that they cannot beat, what can they do? To determine if the other party is not an evil spirit master, you have to wait until those evil spirits are wary of your side and give you face. However, the 3 evil spirit masters on their side had clearly shown an overwhelming advantage over them. They wanted to leave them by determining that the other side was not an evil spirit master, but what could they do if the other side disagreed? These people were obviously after them. I knew it. Elder Xuan's team would not allow any of us to leave safely in the end. Sis, you're making it sound like Elder Zan is some kind of supreme elder of evil soul masters. Bei Bei muttered to herself, but Zhang Lexuan didn't even glance at him this time. Zhang Lexuan stepped forward. You guys go first, I'll take care of these 3. Can you beat him by yourself? Long Aotian asked Zhang Lexuan. It can't be that bad, can it? 3 evil soul masters at the Soul Douluo level. If we fight them at full strength, we might not be able to win. Vina stopped mid-sentence, because after thinking about it carefully, she realized that they really couldn't beat them. These 3 evil soul masters, at the Soul Douluo level, are comparable to 3 ordinary title Douluos. Let's go. I'll take care of the 3 of them. That will be enough to repay Shrek Academy's kindness. Let's go. We can't beat 3 soul masters at the Soul Douluo level. Many members of Shrek Academy and the body sect ultimately decided to leave, their rationality prevailing over their emotions, but the 3 Zhongli brothers would not allow it. You want to leave? All of you stay here. The 3 Zhongli brothers tried to stop the crowd, but at this moment Zhang Lexuan stepped forward. Instantly, her hair turned gray-white, her eyes turned blood red. Her skin turned an eerie white, and there were many red patterns on her body. Above its left eye, a bright red spider lily appeared, and then the moon martial soul gradually formed a long sword. Soul bone. This domain. It's a void domain that only the blood demon tree king, which is 100,000 years old, has a small chance of producing. Holy maiden. Holy maiden. Zhang Lexu. And ignored the words of the Zhongli brothers. As blood tears flowed from her right eye, she drew out the katana that had been transformed by the moon martial soul's 100,000-year-old soul skill. I weep for the deceased. My tears falling like rain. Chapter 257 Poison Never Dies. Is Xuanzi the Supreme Elder of the Evil Soul Master? Shrek Academy Inner Courtyard, Sea God Pavilion. Deep within the Sea God Pavilion, in a specially designed cultivation chamber, a powerful energy surged wildly into the body of an old man. As a large amount of energy was absorbed and compressed, the energy gath within the Sea God Pavilion gradually formed a new crystal within the old man's body. This crystal was none other than the second soul core, representing the pinnacle of a title Douluo and belonging to the limit Douluo level. When the second soul core gradually condensed successfully within his body, it also marked that the old man had officially reached the limit of a title Douluo, namely, the limit Douluo. Finally, I've broken through. Jinpeng, if only you were still alive. If I had this strength during the beast tide, you wouldn't have been killed by those ferocious beasts. The Igonal Sect Master and current Sea God Pavilion Master, Poison Undying, shook his head with a wry smile. If it weren't for the life or death battle during the beast tide, he wouldn't have gained enlightenment in the face of life and death. And wouldn't have had the opportunity to break through to the limit Douluo level. He has now successfully reached the level of limit Douluo, but several high ranking members of the body sect have died in that beast tide. The body sect, which originally had a number of title Douluos in the double digits, now has less than 20 title Douluos, even with the addition of Shrek Academy's title Douluos. This has greatly dampened Poison Undi's good mood after just emerging from seclusion. Forget it, there's no use thinking about it so much. I have already broken through to the limit Douluo level, and the body sect has a new generation led by Long Aotian. In addition, there are the geniuses of Shrek Academy. As long as they don't get into trouble, the Bo Dai sect and Shrek Academy will have a promising future. Poison Undying automatically filtered out Xiao Cheng and Mu Qingshui's talents. Those two special individuals were indeed incomparable, but Lan Aotian was definitely a first-class genius. If he could obtain two 100,000-year soul rings, Long Aotian might be able to inherit his mantle and lead the body sect and Shrek Academy to survive in this turbulent period. That kid Aotian. I wonder if he has broken through to the Soul Saint level after so long. Dubusi left his secluded chamber, ready to share this joy with the core members of the body sect and Shrek Academy. And at the same time reassure them that Shrek Academy still has a limit Douluo in charge, and is not in a state of being completely at the mercy of others. Where is Aotian? Dubusi searched all over Shrek Academy but couldn't find Long Aotian. So he went to the title Douluo from the body sect who was in charge of helping Long Aotian obtain a soul ring. Old Zhao, where is Aotian? We've searched the entire inner courtyard of Shrek Academy but haven't found him anywhere. Sect Master, Aotian has reached level 70 and gone to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt for a soul ring. He went to hunt for a spirit ring. Why didn't you go with him? Poison Immortal frowned, but at this moment he did not realize the seriousness of the situation. After all, when it comes to hunting for spirit rings, unless you're a low-level spirit master with absolutely no power or influence, who would go without a powerful senior accompanying them? Especially since the spirit rings that Long Aotian wants to hunt for far exceed the limit that a normal 7-ring spirit saint can absorb. It's like this, Sect Master. Normally, I should be the one to go and help Aotian hunt for a soul ring. But before we were about to set off, Elder Zahn came over. He felt that I might not be able to handle this kind of thing, which was for the top geniuses of our younger generation to hunt for soul rings. So Elder Zahn resolutely decided to take my place and lead Aotian and the others to hunt for soul rings. I see. I can rest assured now that Xuanzi is here. No sooner had Du Bi Yu Si finished speaking than he saw Yan Xiaojie staring at him with his mouth agape. What's wrong, Xiaojie? Old Zhao, what were you talking about with the pavilion master just now? Who led Aotian and the others to obtain spirit rings? Quote. The title Douluo known as Old Zhao was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Elder Zahn. What's wrong? Yan Xiaojie looked at Dubusi with a serious expression. Sect Master. In order for the geniuses of Shrek Academy and the talents of the body sect to survive, please go to the Stardo Great Forest to check on the situation of Long Aotian and the others. What do you mean? Upon hearing Yan Xiaojie's words, Dubusi keenly sensed that something seemed amiss. Yan Xiaojie didn't want to continue, since that was a stain on Shrek Academy, but Dubusi was staring intently at him. And the mental pressure from the limit Douluo's aura forced him to speak. Elder Zahn. A few years ago, when you, as a level 98 title Douluo, first led the Soul Masters to hunt for soul rings. A total of 12 top geniuses from Shrek Academy went. Those 12 people needed at least the 7th soul ring, most of them needed the 8th soul ring, and on. Of them even needed the 9th soul ring. In general, only someone like Elder Zahn, who was a level 98, would suffer such a fate. So Elder Zahn took action that time, but somehow, Elder Zahn and many students got separated. To make matters worse, they also encountered a 100,000-year-old soul beast. In the end, only 4 of the 12 people survived. Alas, of those 4, only Zhang Lexuan was unharmed. After Yan Xiaojie finished speaking, Dubusi's eye twitched. I won't even mention how a level 98 guy managed to lose track of a whole group of people. Such a big incident, losing so many geniuses. And Shrek Academy didn't punish him at all. You also know our teacher. That is, the former Sea God Pavilion Master, Elder Mu. At that time, he was already nearing the end of his life. And the position of Sea God Pavilion Master should normally only be passed on to Elder Zahn, so in the end. What happened in the end? In the end, Zhang Lexuan, the only one who was completely unharmed, knelt down and begged Elder Zahn not to leave. Shrek Academy couldn't do without him, so Elder Zahn stayed at Shrek Academy. Poison Undying. He led a team to hunt for spirit rings but lost track of the person, resulting in extremely heavy casualties. Afterwards, the only survivor had to kneel down and beg him not to leave. Poison Undying suddenly felt that his body sect was not so domineering after all. Compared with Shrek Academy, the body sect seemed much better. After all, the body sect was not as bad as that. It was indeed Xuanzi's fault in this matter, but one mistake cannot completely negate Xuanzi's achievements. One thing doesn't mean anything, but the problem is that there's more than just one thing. Poison Undying had a bad feeling. What does this mean? You know about the last Continental Advanced Soul Master tournament, where our contestant was killed by an evil Soul Master, right? Originally, it was just a Soul King with a 3 yellow and 2 purple Soul Ring ratio. We thought that Shrek Academy's elite team would be enough to deal with it, not to mention that Elder Zahn was backing us up. He, a level 98 title Douluo, couldn't protect so many students. Not only did we fail to protect the students, but that Soul King even escaped. Yan Xiaojie was a little embarrassed to say it out loud. A level 98 character let a level 50-something escape. Is he a supreme elder of the evil soul masters? Chapter 258 Long A Ocean, Fallen. Dubusi couldn't believe what Yan Xiaojie said. If it was understandable for a level 98 title Douluo to lose track of someone in the Stardow Great Forest, it was truly incomprehensible that a level 98 could let a 5-ring Soul King escape. It should be noted that level 98 is already the peak of Super Douluo. Even the most ordinary pressure is something that ordinary Soul Kings and Soul Emperors cannot withstand. In the end, Xuanzi actually let a Soul King escape right under his nose. Poison Bu. Couldn't imagine how a 5-ring Soul King could escape from the hands of a level 98 being, except that Xuanzi was the supreme elder of evil soul masters and saw the talent of that 5-ring Soul K in the field of evil soul masters and took pity on him. Especially considering that he also killed several Shrek elites. Sect Master. Elder Zahn is not the supreme elder of the evil soul masters. He is just occasionally unreliable in terms of ability. A level 98 Soul King who can reach the 5th ring ran away, and someone who doesn't even have a 10,000-year soul ring ran away. They come this far and you still call them something. Poisonous Undying felt a headache coming on. How could he not have seen that Zahn was such an unreliable existence? He could even fight him before, although he was suppressed by him in his normal state. But normally, his strength shouldn't be enough to do something like this. Yan Xiaojie smiled helplessly. Elder Zahn sometimes does do some problematic things when he's drunk. There's more to it than a problem. It's nothing serious. Everyone makes mistakes, even if it's just once or twice. Although I can't understand how Xuanzi made a mistake, it's just 1 or 2 accidents. It's not like every time something goes wrong. How could Aoshin and his gang of kids happen to encounter such a coincidence? Whether Dubusi was comforting himself or simply didn't want to admit that Xuanzi, his former rival, was useless and that he himself was useless, Dubusi was still somewhat skeptical of Xuanzi's leadership when the incident happened. It wasn't until he saw Yan Xiaojie's hesitant expression that his heart skipped a beat. What other unreliable things has Xuanzi done? After that, Elder Zahn led the team to hunt for Spirit Rin GS in the Stardow Great Forest twice more. One of the times, Feng Yao, the captain of the Shrek 7 Devils after Zhang Lexuan, who was already level 74 at the age of 25, and his entire team died. Only Huo Yuhao was saved by Elder Zahn. Another time was when I led some soul masters to hunt for the 3rd and 4th soul rings. Poison Undying was dumbfounded. How could a level 98 Super Douluo make a mistake while leading a group to hunt down the 3rd and 4th souls? There were more than a dozen people when they went, but in the end, apart from Elder Zahn, only one teacher and Ning Tian, Lan Susu, and Lan Luoluo survived. In addition, Elder Mu had left Shrek Sea God Pavilion for a period of time before, and during that time, several titled Douluos of evil soul masters rushed into Shrek Academy and took away Ma Xiaotao from the previous all-continent advanced soul master competition, Wu Ming and Han Ruro, geniuses from Shrek Inner Academy. It wasn't until after they left that Elder Zahn, who was drunk, arrived late. Damn it. Why didn't you say this sooner? All soul Douluos and title Douluos from the body sect and Shrek Academy must immediately head to the Stardew Great Forest to rescue Long Aoshin and the numerous students from Shrek Academy and the body sect. Sensing that something was wrong, Dubusi didn't hesitate at all and immediately flew towards the Stardow Great Forest. At the same time, he didn't forget to send a telepathic message to all the elders of the Shrek Sea God Pavilion and the Soul Douluo and title Douluo of the body sect. Under The orders of the Sea God Pavilion Master and the Body Sect Master, Soul Douluos and title Douluos set out to rescue the Body Sect and Shrek Academy Soul Masters who were oblivious to their fate in the Stardow Great Forest. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Among humans, your talent is quite good. It's a pity that you are only a 7-ring soul saint. Compared to me, your strength is far inferior. A 100,000-year-old crystal bear bit off Long Aotian's left arm, munching on it while making a mocking remark. At this moment, Long Aotian had not only lost his left arm, but also suffered severe injuries to his right arm. His left leg was completely gone from the thigh down, and even his abdomen was torn open. His internal organs did not spill out, not because Long Aotian's abdominal injury was minor, but because his SK in martial soul allowed him to protect his internal organs from spillage. In fact, his internal organs had already been injured by the 100,000-year-old crystal bear in front of him. Long Aotian is saint, ill standing because Vina is still behind him, as are many of his original sect members who recognize him as their leader. He is also the only one who can rely on the second awakening of his original martial soul to reach a level close to that of an 8-ring soul Douluo. Despite being only a soul Douluo close to the 8th ring, his cultivation level was quite weak against the crystal bear, AC Reacher with a bloodline equivalent to a 100,000-year-old soul beast of level 93 to 94 in humans. However, apart from him, even the strongest among the others, such as Bei Bei, would only face a one-sided massacre against this 100,000-year-old crystal bear. Even if bears and tigers are not the best among their own species, as long as they are associated with these two animals, they will definitel. Why not be beast kings below the 3rd tier? Facing them, even a level 95 Super Douluo will not have an easy time surviving, let alone this group of soul masters who have not even reached the soul Douluo level. I'm sorry, Vina, I probably won't be able to protect you anymore. Aotian. Don't say that. We still have a way. No, I've reached my limit. I'll run as far as I can, and I'll do everything I can to stop it. Ha. Trying to run away. Do you really think I'm made of clay? After many soul masters showed their intention to escape, the crystal bear stopped torturing them and instead chose to unleash its full power. In less than half a minute, Long Aotian died under the crystal bear's claws, his head being gnawed off by the bear. No. Vina cried out in pain. Under her agony, the soul skill, Banshee's Howl, was performed at a level far exceeding its normal capacity. However, the gap between her and the crystal bear was too great. It was impossible to cross 3 or more realms under normal circumstances. Therefore, her shrill screams could not even stop the crystal bear. The huge gap in realms meant that her almost blood-weeping wails could only make the crystal bear pick its ears. It's so noisy. As Crystal Bear was saying this, it prepared to send Vina into its belly to reunite with Long Aotian, but at this moment, Bei Bei stepped forward and punched him. Shaw Fist. Thoughts flow like a spring. Chapter 259. Zhang Lexuan, you should serve the Holy Sun along with the other holy maidens. When Long Aotian stood in front of Vina, willing to die, Bei Bei couldn't help but think of Tang Ya. He was certain of one thing. If Tang Ya were in danger, he would stand in front of her just as Long Aotian had stood in front of Vina. For this reason, his soul skill, which was modified by Mu Engine Lintianja, reached its peak at this moment because of his longing for Tang Ya. Shaw Fist. Thoughts flow like a spring. Nian Yazhao. Never forget it. Bei Apam. For all eternity. Xiaoya, Xiaoya, Xiaoya. By channeling all his soul power and mental energy into his fists, claws, and palms, and with 3 roars of longing for Tang Ya, Bei Bei actually managed to forcefully repel the crystal bear, causing it to momentarily lose its senses. Afterwards, Bei Bei was dragged away by the group. After using the soul skill modified by Jun Lin Tian Sha, Bei Bei fell into weakness. The 100,000-year-old crystal bear fell into a state similar to dizziness. However, without Zhang Lazan, the 8-ring soul Douluo, Bei Bei and Long Ao Tian, the 2 soul saints, faced a bear-type soul beast with strong attack and defense among soul beasts. The group wisely chose to run away. Although they all knew the crystal bear's weakness, that weakness was Samet. Hingda could only be considered a weakness relative to beings of the same or at most a level lower. A group of soul emperors whose attack power was somewhat inferior to that of a 7-ring soul Saw. Int after their second awakening of their main body martial soul would only cause the crystal bear to wake up faster due to pain if they attacked the crystal bear's weakness with all their might, leaving them no chance to escape. Their choices were all correct, but correct choices do not guarantee their survival. Bear-type spirit beasts are characterized by high attack and high defense, and their speed is not particularly fast. But all of that is based on being above the level of other spirit beasts. Not everyone or every soul beast can catch up to a level 98 soul king who is familiar with the terrain. Just like the Supreme Elder. Even though Shrek Academy had used their fastest acceleration methods, and even though the Crystal Bear had been stunned by Bei Bei's combat skills and given them a lot of space, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. Before they could even reach the outer area, the Crystal Bear had already caught up with them. The moment the Crystal Bear caught up, every Soul Master, whether from Shrek Academy or Body Sect, knew it was over. Huang Qiu Tian, the only one whose combat power approached that of an 8-ring Soul Douluo, was already dead. Bei Bei's ability to influence a 100,000-year-old Soul Beast, comparable to a tidal Douluo, with an attack from a 7-ring Soul Saint, hinged on two key premises. First, that Soul Beast wasn't skilled in mental power. Second, that attack could only be unleashed under extremely depleted mental strength and under specific circumstances. That kind of attack was no longer sustainable, and at this point, Bei Bei was already the weakest link among them all. Run. I'd like to see where you can run to. You'd better become my food. The Crystal Bear swung its paw, using no soul skills, but simple. Why overwhelming the opponent with sheer power? However, given its status as a 100,000-year-old soul beast, that overwhelming power was enough to be fatal. Wang Yangfang. As the Crystal Bear's paws fell, Wang Yangfang, whose martial soul was his hands, transformed into Wang Yangfang Chan, a young and outstanding figure in his original body who was not yet 20 years old but had already reached the cultivation level of a soul emperor. Humans are so weak, they've made me lose my appetite. It's definitely more comfortable to eat them alive. With Wang Yangfang killed by a single slap, the soul masters of Shrek Academy and Body Sect were filled with despair. Facing a 100,000-year-old soul beast, they knew that it was impossible for everyone to escape. Therefore, they chose to split into two groups to ensure that at least some of them could return to Shrek Academy alive. The group that ran faster was fine and would not be caught by the Crystal Bear for a while, but the group that ran slow was now regretting that they were not agility type. Scatter. Scatter. All of you. But Mushue, if we disperse, none of us will be able to go back. Our physical strength and power are insufficient to support us all to return to Shrek. Quote. At this point, do you think we have even the slightest chance of getting back alive? At least let their side have a better chance of survival. HMPH, dream on. None of you will escape. The Crystal Bear pounced, grabbing Mu Shui with one paw and starting to bite her. Just as it was about to pounce on the others, a shout from hundreds of meters away came through. Stop. A titled Douluo from Shrek Academy quickly flew towards the Crystal Bear, trying to save the remaining members of the Body Sect and the Shrek students. However, the Crystal Bear CL Early had no intention of listening to him and instead sped up its movements, ensuring that none of the Soul Masters in the team, whether from Shrek or Body Sect, survived. You're asking for it. The Shrek Academy's titled Douluo roared. This time, those who went to the Stardow Great Forest were the most elite young generation of Shrek Academy and Body Sect. Now, there are only a few left alive. Even the young sect master of Body Sect, Huang Qiu Tian, is dead. How could the Shrek Academy members bear this? They immediately used their 9th soul skill to attack the Crystal Bear. But at this moment, the Crystal Bear showed no intention of defending against the soul skill. What? Do you still want to kill me and then trigger another beast tide? The 9th soul skill, which was originally about to land on the Crystal Bear, was suddenly interrupted, and the Shrek Academy's titled Douluo glared at him angrily. What do you mean? Does your Stardow Great Forest want to break the treaty? You were the ones who broke the treaty first, not only threatening the 100,000-year-old soul beasts but also ZG and the Demon King. Let me tell you people above, if Shrek Academy and the Body Sect dare to set foot in the Stardow Great Forest in the future, they won't be as lucky as they were this time, and there won't be many of them surviving. After the 100,000-year-old Crystal Bear finished speaking, the Shrek Academy's titled Douluo was drenched in cold sweat. Whose idea is this? Naturally, it's the will of all the soul beasts in my Stardow Great Forest. The 100,000-year-old Crystal Bear turned and left. He wasn't worried about this Shrek Academy titled Douluo attacking him, because if he dared to make a move, Shrek Academy would face a new beast tide. After being ridden on the neck and defecated on by Shrek Academy and the Body Sect, and even having shit stuffed into his mouth, DTN finally stopped caring about his master's grand plan and began to show his domineering side. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. It seems we almost accidentally got caught in a terrible vortex. Indeed, it's fortunate that we were able to deal with that dark gold Terrorclaw bear quickly. The three Zhongli brothers spoke with lingering fear, saying that after they left, several powerful forces flew towards the Stardow Great Forest. Fortunately, they dealt with Zhong Lexuan in time. The eldest of the 3 Zhongli brothers touched the storage soul tool containing Zhong Lexuan. They must have come to rescue you, but alas, they are too late. You should return to the holy sect with us and the others. And serve the Holy Sun well with the other holy maidens. Chapter 260 Poisons can't kill Xuanzi. Look at what you've done. Xuanzi. Then I'll leave. Zhong Lexuan, who was being held by the Zhongli brothers, did not utter a word of rebuttal. She knew that it would be useless to argue at this time, saying that she would rather die than serve the so-called Holy Sun with the other holy maidens. Woe. ULD only invite ridicule from the Zhongli brothers. She will only accumulate soul power, waiting for an opportunity, a chance to meet the so-called holy sons and daughters. At that time, she will unleash her last bit of soul power and perish together with them. You're not saying anything. I thought you'd say something tough. But that's fine, it saves me a lot of trouble. I just wonder if you'll still remain silent after you give birth to the holy child. Hey. The 3 Zhongli brothers quickly took Zhong Lexuan back to the Holy Spirit cult of the Sun Moon Empire, preparing to offer him to the Holy Son of the Holy Spirit cult. Ellipsis. Are you all the only ones left? Dubusi looked at the few who had escaped death. As a level 99 limit Douluo, he was on the verge of tears. This time, Xuanzi brought elites from both Shrek Academy and Body Sect. All of them were capable of reaching level 55 or even a 6-ring Soul Emperor before the age of 20. Those people are all at least Soul Douluo level, normally titled Douluo level, and even have a good chance of becoming Super Douluo. They are the true elites of Body Sect and Shrek Academy, and the future of Shrek Academy and Body Sect. Now, not only have several silver and bronze level awakened spirit masters died, but Zhong Lexuan and Long Aotian, who were both guaranteed Super Douluo and had a chance to break through to limit Douluo in the future, are also gone. How can anyone stand this kind of poison? Of the dozen or so people who went there, only 5 survived. Bei, Vina, Xiao, Wang Donger, and Huo Yuhao. The casualty rate exceeded 2/3. It's a miracle they didn't die from the poison or collapse. Grandpa. Aotian was eaten by the crystal bear. Vina cried, so angry that Dubusi wanted to go and fight DTN to the death. But the poison didn't kill him. He kept bottling up his anger until he finally swallowed it all back down. The last beast tide was fought with all the might of Shrek Academy and the Body Sect. Even under such circumstances, it was only by relying on Muen's last remaining soul to improve Zanzi's condition that DTN was not involved in the main battlefield of the beast tide. Even if Muen's remnant soul were no longer present, as the beast god of the Stardo Great Forest, how could he have been controlled by the same move twice in just a few years? If no one can restrain DTN, then he will have to face DTN, while Zanzi will face Shangjun. Zanzi's side is a little easier to deal with, but he will definitely be defeated, especially after the last beast tide. They even captured Bai Ji, who did not want to participate in the war, and negotiated with DTN, which made the Stardo Great Forest somewhat united against a common enemy. If they fought another battle, he and Xuanzi could hold on, but who could withstand the army of 100,000-year-old soul beasts led by the Crimson King? Crimson King is indeed weak among the 10 great ferocious beasts. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, which is 1 level higher than him, can easily overwhelm him. However, that is in the high-level battlefield. His cultivation of over 300,000 years means that he is comparable to a human level 97 in terms of cultivation. On Shrek Academy's side, the level 97 Elder Song is dead, and the Golden Rock, whose strength is comparable to level 97, has also died in battle. Yan Xiaojie, who is level 96, is now the highest combat power of the Body Sect and Shrek Academy besides himself and Xuanzi. As for Xiaojie, without his original martial soul undergoing a second awakening, he ultimately cannot defeat the Crimson King, who is equivalent to level 97. Moreover, Bai Ji will definitely participate in the battle when the beast tide opens again. And the soul beasts will have an additional healing type limit Douluo. This is enough to be the last straw that breaks Shrek Academy's back. Let's retreat first. Our Body Sect and Shrek Academy will remember this debt. We can only endure it now because we are not strong enough, but one day these soul beasts will pay the price. Poison Undying put an end to the matter, ultimately not seeking revenge against the Crystal Bear and triggering another beast tide. He simply instructed people to collect as many remains as possible of the students who went to the Stardo Great Forest as possible. And also to recover the soul bones of Shrek Academy. Twilight Snow. Huo Yuhao stared silently at Mu Shui's corpse, his eyes filled with sorrow. Yuhao, don't be sad. Mu Shui wouldn't want you to be like this either. Wang Donger came to Huo Yuhao's side to comfort him. Originally, Huo Yuhao should have been on the same team as Mu Shui, but Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger had a spirit fusion skill. As long as the two of them made contact, Huo Yuhao's spirit power and Wang Donger's spirit power would merge together, which would speed up Wang Donger. Therefore, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger stayed in the same team. Wang Donger. Do you think, when our senior brother controlled the crystal bear, if we had used our spirit fusion skill on it, would Mu Shui and the others have survived? Wang Donger shook her head. I can't. Although you haven't told me about your changes, you haven't sought me out to cultivate together since you came back. Clearly, you know the state of your martial spirit better than I do. The you of the past. Wang Donger paused for a moment, then told the truth. You don't have that unique aura of an evil soul master. Yuhao. I don't know what you've been through. But your martial soul is clearly completely different after its second awakening. Although our martial souls seem to be able to fuse perfectly, as if my martial soul was born and made to be with yours. I know that if we use the martial soul fusion skill again, what we release will definitely not be the dazzling withered golden path, but another martial soul fusion skill of unknown origin. The time is obviously not the time for us to test the martial soul fusion skill. I see. Huo Yuhao said casually. He was not surprised by Wang Donger's words. Just as Wang Donger said, he understood the situation of his own martial soul better than Wang Donger. Ellipsis. Inside Shrek's Sea God Pavilion. Xuanzi. You dare to come back. Look at the mess you've made this time. When Xuanzi returned to the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek Academy, Debussy cursed and tried to beat him up. Doesn't he have any idea what his situation is? He's already killed so many people, yet he still dares to lead people into the Stardo Great Forest. If he doesn't die from the poison, I'm starting to suspect that Xuanzi is a spy sent by the Empire. Calm down, Pavilion Master. The dead cannot be brought back to life. No matter how you punish Elder Zan, it will be useless. Yan Xiaojie and the others were originally stopped by the Shrek members. Xuanzi was the second strongest in the Sea God Pavilion and the leader of them. The original members of the Sea God Pavilion. The elders of Shrek absolutely could not watch Xuanzi be severely punished. Seeing Dubussy's murderous look at him, Xuanzi sighed helplessly. I know that I have committed grave sins this time. Since that is the case, I request to leave the Sea God Pavilion as a form of punishment for me. Poison Undying. Chapter 261. The final disposal of Xuanzi. There's no need for that. After a moment of silence, Dubuc gritted his teeth and said. Let Xuanzi get out of Shrek Academy. With his level 98 strength, it wouldn't matter where he goes after he leaves Shrek Academy. Even those who originally belonged to the Douluo Three Kingdoms would have received even higher treatment because there were no strong individuals like him. Sending him out of Shrek Academy is not a punishment. With his strength, he would only thrive more if he left Shrek Academy. After all, no one wants to deliberately offend a level 98 title Douluo. Moreover, can Shrek Academy still function without Xuanzi? Shrek Academy isn't particularly strong to begin with, and it's at a disadvantage whether facing the Sun Moon Empire or the Stardo Great Forest. If Xuanzi leaves, Shrek Academy will lose not only a young generation of geniuses, but also one of its top powerhouses. Therefore, even though Debussy was furious and wanted to tear Xuanzi apart when he learned that Long Aotian and the others had been tricked to death by Xuanzi, he ultimately chose to swallow his anger after being angry for a long time. The loss of a high level combatant at level 98 is something that neither Shrek Academy nor the body sect can afford. You are never allowed to take any students to the Stardo Great Forest again. Not even teachers. Faced with a combat power of level 98, even Poison Undying, who was known for his domineering nature, ultimately couldn't bring himself to kill him. At this moment, Dubuc was somewhat nostalgic for the past. Back then, Zan Zi was still his enemy. Although Mu N's presence prevented him from doing whatever he wanted, at least he wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation. Maybe I should just leave. I've made such a huge mistake. Ruining the entire body sect and Shrek Academy's younger generation like this. I really have no face to stay in the academy any longer. Seeing Debussy gritting his teeth and swallowing his anger, Xuanzi still decided to pursue his own responsibility and kick him out of Shrek Academy, but just at this moment. Elder Zan, Shrek Academy can't do without you. Bebe knelt down on the ground with a thud, pleading with Xuanzi to stay with tears streaming down her face. Immediately afterwards, Vina, Xiao Xiao, Huo Yuhao, and even Wang Donger, who had Eli escaped with their lives from the Stardo Great Forest and were arranged to recuperate at the Sea God Pavilion, all knelt down. Elder Zan, you can't leave. Shrek Academy can't live without you. Oh, you. How could you? Oh, children, I have wronged you all. How can you kneel down before me? Elder Zahn, please retract your decision and stay at Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy truly cannot do without you. Alas, you. I have wronged you all. So be it, so be it. I will use my meager strength to protect Shrek Academy. Let me, the sinner of Shrek Academy, atone for my sins in the future. Poison undying. When Yan Xiaojie spoke of it before, Dubusi's feelings were limited, but now that he has witnessed this scene with his own eyes, Dubusi feels an indescribable strangeness. Then let this old man atone for his sins at Shrek Academy. Pavilion Master, is that all right? Xuanzi looked at Dubusi to confirm. Poison Undying nodded with a forced smile. No problem. What other problems could there be? Could we expect these people to kneel there forever? Should we first move Xuanzi, and then move ourselves? This is outrageous. You can all leave now. Let me have some peace and quiet. Under Poison Immortal's command, everyone left the Sea God Pavilion, and then Poison Immortal chose a room with excellent soundproofing and went inside. Moun, what sins did you commit back then? How could you let something like this stay in Shrek Academy for over 200 years? How did you manage to survive it? Poisonous Undying roared, feeling at that moment that compared to his brother, Moon might be the one who suffered even more. Having such a troublesome fellow as Xuanzi by their side, they can't get rid of him no matter what, since Shrek Academy's high-end combat power still depends on him. He couldn't imagine how Moon had managed to endure such a long time. After all, this one incident alone had almost driven him to the brink of collapse. Now I understand why you made Zhang Lexuan choose Yan Xiaojie, who was only level 95 at the time, instead of Xuanzi, who was level 98, to hunt for her 9th spirit ring. But why didn't you say this sooner? SHR. Ek Academy and Body Sect are going to die out. Bei Bei, a direct descendant of Shrek Academy, suffered damage to his talent due to taking drugs. In addition, he is still only at the 7th ring of the 10,000 years old without dragon blood. It is likely that he will have a hard time becoming a super Douluo in this lifetime. Long Aotian, a genius at the peak of the Body Sect's direct lineage, fared even worse. He lost his life and was forever locked at the level of a 7th ring Soul Saint. To make matters worse, they also have to face the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, which is like adding insult to injury. After spending a long time struggling with the internal conflict of wanting to expel Xuanzi but not being able to, Dubusi helplessly looked at the remaining geniuses in Shrek Academy and his original body. Bei Bei, Shu Sanshi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Donger, Vina, Ning Tian, and as for the last one. Looking at the remaining geniuses from Shrek Academy and the Body Sect, Dubusi felt a headache coming on. Besides Long Aotian, Chen Yu and Wang Yangfeng, who reached the 6th ring Soul Emperor level before the age of 20, also died in this soul hunting operation. Apart from these 6 people, he can't find another Soul Emperor now. Shrek Academy and Body Sect joined forces but couldn't find a whole team of Soul Emperors. This was something that Dubusi never expected. Wang Donger, Ning Tian, and another Soul Master who isn't a Soul Emperor, plus Huo Yuhao's Soul Ring ratio. If this continues, Shrek Academy might not even be able to get 4th place. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. The capital of the Sun and Moon Empire. In a secret chamber belonging to the Qishui Alliance, after Xiao Chang had been protecting her for a long time, Mu Qingshui, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened her eyes. How is it? Xiao Chang asked her. I've already reached the peak of level 98. Now, I'm confident I can kill even a limit Douluo who is an evil soul master. Good. It seems it's time to take action against Zhongli Wu. Once he's dealt with, and you break through to level 99 and your teacher emerges from seclusion, we can completely crush this cancer of the Holy Spirit cult. Xiao Chang said after assessing their own forces. Once Mu Qingshui reaches level 99, she and Shui Di can easily crush Long Xiaoyao and Yi Qishui. If Zhongli Wu is no longer with the Holy Spirit sect at that time, Xiao Chang can completely crush the Holy Spirit sect with a very high margin of error. Even though the Holy Spirit sect still has several enshrined figures of the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th ranks and many elders, as long as Xiao Chang and Jing Hongshan are free to deal with them, it would be easy for them to be dealt with. After Xiao Chang finished speaking, Feng Ling, the vice leader of the Holy Spirit sect, walked in. Holy Son, I just received a message from the leader that our Holy Spirit sect has gained another holy maiden. Xiao Chang. Chapter 262. Having said that, he grabbed Zhongli Wu and purified him instantly. Upon hearing the news from Feng Ling, Xiao Chang was filled with questions. Has the Holy Spirit cult gained another saintess? Xiao Chang searched through the entire original novel of Douluo Continent 2, the peerless Tang sect in his mind, but couldn't find any other holy maidens of the Holy Spirit cult. Xiao Chang already found Wu Ming and Han Ruo's saintly identities somewhat perplexing, and only understood the background through Feng Ling's explanation. But what's with this additional saintly identity? Where does the Holy Spirit cult get its holy women? From Shrek. What is the saint's name? Where did she come from? Holy Sun. The new holy maiden is named Zhang Lexuan, and she is the senior disciple of Shrek Academy's inner court. Quote. Xiao Chang. What kind of butterfly effect is this? Shouldn't Zhang Lexuan and the other Shrek Academy members be heading to the Stardow Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings under Kai Meyer's leadership? What's with her running off to become a saintess? Although Kai Meyer's strength was a bit lacking, she was still a title Douluo. She couldn't Chablis lead a team and still let someone capture Zhang Lexuan. Xiao Chang couldn't figure out what was going on at all. Holy Sun, should we call him over to serve us now? The leader is eager to see the Holy Son and Holy Daughter conceive a holy fetus as soon as possible. Let's put the matter of the new saintess aside for now. I have something else to discuss with the leader. Please take me to see him. Good. Under the influence of the precepts, Feng Ling will regard Xiao Chang as one of her own and will not refuse any of Xiao Chang's requests, especially when Zhongli Wu, Yi Qishui, Long Xiaoyao and others are not around. Xiao Chang's words are absolutely not to be refused. So after Xiao Chang sent Mu Qingshui into the undead demiplane, Feng Ling led Xiao Chang to Zhongli Wu's location. Master. Xiao Chang called out, and then Zhongli Wu walked over to Xiao Chang and raised his hand to test Xiao Chang's soul power. Not bad. At such a young age, your cultivation level is already close to that of an 8-ring soul Douluo. Not bad. Very good. Zhongli Wu nodded in satisfaction at Xiao Chang's near level 80 soul power despite his 20-year-old bone age. Although the cultivation speed of evil soul masters is generally much faster than that of normal soul masters, that is before level 70. After level 70, the cultivation speed of evil soul masters will slow down, and EV be slower than that of ordinary soul masters. This is why high-level evil soul masters are relatively rare. Xiao Chang's age and cultivation level far exceeded his expectations. After all, a cultivation level close to level 80 at the age of 20 was already considered a top genius in the second era of Dou Di Zhuan. Master, I've come to see you this time because there's something I want to report to you. After Zhongli Wu expressed his satisfaction with Xiao Chang's cultivation level, Xiao Chang prepared to take the next step. What's up? Look, Master. Xiao Chang raised his hand, and the third, fourth, second, and sixth spirit rings of the 7 simulated spirit rings lit up one after another. Then, a headless knight, an abomination, a dozen skeleton soldiers, and a bone dragon appeared in front of the 3 of them. No matter how many times I see it, your soul skill that allows you to form an army on your own is always truly awe-inspiring. Zhongli Wu said with satisfaction. Ordinary evil soul masters use these undead creatures as their martial souls, but the martial soul that Xiao Chang displayed can summon an undead creature on its own with any soul skill. Moreover, these undead creatures are immortal. Every time they are killed, Xiao Chang can still use his soul skill to summon them again. How could Zhongli Wu not like such a soul skill that can make an army by himself? After all, other evil soul masters who cultivate to the title of Douluo are just powerful evil soul masters, but the people Xiao Chang has shown who have cultivated to the title of Douluo are a small army of evil soul masters. Master, these soul skills are not important. They are actually just a manifestation of my martial soul. That's not what I want to tell you. The real point is here. As Xiao Chang spoke, his disguised 7th spirit ring lit up, and a spatial gate suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a large number of undead creatures walked out of the spatial gate, including skeleton soldiers, headless knights, ghosts, bone dragons, and so on. This is my 7th soul skill. Martial Soul True Body was only revealed to me after I acquired this skill. I realized that my true martial soul is actually called the Undead Demiplane. The previous 6 soul rings were just summoning some creatures from the Undead Demiplane. Martial Soul True Body is the real gateway to my martial soul. A demiplane of the undead. Zhongli Wu muttered to himself, then his eyes lit up. With his cultivation and knowledge, he naturally understood the meaning of the words, demiplane of the undead. I never imagined that such a martial spirit existed in the world. I see. Can your martial spirit let me in? Sure. After all, this is a plane in itself. Good. Zhongli Wu said. Good, 3 times in a row, while secretly praising his previous decision. The four holy maidens were indeed not given away for nothing, and his holy son finally told him the truth. Without any hesitation, Zhongli Wu followed Xiaocheng into the spatial gate. Looking at the vast undead demiplane, the bone birds and bone dragons flying in the sky, and then flying up to the skeleton soldiers covering the mountains and plains, Zhongli Wu had never been so excited. With such a large army of undead, if you can cultivate to the level of limit Douluo, then our holy Urch will truly have a peaceful place of its own. After flying all over the undead plain, Zhongli Wu came to Xiaocheng and said something, but just as he was about to pat Xiaocheng on the shoulder, he suddenly noticed that there was another figure next to Xiaocheng. Her blonde hair and blue eyes, combined with the holy aura she exuded, gave Zhongli Wu a bad feeling. She is the possessor of the angelic martial soul. Fallen angel. Holy angel. Zhongli Wu's expression changed. Xiaocheng's display of a 7-ring soul saint level cultivation level made him lower all his guard. The absolute crushing difference in cultivation level made him enter this undead demiplane without any precautions. It was only at this moment that Zhongli Wu remembered that Xiaocheng had joined He Holy Spirit cult and become a holy son not long ago. As for his background, Fengling. What kind of mess have you made? Zhongli Wu roared, but Feng Ling did not respond to him. At this moment, he finally realized that he had already fallen into Xiaocheng's trap without his knowledge. As the holy son of the holy church, you know who's behind me. My mother and Uncle Long are both limit Douluo. Aren't you afraid of their revenge? Zhongli Wu stood on the bone dragon, truly unaware of his own situation. Mu Qingxue activated her 9th soul skill, 12-winged seraph. Revenge. They're just 2 limit Douluos. Dealing with them is easy. I'll just become a limit Douluo myself. After saying that, Mu Qingxue grabbed Zhongli Wu and purified him instantly. Chapter 263 The Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament begins. When facing Mu Qingxue, Zhongli Wu initially intended to resist. After all, both of them had a 6 black 3 red soul ring ratio, and he believed he couldn't defeat Mu Qingxue. However, with the power of the death god Mawei, he shouldn't be instantly killed. And since this undead demiplane was a martial soul, with his level 98 strength, he would definitely have a chance to tear it apart and escape. But he was overthinking it. Although Mu Qingxue had the same soul ring ratio as him and both of them had level 98 soul power, Mu Qingxue's 12-winged Raph form made her strength reach level 99. Moreover, the suppression effect of the 12-winged seraph form on evil soul masters was beyond Zhongli Wu's imagination. The scenario he had envisioned, a fierce battle where he would escape severely injured and then seek Long Xiaoyao's help to eliminate Xiaocheng and the others, did not occur. Almost instantly, when Mu Qingxue focused her angel domain on him, his martial soul, the death god puppet, was purified, along with his entire being. Before long, as the holy fire of the angels burned Zhongli Wu's entire body to ashes, only the bone dragon and 6 top-tier soul bones remained in the undead demiplane to prove that Zhongli Wu had once existed. The soul bones of evil spirit masters are not suitable for you. Use these instead. After Zhongli Wu was dealt with, Xiaocheng put away Zhongli Wu's 6 top-grade soul bones, and then took out 3 100,000-year soul bones and handed them to Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue had no objection to this. Without Xiaocheng killing Zhongli Wu, she wouldn't have been able to improve her soul power. Moreover, the 3 100,000-year soul bones that Xiaocheng gave her were to repair her missing arms and head. After receiving the 3 100,000-year-old soul bones from Xiaocheng, Mu Qingxue couldn't help but sigh. 10,000 years ago, when the spirit hall still existed, the angel spirit had 699,999-year-old soul bones, which were known as the angel divine armor. Now the angel divine armor is gone, but the soul bones I have now are even better than the angel divine armor. The 100,000-year-old raging fire created the torso bone. The legs were compensated by Shrek Academy, plus the 100,000-year-old 6-winged external soul bone that Xiaocheng had previously taken from him as compensation or his transformation into a loyalist of the Thousand-Wind clan, plus the soul bone from this exchange, making a total of 7 100,000-year level soul bones, which can be said to far surpass the angelic divine armor of that year. Looking at the 3 soul bones that were used to fill the last gap in her life, Mu Qingxue even had a feeling that she could complete her angelic divine position in the future. Absorb the energy brought by Zhongli Wu first, then absorb these soul bones. After purifying the bone dragon, try to break through to the limit Douluo level. Also, Xiaocheng used the silver dragon staff to teleport himself and Mu Qingxue to another space, and then pulled Xiaocheng in as well. Elder brother. Asheng, after Mu Qingshui finishes purifying the bone dragon, you should fuse with it. Your martial soul is originally the bone dragon, so it is the most compatible with it. It is the best to use it as your ninth soul ring and torso bone. After Xiao Sheng condensed his soul core, his soul power reached level 80 in less than a year. His eighth soul ring was replaced by Ziji's dragon core by Xiao Chang. Ziji's dragon core is indeed excellent. Not only does it ha Vei an orange gold soul ring and two top-tier soul skills, but it also allowed Xiao Sheng's soul power to jump directly from level 80 to level 87. Now Xiao Sheng is already at level 89. He is just waiting to obtain the torso bone so that he can condense a second soul core to reach level 90 and fuse with the bone dragon's soul ring to become a titled Douluo. The technique of first bone, then ring, is now fully mature. And Xiao Sheng already knows the specific steps, so Xiao Chang doesn't need to worry about any problems. Once you and your teacher have finished your seclusion, we can officially take action against the Holy Spirit cult. During this time, you should go into seclusion to cultivate. I will use my identity as Zhongli Wu to stabilize the Holy Spirit cult. Without the angel martial soul, the Soul Palace and the Holy Spirit cult do not have any apparent conflict of interest. In addition, with my identity as Zhongli Wu mediating between the two sides, as long as they do not fight before you finish your seclusion, it will be fine. Mu Qingshui and Xiao Sheng nodded. Mu Qingshui would definitely be level 99 when she came out of seclusion. Xiao Sheng wouldn't have as high as so. All power as Mu Qingshui when he came out of seclusion, but level 95 would definitely be no problem. With his top-tier soul bone and soul skills, and the bone dragon, a soul beast enlightened by the Silver Dragon King, as his soul spirit, his own strength would definitely exceed that of an average level 98. At that time, with the combat power of Xiao Chang and Shui Di, plus the Sun Moon Empire's Hall of Worship, even if they fought Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult at the same time, Xiao Chang's side would still have the upper hand. When Jing Hongqian emerges from seclusion, the battle will become a complete crushing defeat, with neither side having a chance to resist even if they join forces. Then I'll go into seclusion to purify the bone dragon. Mu Qingshui was about to make a move when Xiao Chang stopped her. Wait a minute, take this. You can use the contents of this when you condense your second soul core. Mu Qingshui took the storage soul tool from Xiao Chang. What's inside? All the protective immortal beans I have at the moment can protect your meridians and greatly enhance your physical fitness, making you more successful when condensing the yin-yang complementary dual soul cores. Mu Qingshui was full of questions. The Sun Moon Empire has such a thing. How come I've never heard of it before? Originally, this didn't exist. This is actually Uncle Bai's 8th soul skill. Uncle Bai, that one who's at the second level of the innate realm. When did he reach the soul Douluo level? More than a year ago, Bai Qingshan reached level 60. With the addition of a 100,000-year soul ring and the previous 4 soul rings, his soul power instantly reached level 10,000, and his soul power directly reached level 67. The 100,000-year soul ring greatly made up for his lack of talent, allowing him to go from level 67 to level 70 in just 1 year. The second 100,000-year soul ring directly pulled his soul power to level 75. With the support of top-tier spirit rings, it took him more than half a year to reach level 78 in spirit power. Subsequently, Xiao Chang added some evil spirit master resources and, relying on the replicated spirit skills from the head spirit bone of a 20,000-year-old mirror beast, he successfully reached level 80 and fused with his 8th spirit ring. A while ago, but that matter isn't important. What's important is that this thing is useful to you. I understand. Mu Qingshui nodded. Bai Qingshan's martial soul was indeed not good. It was a being with 2 extremes innate, but unfortunately it was a 100,000-year soul skill. Blue-silver grass may not have much offensive power, but if it's the blue-silver sky azure dragon soul, who would dare say that it has weak offensive power? Even though Bai Qingshan's own martial soul was indeed weak, with the blessing of a 100,000-year soul skill, this was food that was superior to that produced by a typical food-type title Douluo. After Mu Qingshui and Xiao Sheng finished their conversation, Xiao Chang, under the identity of Zhang Liwu, worked with Feng Ling to stabilize the Holy Spirit sect. As time went by, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament finally began. Chapter 264 Souls Appear. As the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament approached, unlike in the original story, Crown Prince Shu Tianren did not gain Jing Hongqian's clear allegiance this time. In addition, the old emperor's health had improved significantly in the past 2 years, so Crown Prince Shu Tianren did not become the regent as in the original story. At this time, he was still just a crown prince. And a crown prince who was gradually becoming powerless to face his brothers. In the last all-continent Advanced Soul Master tournament, our Sun Moon Empire won under the leadership of the Soul Hall Master. I wonder how things will be this time. We should be able to win too. After a complex ceremony, the people of the Sun and Moon Empire in the audience spoke excitedly. Of course, last time the Palace Master was able to crush Shrek Academy at the age of 15, so this time we will naturally win as well. But I heard that the Palace Master will not participate in this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, but will only send some Soul Masters with 10,000-year-old soul spirits to participate. Given the current status of the Palace Master, it is indeed not suitable for him to continue participating in the competition. However, it doesn't matter. This time, our Sun Moon Empire will still win. You don't have a 10,000-year soul spirit, so you don't know how powerful it is. One of my distant cousins took out a loan from the Soul Palace to buy a 10,000-year soul spirit when he reached level 50. Guess what happened? What's wrong? After my distant cousin took out a loan to buy a 20,000-year-old soul spirit, his original soul ring configuration of 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple was forcibly changed to a configuration of 4 purple and 1 black. His first 3 soul rings all became purple 1,000-year soul rings. But that's not the most powerful thing. The most powerful thing is that the 10,000-year-old soul spirit can be directly summoned to fight alongside my distant cousin. With a 20,000-year-old soul beast assisting him, even an ordinary soul emperor would not have an easy time defeating my distant cousin. In the audience, a man from the Sun Moon Empire excitedly recounted the glorious deeds of his distant cousin, as if that distant cousin were himself. As he spoke more and more, and his words spread wider and wider, they eventually reached the people who originally belonged to the Douluo Three Kingdoms. Those who came from the original Douluo Three Kingdoms sneered at his statement. HMPH. They're just bragging without even thinking. A mere Sun Moon Empire could actually create something like that, upgrading spirit rings and summoning a spirit beast to fight for them. Even Shrek Academy couldn't do that. And a mere Sun Moon Empire. Ridiculous. What did you say? In the audience of the Sun Moon Empire, many people from the Sun Moon Empire glared angrily at the person who said those words. HMPH. I'm stating the facts. What you call a soul spirit is something even Shrek Academy couldn't achieve. Shrek Academy couldn't do it, yet you people from the Sun Moon Empire did. Don't you even use your brains to think about whether such a thing is possible. I, Huang Qiu, am putting this out there today. If someone from the Sun Moon Empire can actually create that kind of thing you call a soul spirit, I'll eat shit in public. Huang Qiu spoke righteously, and then everyone fell silent, staring at him in shock. HMPH, what's wrong? Speechless now. The mere Su En Moon Empire dares to challenge Shrek Academy, and even came up with a technology that Shrek Academy can't even do. Bah. Huang Qiu spoke arrogantly, although he was just an ordinary soul master Beck. Oz of his humble background and could not enter Shrek Academy without the City Lord's recommendation letter, it did not prevent him from becoming a spiritual Shrek person. Seeing that the people of the Sun Moon Empire were stunned by his aura, Huang Qiu wanted to say something more, but his companion grabbed him. He's joking. He's joking. What are you doing? What are you joking about? Do why? Oh, you really think that a mere Sun Moon Empire can do something that even Shrek Academy can't do? Huang Qiu's friend remained silent, quietly turning his head from arguing with the audience behind him to the competition stage. On the competition stage, the first match was ready. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy versus a sect called the Dragon Slayer sect. The first match was a team battle. All 7 members of the Dragon Slayer sect stepped onto the arena and formed their battle formations. On the other hand, only one girl named Chen Xishui from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy stepped onto the arena. The girl had waist-length hair, and her pure white dress was slightly outlined with gold threads, making her look elegant and noble. Coupled with her extremely beautiful face, she was quite pleasing to the eye. But the members of the Dragon Slayer sect had no interest in appreciating the girl's beauty. Their captain even stepped forward, glaring angrily at her. What do you, Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, mean by this? This is a team battle. They knew they couldn't beat the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, but they only sent one person to fight the 7 of them. It was obvious they were being used as stepping stones. I know it's a team battle, but I'm definitely enough to take you down by myself. The captain of the Dragon Slayer sect gritted his teeth as he looked at the girl. Fine. You said it yourself. Don't regret it if you fail. There's no resurrection round in this first competition. Chen Xishui smiled nonchalantly. It's all right. You can't win. Can't win. Brothers, let's show her that the dragon-slaying sect isn't someone to be trifled with. Good. The members of the Dragon Slayer sect roared, and then the referee asked if the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had really only sent her to the field before announcing the start of the match. With the referee's whistle, the Dragon Slayer sect displayed its formidable strength, bow. Asting a base of 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings, and more than one combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black spirit ring. Without any hesitation, the members of the dragon-slaying sect rushed towards Chen Xishui. At the same time, Chen Xishui took a step forward, and a combination of purple, 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 black, black, and 3 purple and 2 black soul rings appeared before everyone's eyes, surpassing the so-called strongest soul ring combination. The people who originally belonged to the Douluo Three Kingdoms were all wide-eyed with astonishment. Wang Chen, in particular, had his mouth agape as if he could catch a whole huge lump of something. What kind of spirit ring ratio is this? Why is it that Shrek Academy's spirit ring ratio is only 2 yellow and TW? Oh purple before they get a black 10,000-year spirit ring, but they can absorb spirit rings that are above their level like this. His friend patted him on the shoulder. I know you admire Shrek. But don't always talk too much about it. HMPH, don't you admire Shrek Academy? Who in Douluo continent doesn't admire Shrek Academy? Besides, it's just a spirit ring. I haven't seen her summon spirit beasts to fight. Almost as soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, Chen Xishui took a step forward, and a 20,000-year-old human-faced demon spider appeared beneath her white high heels. Wang Chen. Chapter 265. A series of slaps in the face. A person cannot stand without integrity, brother. You must keep your word. When a 20,000-year-old human-faced demon spider appeared at Chen Xishui's feet, Wang Chen could clearly feel that the people of the Sun Moon Empire around him were looking at him differently. That was the look in his eyes that seemed to want to drag him to the toilet for a good meal. Then it just looks like a soul beast. Can it really have terrifying combat power like a human-faced demon spider? What cross-level challenge? I think that's pure nonsense. Wang Chen forced himself to speak. As a soul master, even though he was only a low-level one, he had attended a soul master academy and knew what the human-faced demon spider was. But the problem was that if he admitted it now, he felt like these people from the Sun Moon Empire were really going to throw him into the toilet. But no sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Xishui had already slew the human-faced demon spider and clashed with the dragon-slaying sect members. In Douluo continent the human-faced demon spider was a terrifying evil soul beast. No soul master could touch its soul ring unless their cultivation level was far superior. It did not appear in Douluo continent 2. In Douluo continent 3, it was classified as an evil soul master among soul beasts. It was a 100-year soul beast whose combat power was comparable to that of a 1,000-year soul beast. That's why Xiao Chang let Chen Xishui face all the geniuses of the dragon-slaying sect alone. After all, a 20,000-year-old human-faced demon spider's combat power even surpasses that of a 6-ring soul emperor level evil soul master. With its high speed, high attack, high defense, and deadly poison, even a soul saint might be killed by a 20,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Not to mention those soul masters and soul kings whose soul power level was only 40 or 50. When faced with the 20,000-year-old human-faced demon spider under Chen Xishui's feet, they were immediately slaughtered in one fell swoop. The human-faced spider is like a tiger among sheep. Once they come into contact with it, its deadly poison and high attack power will either kill or seriously injure them. Even their strongest captain was instantly killed by the spider web in a single encounter. He only survived thanks to the referee's quick reflexes. But the spider's venom was enough to keep him bedridden for 2 months. As for the competition, forget about it. Just keeping him alive was already a mercy. Seeing their captain instantly killed, the others immediately realized they were facing a real human-faced demon spider. The soul masters from the soul sect, whose mental fortitude was weak, quickly shouted for surrender. The remaining soul king, or rather, the remaining soul king named Feng Shen, thought that since his opponent was only one person, defeating him would bring him fame. So he gritted his teeth and prepared to take advantage of his flying soul master status to swoop down from the sky and instantly kill Chen Xishui, who had summoned the human-faced demon spider. But the ideal is very full, while the reality is very skinny. When Feng Shen rushed towards Chen Xishui at high speed, Chen Xishui did not dodge. Just as the two were about to get close, the right leg of Chen Xishui lit up. The egg. HT 1000-year soft bone rabbit right leg bone soul skill was activated, invincible golden body. Feng Shen's dive attack came crashing down, but the impact did not harm Chen Xishui in the slightest. Instead, Chen Xishui lifted her leg, and the heel of her high heel, relying on Feng Shen's speed, pierced his body, seriously injuring him. After Feng Shen was defeated, the other members of the On-slaying sect stopped fighting and surrendered one after another. The strongest captain was instantly killed, and Feng Shen, who could potentially threaten Chen Xishui, was also defeated. It was obviously impossible for the remaining people to pull Chen Xishui off the back of the human-faced demon spider. Not to mention that even if they did pull her off, the combination of 3 purple and 2 black soul rings was something that ordinary 5-ring soul kings could not defeat. Continuing to fight was completely pointless. Instead, it would just make them wait for the sect to call a healing soul master, which would be bad for both themselves and the sect. So they surrendered without any hesitation. Thus, the first match of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament ended with 1 PLA. From the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy defeating the top young soul masters of the entire dragon-slaying sect. The people of the Sun Moon Empire were excited. They knew that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy would win the first match of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, but they did not expect the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy to win so beautifully. The mere appearance of a beautiful female soul master was enough to crush an entire team. In the past, they only thought Shrek Academy could do this, but now the Sun Moon Empire had achieved such a crushing victory. How could the people of the Sun Moon Empire not feel proud of this? But as we all know, happiness is often built on the suffering of others. The dragon-slaying sect members were the unlucky ones this time. But they weren't the most miserable of all. If we're talking about the most miserable, Wang Chen. Seeing Chen Xishui defeat an entire genius of the dragon-slaying sect in a very short time. Wang Chen felt that the people from the Sun Moon Empire were looking at him more and more strangely. If he didn't do something, he might really be dragged to the toilet by these people from the Sun Moon Empire. There was no shortage of soul masters in these audience seats, nor was there a shortage of soul masters with strong combat skills. Good brother, what you just did. Wang Chen was about to shirk responsibility. But before he could finish speaking, his friend who had come with him had already anticipated this. I'm stopping you. Don't blame me for your own blind worship of Shrek Academy. Don't you admire Shrek? But I won't talk nonsense, especially not in the Sun Moon Empire, particularly when we don't even know what the Sun Moon Empire's soul spirit is. Are you still my brother? No. Although we know each other, we're not close, so don't drag me into anything. Wang Chen was dumbfounded, especially when several spectators had already stood up after the match and consciously surrounded him. Wang Chen felt that something was very wrong. I'm telling you, I'm a soul master. Don't you dare mess with me. Wang Chen displayed his great soul master cultivation by showing off his 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow. However, several soul masters from the Sun Moon Empire exchanged glances, and then uniformly displayed 2 yellow and 1 purple. Or even 2 yellow and 2 purple. Because of drug use, the people of the Sun Moon Empire would greatly deplete their talents, preventing them from going further. However, in the early stages, even those at the first or second level of the innate realm could cultivate to the 30s or 40s. This kind of thing could only be done by the Sun Moon Empire in Douluo continent too. As for spirit rings, although their initial spirit rings were poor, as long as they reached level 30 and obtained a spirit with a white and yellow spirit ring ratio, the energy of the 1000-year OL. D spirit could overflow and change the spirit rings. Therefore, the spirit rings of the current spirit masters or spirit mentors of the Sun Moon Empire look very beautiful. Don't come any closer. It's just a soul spirit technique. Shrek Academy. Before Wang Chen could finish speaking, a soul master from the Sun Moon Empire stepped forward and slapped him across the face, turning him towards Shrek Academy. Then he saw that the Shrek Academy's soul masters all had serious or shocked expressions on their faces. Wang Chen. No way. What's with all the shock from Shrek Academy? Surely Shrek Academy doesn't even have a technology like soul spirits. Chapter 266 Shock and Helplessness. In one of the 8 most luxurious suites at the Mingdu Grand Hotel, the Shrek team members, their faces ashen, sat together, staring at each other. Tell me, how can we make sure Shrek doesn't lose so badly this time? After a long silence, feeling that continuing wasn't going to work, Bebe, the captain of Shrek Academy, spoke up first. Shu Sanchi shrugged. Unlike the original story, they hadn't established any ties or borne any so-called honors during the previous Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. He was only participating this time because of the soul bone given to him by Shrek Academy, so he didn't care much about the competition and just told the truth. There's nothing we can do but rely on luck to see if they're on our side. If we can avoid running into them, we can still achieve a decent result, but if we do, we'll just get crushed. Brother Sanchi, don't say that. This concerns Shrek Academy's honor. How can we just sit idly by and wait for Shrek Academy to be humiliated because we can't beat them? Huo Yuhao said righteously. Because Mu Nd. Dient morally blackmail Shu Sanchi and Zhang Nanan before his death like in the original story, the two of them naturally didn't join the Tang sect. Since they didn't join the Tang sect, Huo Yuhao will address them by adding brother or sister to their names instead of senior brother or senior sister. Shu Sanchi looked at Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, do you think I don't care about Shrek Academy's honor? Xiao Chang goes without saying. And his younger brother Xiao Sheng is someone I can't beat either. Then there are Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen, who should have already reached the 7th ring soul saint level. And most likely have 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Not to mention any of these people, just look at that beautiful woman who came on stage today. I can tell you with certainty that I can't beat her. Bebe looked at Shu Sanchi and asked with a serious expression, Sanchi, are you really not going to win? I can't beat her. You saw that human-faced demon spider, Bebe. It has a cultivation of 20,000 years. A human-faced demon spider that has been around for 20,000 years is something that even a soul saint wouldn't dare to guarantee defeat. Not to mention that the beauty today is also a 5-ring soul king. Even if her soul power is a little lower, or even 10 levels lower than mine, with her 3 purple and 2 black soul rings and the soul bone she has. I really don't know how to fight her. Don't talk to me about a war of attrition. We don't even know if a soul can independently recover its combat power, and with the deadly venom of the human-faced demon spider. I don't think I can definitely defeat her, not to mention. Shu Sanchi looked around at the people. Bebe, you might be able to beat her. Huo Yuhao's soul ring combination of 1 yellow, 2 purple, 1 white, 1 black, and 1 purple is definitely not enough to beat her. Vina is having a tough time. Although Vina has several 10,000-year soul rings, she is facing a 20,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. He has 1 support and 1 control. Whether the human-faced demon spider gets close or that beauty gets close, Vina's life will be in danger. Don't forget that the beauty only used 1 10,000-year soul skill and 1 soul bone skill in the whole battle. As for the rest, Ning Tian is a pure support type, and Ji Yu Tong is not bad. He has an I-type martial soul and a silver-level body martial soul that has been awakened twice. But he is only a 5-ring soul king. Not to mention the human-faced demon spider that has existed for 20,000 years. He might not even be able to beat that beautiful woman with 3 purple and 2 black soul rings. Wang Donger is a bit better. Her soul ring combination of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, along with her martial soul of the goddess of light butterfly, gives her enough air superiority. Although her soul rings are slightly inferior, she might be able to defeat the beauties who are on the field this time. But don't forget, whether it's you, who has a high probability of winning, or Wang Donger, who has a low probability of winning, we don't have a sure chance of winning against her. We have no idea where she ranks in terms of strength in the Sun Moon Empire, but one thing is certain, her ranking is definitely not very high. Those people we deliberately ignored before are the Sun Moon Empire's trump cards. After Shu Sanchi finished his analysis, everyone fell silent again. They all knew that Shu Sanchi was right, but they were just unwilling to face it directly. Damn it. If only I had cultivated harder before. If I were a Soul Emperor now, at least our chances of winning would be better, Wang Donger said remorsefully. She has great talent and a good background. But precisely because of her talent and background, and because she doesn't have a strong desire to protect Huo Yuhao, her cultivation has become extremely lazy. As a result, her soul power is only level 55. Not the Soul Emperor as described in the original work. Donger, this isn't your fault. It's all because those people from the Sun Moon Empire are too cunning. They actually used external forces like soul spirits to help soul masters compete. They're clearly cheating by taking advantage of the fact that this continent-wide advanced soul master competition is being held here. Huo Yuhao said viciously. In the original novel, during the first Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, Huo Yuhao and his friends used purchased soul tools to help them defend the so-called glory of Shrek Academy. At that time, Huo Yuhao and the others did not think there was anything wrong with the purchased soul tools. But when the second All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament came around, And it seemed that Huang Qiu was about to lose on her own. Huo Yuhao resolutely helped Huang Qiu fight against 7 opponents to defend the so-called glory of Shrek Academy. His reasoning was simple. Those people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy were using soul tools made for them by the soul masters of Mingde Hall. Wasn't that a form of cheating? Now, Huo Yuhao once again put his idea into practice. He was using his soul spirit to defend Shrek Academy's honor, while if others used it, it would be blatant cheating. This was an undeniable and unchangeable fact in Huo Yuhao's mind. Vina noticed that Huo Yuhao's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. When Mu Shui died, she was quite moved by Huo Yuhao's expression, because Huo Yuhao seemed genuinely heartbroken, which even affected her. However, after Wang Donger comforted him, Huo Yuhao vehemently refused, saying that he could not let Mu Shui down. Later, Wang Donger was moved by his sincerity and felt that Huo Yuhao was a very good person. Just like the Huo Yuhao she knew before. After some events, Huo Yuhao realized that his heart was actually filled by both her and Mu Shui, and that if he had the chance, he would want both of them. Ultimately, not long after Mu Shui died, the two became a new couple, making Vina want to curse them as a pair of scoundrels. Huo Yuhao, what's the deal with this soul tool you gave me? While everyone at Shrek Academy was feeling helpless about the strength of their enemy, Princess Juju came to their hotel room to find Huo Yuhao. Chapter 267 The Tang Clan's Desire to Profit from War. Just as the Shrek Academy and the body sect were feeling helpless, Princess Shu Juju of the Star Luo Empire walked in, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Sister Juju, you're looking for Huo Yuhao. Vina looked at Shu Juju. As princesses, their statuses were similar, and they had worked together before, so they knew each other. Vina is here too, but I'm not here to see you this time. Shu Juju said as he walked in front of everyone, and then took out a soul-guided cannon from his storage soul tool. Huo Yuhao, what do you mean by this? Seeing the soul-guided cannon that Shu Juju had taken out, Huo Yuhao quickly displayed a professional smile, like a salesperson. So this is what Princess Juju wanted. What is this? Princess Vina frowned. She could tell that it was a soul-guided cannon. But she knew that if it were just an ordinary soul-guided cannon, Shu Juju would never have come here specifically for it. It's a soul-guided cannon, but a special kind of soul-guided cannon. It can be used without a soul master, and although its power is only level 4, it has the range of a level 5 soul-guided cannon, Princess Juju explained simply to Vina. What? Vina stood up instantly. The range of the level 5 soul cannon was not important. What was important was that this thing did not require a soul master to control it. It takes a lot of resources and time to cultivate a 5-ring soul king. In addition, if you want to cultivate a person into a 5-ring soul king, then she needs to have innate level 5 soul power. Although people with innate level 5 soul power are not considered geniuses, they are by no means a rare breed. Therefore, a soul master of the level of a 5-ring soul king is not a renewable resource that can be obtained in a short period of time. Previously, only soul masters at the level of a 5-ring soul king could use level 5 soul tools, but the soul tool that Huo Yuhao gave could allow ordinary Peo Pli to use soul tools with a range comparable to that of a 5-ring soul king. It could almost be used by ordinary people as a low-end version of a 5-ring soul king. How could Vina and Shu Juju not be excited? Sister Juju, are you serious? This soul tool really has the range of a level 5 soul tool. Of course, Princess Juju replied to Vina, then looked at Huo Yuhao and said, tell me. What price do you want to sell this soul-guided weapon design blueprint for? Huo Yuhao smiled. Princess Juju, I'm sorry, but the design blueprints for this improved version of the Zug Divan crossbow cannon involve the core secrets of our Tang sect, so we will never sell them. After a long while, he angrily retorted, then show me what this Zug Divine crossbow cannon means. Huo Yuhao spread his only remaining hand. Your Highness, please don't be angry. We do not sell the blueprints, but we can sell the finished Zug Divine crossbow cannon. As for the price, just add 30% to the normal price for a level 5 fixed equipment soul tool. Hearing Huo Yuhao's price quote only made her angrier. What did you say? You're selling this for more than a normal level 5 fixed equipment soul tool. This soul tool is clearly made of just better steel, and it doesn't even contain any rare metals. You're actually selling it for more than a level 5 fixed equipment soul tool. Huo Yuhao, with his usual smile, uttered a lie that even he himself didn't believe. Princess Juju, please don't be angry. This is just ordinary steel used on the outside, but many of the core areas inside are made of rare metals. Therefore, the cost of this soul tool is actually not low. Shu Juju sneered. The cost isn't low. Then why don't you take this soul tool apart and see how many rare metals were used inside? Selling it for 30% more than a normal level 5 soul tool, then the entire price of a level 5 soul tool is pure profit for you. Huo Yuhao remained silent. What Shu Juju had said was true. The cost of this Zug Divine Crossbow Cannon was indeed less than that of a typical level 4 soul tool. However, for the sake of the rise of the Tang sect, the price of this soul tool had to be high. Even if it was not actually worth that price. But what could they do when the Star Luo Empire was facing the threat of the Sun Moon Empire? This pure seller's market is Huo Yuhao's biggest advantage. As for what will happen to the Star Luo Empire, it's just a buyer. The rise and fall of the Tang sect is Huo Yuhao's top priority. Whether the Star Luo Empire is destroyed or not is just a side issue. In the original novel, the Star Luo Emperor gave Huo Yuhao a top-grade Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone for free, but he didn't do anything for the Star Luo Empire. Let alone now, the Star Luo Empire has done him no favors. Huo Yuhao, if this soul tool really has the range of a level 5 soul tool and can be used by ordinary people, how many of your Zug Divine Crossbows do you have left? My Heavenly Soul Empire will take them all. Princess Vina spoke up when Shu Juju was still angry. In the original story, when Huo Yuhao was negotiating the price with Shu Juju felt it was too expensive and asked for a price reduction. At that time, Princess Vina happened to come to Huo Yuhao. In the end, the price was not only not reduced, but also increased simply because it was not raised again. Both of them developed a great liking for Huo Yuhao. However, this time, since Vina was on the same team as Huo Yuhao, Shu Juju did not let Huo Yuhao raise the price at will as he did in the original novel. Vina, what time is it? You heavenly souls are still planning to trick us, Star Luo. Sister Juju, this really isn't our heavenly soul empire trying to trick your Star Luo empire. I didn't expect Huo Yuhao and the others to have this fixed soul tool either. Although we are a team, we belong to different factions. As Vina spoke, she cursed Huo Yuhao in her mind. Why didn't you bring this out sooner? Why wait until Princess Juju was there to make sure no one had time to think about lowering the price? Huo Yuhao really knows how to profit from national disasters. It's no wonder that his great-grandfather gave all the contestants a 100,000-year-old soul bone, but Huo Yuhao got nothing. The body sect gave him resources, helped him take revenge, and protected him. Who had embarked on the path of an evil soul master? He enjoyed all the protection and resources, but when it came to the relationship between the body sect and the body sect, he never admitted that he was a member of the body sect. Ignoring Vina's words for a long time, Shu Juju looked at Huo Yuhao again. Huo Yuhao, just tell me if the price can be lowered. My bottom line is a price T. Hat is 30% lower than a normal level 5 soul tool. Any higher and there is no room for negotiation. Huo Yuhao shook his head. The price is 30% higher than that of a normal level 5 soul guide weapon. This price is also my bottom line. In addition, because our Tang sect does not have enough manpower, our production capacity is limited. Therefore, we can only sell a maximum of 100 Zug Divine Crossbows per month. HMPH. Shu Juju snorted coldly, then turned and left without any hesitation. After Shu Juju left, Vina started bargaining, hoping to save as much money as possible. To buy the Tang clan's Zug Divine Crossbow, but Huo Yuhao stuck to his price and refused to agree. Ellipsis. After the unpleasant price negotiations with Shu Juju and Vina ended, Bei approached Huo Yuhao alone. Junior brother, isn't this price too high? Bei said worriedly. The failure to sell any soul tools this time made him feel uneasy. There were still quite a few Zug Divine Crossbows in stock. If they didn't sell them, the Tang sect would go bankrupt because they couldn't pay the soul masters below them. However, Huo Yuhao was not worried about this. No, senior brother, for the rise of the Tang sect. This price is necessary. Besides, only the Tang sect can make this kind of soul-guided cannon. They have no choice. Chapter 268. Why did you go to the Tang sect to buy a soul tool instead of me? Looking at the confident Huo Yuhao, Bei wanted to say something, but ultimately kept quiet. After all, he didn't know who was right or wrong between himself and Huo Yuhao. And even if he wanted to discuss it with someone, they didn't have the Shrek 7 devils to discuss things together like in the original story. Due to some butterfly effects, the relationship between Huo Yuhao and Hikaru is limited, so Hikaru did not join the Tang sect, and it would be useless for him to join them now, because he is still growing cotton. Shu Sanchi and Zhang Nanan did, and have the moral blackmail Mu En had before his death, so they naturally had no reason to join the Tang sect. As for Xiao Xiao and Wang Donger, in the original story, Xiao Xiao joined the Tang sect because Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger were both there. It's clear that Huo Yuhao is currently with them, but Wang Donger did want to join the Tang sect, but when she made the request, Tang Ya, the sect leader at the time, demanded that Wang Donger and her group, who were still Wang Dong, win the freshman competition before she would be allowed to join. However, because the Heavenel Y Dream Ice Silkworm was not available in that competition, Huo Yuhao and the others were ultimately defeated. After her defeat, Wang Donger was naturally too ashamed to mention joining the Tang sect again. In addition, Tang Ya, the leader of the Tang sect, disappeared. As someone who liked Tang Ya and temporarily took over the Tang sect in her place, Bei Bei knew that Wang Donger had great tall and that if she joined the Tang sect, she would definitely become a title Douluo, Super Douluo, or even Limit Douluo in the future. However, not letting Wang Donger join the Tang sect suddenly became some kind of dying wish of Tang Ya. Therefore, even though Wang Donger brought up joining the Tang sect several times later, Bei Bei refused without exception. Even though Wang Donger's feelings were sincere, even though she was highly talented, and even though she had a powerful background that could help the Tang sect, Tang Ya's disappearance meant that not allowing Wang Donger to join the Tang sect became Tang Ya's last wish. On this continent of love, Bei Bei naturally couldn't go against Tang Ya's last wish for the sake of a genius. As a result, the Tang sect now only consists of him and Huo Yuhao. Bei Bei did consider finding other people to fill the Tang sect, but in the original novel, the Tang sect's first pot of gold in Douluo Continent 2 came from Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy gave them their first pot of gold because they saw the power of soul tools, and Huo Yuhao from the Tang sect brought Shrek Academy a lot of soul tool technology. Unfortunately, also due to the butterfly effect, Huo Yuhao did not bring Shrek Academy a large amount of soul guidance technology. Furthermore, in the incident where Muan, Zanzi, and Dubusi led a large number of titled Douluo to besiege Xiaocheng and Jing Hongqian, Xiaocheng and his group ultimately achieved a counterattack by relying on the combat power of soul masters. This directly resulted in Moon not seeing the power of the soul guidance device. Or rather, Poison Undying not seeing the power of the soul guidance device. In the original story, there was at least one last will from Muan, which many elders of the Sea God Pavilion would abide by. However, Dubusi, who became the new head of the Sea God Pavilion after Muan, had a new voice. It would be easy for him to stop other things, especially since most of the Shrek Academy members, led by Zanzi, looked down on soul tools. Against this backdrop, all of Shrek Academy's support disappeared. Without Shrek's guidance and the allocation of resources, all Bei Bei could do was rely on the little bit of wealth that Muan had left him, first using Huo Yuhao's skills to try to earn money, and then trying to gradually revive the Tang sect. Forget about hiring. Everyone who can work at Shrek Academy has some kind of background. Unless Shrek offers them special benefits, they don't have anything particularly attractive about them. After all, baby, I was only a 6-ring soul emperor before. Even when hunting soul rings, it would be safer to lead people to hunt soul rings under 10,000 years old. Moreover, Bei Bei couldn't help people hunt soul rings all day long. The reason they were able to make the Zug Divine Crossbow was purely because of the money Muan left him, which allowed him to hire people, divide the materials into several parts, and find a separate group of people to process them. The money Muan gave him was enough for him to live on for a lifetime, but with the wages of dozens or even hundreds of people and the large amount of metal costs, Bei Bei's funds were now running out. If they can't sell those soul tools after this continent-wide advanced soul master competition, Bei Bei won't have the money to make the Tang sect rise again. Don't worry, senior brother. The Zug Divine Crossbow is a closely guarded secret of our Tang clan. No one can replicate its unique structure. Combined with the soul tool technology I've learned, our Tang clan will definitely make a fortune this time. Seeing his senior brother's concerns, Huo Yuhao confidently reassured him. I hope my worries are unfounded. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Damn it. What kind of time is this? Shrek Academy still wants to make all their money off us. If we're gone, does the Sun Moon Empire still expect you to continue to be their de facto supreme rulers? Back in her assigned room at the hotel, Shu Juju grew angrier the more she thought about it. Not only did Shrek Academy act like they were the emperor, but now they had also dragged out a subordinate force, the Tang clan, to bully them. Anyone with some experience with soul tools could tell that it was just a level 4 soul tool, but Huo Yuhao was sticking to a price that was 30% more expensive Han a level 5 soul tool and wouldn't budge. How could Shu Juju tolerate this? But he really had to endure it, because a level 5 fixed position soul tool that could be used without a soul master W. As something the Star Luo Empire desperately needed. Grandma Manyi, what do you think I should do? Do I really have to swallow this insult and spend more money than a level 5 fixed equipment soul to? OL to buy those level 4 Zug divine crossbows. Shu Juju asked the titled Douluo who came with her to protect her. The titled Douluo, whom Shu Juju had long called Grandma Manyi, remained silent for a moment. It's best for this old woman not to interfere in matters of state. However, the only place that currently possesses fixed installation soul tools usable by ordinary people is Shrek Academy. Although they are very expensive. We have no other choice at this point, after all. Aside from the Tang clan, a faction under Shrek Academy, we really can't find any other faction that can say. LL is a soul guidance cannon that can have the range of a level 5 soul guidance device without requiring a soul master. Almost as soon as Grandma Manyi finished speaking, another voice came from inside the room after a long silence. Don't be so sure. It's just a matter of having a soul cannon with the range of a level 5 soul tool without needing a soul master. That thing isn't difficult to achieve. Startled by the sudden sound, she looked in the direction from which the sound came and saw Xiao Chang sitting on her bed, greeting her. Hello, Princess Juju, why don't you come to me if you want to buy a soul tool? Chapter 269 Tang Clan's Zug Divine Crossbow Cannons are about to be unsold. Princess Juju's expression changed drastically the moment she saw Xiao Chang. Neither he nor the titled Douluo beside her sensed Xiao Chang's presence before he spoke. If Xiao Chang were to do something to them now, they would likely be powerless to resist. Don't be afraid, being afraid won't help. If I really wanted to deal with you, you wouldn't even be able to make a sound, Xiao Chang said with a smile, appearing as if he were harmless. A bead of cold sweat slid down her face after a long while. But she remained strong and calm. What do you want to do? As I just mentioned, I heard that Princess Juju seems to want to buy some soul tools, so I came over. May I ask what kind of soul tools Princess Juju wants to buy? Princess Juju was somewhat surprised. You can sell us soul tools. Xiao Chang smiled. If it's the same as Shrek Academy, there's no problem. Princess Juju frowned slightly. What Xiao Chang said was the same as what Shrek Academy said, so there was no problem. After a long while, she thought of a possibility, but she didn't want to believe it. However, seeing Xiao Chang's confident and carefree demeanor made her heart sink to the bottom. After much deliberation, Princess Juju took out the Zug Divine Crossbow Cannon that the Tang clan had given her as a sample. Can you sell this? Shu Juju tried her best to speak calmly, but her anxiety made her voice tremble slightly. He was now desperately hoping that Xiao Chang would say no, or at least not agree readily. Because only if Xiao Chang said no, or agreed reluctantly, could it be said that Shrek's Zug Divine Crossbow Cannon had some value. If Xiao Chang readily agreed to sell him a large quantity of these Zug Divine Crossbows, then there is only one possibility. These Zug Divine Crossbows are weapons that the Sun Moon Empire researched many years ago, and now it is time for them to be upgraded. The Sun Moon Empire needs to sell this batch of unused low-level soul tools to recoup its funds. If Xingluo bought those weapons, and then found out on the battlefield that her weapons could only shoot 200 meters while the enemy's weapons could shoot 500 meters, the Xingluo Empire would be utterly defeated by the Sun Moon Empire. Moreover, those weapons that could only shoot 200 meters were purchased with a large amount of money that the Xingluo Empire could have used to train soul masters. In that case, she would become a sinner of the Xingluo Empire. Xiao Chang took the Zug Divine Crossbow from Princess Juju. After scanning it with his mental detection, he was somewhat surprised, as if he hadn't expected Shrek Academy to be selling this Zug Divine Crossbow. Seeing Xiao Chang's expression, Princess Juju felt relieved, but then, one sentence from Xiao Chang pulled her heart back down to the bottom. A level 4 soul tool has a level 5 range, which can be used by ordinary people. I thought they would sell you the Zug Divine Crossbow Cannon with a level 6 range, but I didn't expect it to be a low-end version with a level 5 range. I really didn't expect that. Shu Juju's heart skipped a beat. You mean there's also a Zug Divine Crossbow with a level 6 range that ordinary people can use? Of course, but I don't know why they didn't bring it out. Oh, or maybe they just didn't make it. I forgot that Huo Yuhao didn't study at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy for very long. It's not necessarily that they didn't sell it to you. It's possible that they simply didn't make it. Shu Juju. After a long silence, the title Douluo beside her spoke up. You can sell us the Zug Divine Crossbow, which ordinary people can also use and has the range of a level 6 soul-guided cannon. Xiao Chang paused for a moment. What I can sell you is what Shrek Academy sells to you, but at a much lower price. Can you make it much cheaper than them? Is it okay if it's only 30% more expensive than a level 4 soul tool? Sure. How much do you want? As soon as Xiao Chang finished speaking, Princess Ju felt a surge of anger rush from her heart to her brain. The item that can be bought for 30% more than a level 4 soul tool is being sold at Shrek Academy for 30% more than a level 5 soul tool, and there are even purchase limits. And this happened when the Star Luo Empire was on the verge of collapse and extinction. Shrek Academy is really going too far. Princess Ju immediately wanted to stand up and confront Shrek Academy members, but before she could even stand up, the title Douluo beside her pressed her down. Young friend, you said you also have this Zug Divine crossbow in your area. I wonder if you could let this old lady and Her Highness the Princess take a look at it. Grandma Manye. Shu Juju met the gaze of the title Douluo beside her, and then instantly understood what he meant. So far, Xiao Chang has only been talking and hasn't produced any real soul tools. What if this is just a ploy to sow discord? Besides, if you go to Shrek Academy with empty words and ask for an explanation, there's no way they'll give you anything. Having figured everything out, Princess Juju spoke up. Palace Master Xiao, would you mind letting us see the Zug Divine crossbow cannon in your hand? Before I came, I didn't expect them to bring a soul tool with a range of only level 5. Princess Juju hadn't even had time to feel relieved that she had listened to the words of the title Douluo who was guarding her and hadn't immediately turned against Shrek Academy when Xiao Chang's next words slammed her heart into the abyss again. So I'll just make one for you. As soon as Xiao Chang finished speaking, without waiting for their reaction, he took out some rare metals and completed the 4th level soul tool in just a few seconds. I don't have any really bad materials on hand, so I used some better ones. In terms of durability, this soul tool is better than yours. However, if you buy in bulk, the materials of those other things will be the same as the one you gave me. After a long time, he tested the Zug Divine crossbow cannon that Xiao Chang had temporarily made. Because it used better materials, its power was no weaker than the Zug Divine crossbow cannon of the Tang clan. In an instant, both she and the title Douluo beside her were enraged. After temporarily refusing Xiao Chang's request, the two of them approached Huo Yuhao with Zug Divine crossbow made by the Tang clan and the Zug Divine crossbow temporarily made by Xiao Chang. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao, Princess Vina, then it's settled. After another round of negotiations, Huo Yuhao ultimately gained the upper hand by virtue of the seller's market. Even though Vina brought up her relationship with Mu Shui, Huo Yuhao had no intention of lowering the price for the sake of the deceased Mu Shui. You're a complete swindler, Vina said viciously. She now understood why her godfather, Poison Undying, no longer provided resources to this soul master with the martial soul. He was such an ingrate who only recognized the Tang sect and Shrek Academy. If he weren't still useful, he should have been kicked out of the body sect. Princess Vina, I'm so sorry, my prices are absolutely fair and reasonable. Quote. Almost as soon as Huo Yuhao finished speaking, an angry voice rang out. Huo Yuhao. You inhuman bastard. Chapter 270 Huo Yuhao, who is not human 260 miles away. Just as Princess Vina was about to confirm that she had bought the Zug God's Wrath cannon at the price Huo Yuhao had asked for, Shu Juju came over and was so angry with Huo Yuhao that she had to swear. Seeing Princess Juju return, Huo Yuhao smiled. Princess Juju, even if a deal falls through, we can still be friends. Why get so angry? Benevolence and righteousness. You want to talk to me about Bene. As Princess Juju spoke, she took out both the Zug Divine crossbow cannon from the Tang clan and the Zug Divine crossbow cannon that Xiao Chang had temporarily made. 2 Zug Divine crossbows. Wait, are these 2 Zug Divine crossbows made of different materials? Princess Vina was taken aback when she saw the 2 Zug Divine crossbows that Princess Juju had taken out. She didn't understand what Princess Juju meant, but then she noticed that the 2 Zug Divine crossbows seemed to be somewhat different. Although she wasn't a soul master, he completely different metallic feel of the 2 Zug soul crossbows was very clear. Even if Princess Vina couldn't make soul tools or even recognize all the rare metals, she could still tell the difference between ordinary steel and rare metals, the difference between steel and gold, even if she wasn't a soul master. Zug Divine crossbow. Princess Juju, where did you get a Zug Divine crossbow? Huo Yuhao noticed the difference in materials between the 2 Zug soul crossbows before Princess Vina did, but what he cared about was not the material of the Zug soul crossbow, but the significance of the other Zug soul crossbow. He only gave Princess Juju one Zug Divine Crossbow as a sample, but Princess Juju gave him two at once. So there are only two possibilities. Either the Zug Divine Crossbow is only similar in appearance, or the Zug Divine Crossbow has been copied. The former is understandable, but seeing that Princess Juju was able to bring this to him, it's likely the latter. Princess Juju sneered. Ha! Where did I come from? I'd like to ask you where you got this Zug Divine Crossbow. Shu Juju. I'm not in the mood for you right now. Boy. How dare you disrespect Her Highness the Princess? We're all the guardian Douluos of the Star Luo Empire just sitting around doing nothing. Because it involved the future of the Tang sect, Huo Uao decided to forcefully ask Princess Juju what she had to say. But Princess Juju is not Huang Qiu. She wouldn't put her own affairs aside just because Huo Yuhao looked anxious after being Bu lead, and she sensed that the matter was really important to Huo Yuhao. When Huo Yuhao showed a domineering side to Princess Juju as if coercing her, Princess Juju didn't need to say anything. E-title Douluo beside him had already sent Huo Yuhao flying with a thought. The body sect's Super Douluo, who was inside the room, wanted to intervene, but was secretly stopped by Vina. Huo Yuhao. Threatening Sister Juju is indeed going too far. No matter what, Sister Juju is a princess. Don't look at me with those murderous eyes, Princess Vina said coldly. She was actually happy to see Huo Yuhao, who had tried to take advantage of the situation, get his comeuppance. After Vina also decided not to side with Huo Yuhao, her anger subsided slightly. She found a seat, sat down, and stared coldly at Huo Yuhao. Explain yourself. Why are you making us spend a fortune to buy soul tools that the Sun Moon Empire has discarded? What are your true intentions? Hearing Shu Juju's words, Vina was shocked and quickly asked what was going on. Sister Juju, what did you say? A soul tool discarded by the Sun Moon Empire. You mean the Zug Divine Crossbow Cannon is a discarded item from the Sun Moon Empire? Of course. Moreover, the Sun Moon Empire can sell it for only 30% more than a level 4 soul tool, but he wants to sell it to us for 30% more than a level 5 soul tool. Huo Yuhao deserves to die. Princess Juju said through gritted teeth. Bei Bei helped Huo Yuhao up. Princess Juju, there must be some misunderstanding here. This Zug Divine Martial Cannon is a X mount soul tool that my junior brother improved using the Zug Divine Crossbow of our Tang sect. It involves the core technology of our Tang sect and is something that my junior brother just made recently. How could it be a soul tool that the Sun Moon Empire has discarded? Princess Juju sneered. Hey, how do you explain that? He made the soul tool on the spot, and the blueprints for that soul tool are clearly in the Sun Moon Empire. If you didn't steal the Sun Moon Empire's soul tool, how could the Sun Moon Empire have stolen your soul tool? Listening to Princess Juju's words, Huo Yuhao grasped the key point. You mean he made the soul tool on the spot? That's right. I know, it's a conspiracy. It's definitely a conspiracy. That despicable Sun Moon Empire. They actually plagiarized other people's work. They have no shame at all. Huo Yuhao said viciously, making Bei Bei frown. It's one thing for others to say this, but for Huo Yuhao, the one Shrek Academy sent to Saint Il the Sun Moon Empire's soul guidance blueprints, to say it like this, Bei Bei found it incredibly awkward. Ahem. Junior brother, you can't say that. Senior brother, why can't you say that? The Sun Moon Empire has touched the very foundation of our Tang clan. But what you did when you went to the Sun Moon Empire? How can that be the same? That was for Shrek Academy, for the Tang sect. Princess Juju sneered. Although Bei Bei and Huo Yuhao hadn't said it explicitly, Princess Juju wasn't stupid. As a member of the royal family, she could glean information from their words. In the end, you even went to the Sun Moon Empire to try and steal their blueprints. Now I understand where this soul tool came from. Hearing Princess Juju's words, Princess Vina's face also turned cold. Huo Yuhao. Mu Shui was truly blind to have fallen for a bastard like you. The previous agreement is null and void. My heavenly soul empire has no need for such outdated soul tools to arm its army. Also, I will report your situation to my godfather truthfully. Since you insist on staying in the Tang sect, my body sect doesn't need another soul master like you whose talent has already been exhausted. Vina is determined to get rid of Huo Yuhao this time. If Huo Yuhao was dispensable before, he is now a cancerous tumor that can no longer be tolerated, as he is now plotting against the heavenly soul empire. In one fell swoop, Huo Yuhao put him on the body sect's blacklist, waiting to expel him from the body sect and Shrek Academy after the competition. As for the Tang sect, Huo Yuhao was no longer a good person. The sole tool that was guaranteed to be problem-free had malfunctioned, exhausting Bei's remaining funds. Now, he was also a sinner to the Tang sect. However, no one criticized Huo Yuhao for too long. Because as time went on, they encountered another problem. In the round-robin tournament, they were drawn into the same team as Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Mai and Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Chapter 271 Shrek Academy, Instant Kill. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament Round Robin. Normally, a round-robin tournament wouldn't attract too many people. But this round-robin tournament was an exception. The matches hadn't even started yet, but the stands were already packed. The price of any seat had increased several times or even 10 times. The Sun Moon Empire had even set up many standing room-only tickets on the outermost perimeter, but those were also extremely difficult to obtain. The reason is simple. This competition is between Shrek Academy, which is hailed as the #1 Soul Master Academy in the Douluo Three Kingdoms, and Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, which claims to be the #1 Soul Master Academy in the Sun Moon Empire. In previous years, the so-called Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy would have been seen as a joke by the people of the Douluo Three Kingdoms. Even the people of the Sun Moon Empire would not have thought that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was that powerful, since the Sun Moon Empire was good at Soul Masters, not Soul Masters. But this competition was different. When the spirits appeared, and because the Sun Moon Royal Spirit Master Academy often achieved a 1 against 7 situation due to its many powerful spirits, everyone looked at this temporarily established Sun Moon Royal Spirit Master Academy with new eyes. Many viewers even believed that the Sun Moon Royal Spirit Master Academy had a chance to defeat Shrek Academy this time. With the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy fielding only top-tier beauties, the entertainment value of this match has been maximized. Many even believe that the finals might not be as exciting as this one, since in previous years the finals were just the Sun Moon Empire's official team versus Shrek Academy's team. Yu Tianlong, what do you think the outcome of this match will be? In the audience, Nan Chocho, who had managed to snag a ticket, and Yu Tianlong, who had also gotten a ticket, sat together, watching the match that was about to begin. Nan Chocho asked Yu Tianlong a question. Yu Tianlong said without a smile, if it were any other year, I would say without hesitation that this match would be another victory for Shrek Academy. But you have seen the power of the spirits. A 5-ring Soul King summoned a 20,000-year-old spirit beast to fight for him. You should know that a 20,000-year-old spirit beast is equivalent to a soul emperor. If the bloodline is strong enough, even a soul saint would not dare to say that he can definitely win in a one-on-one situation with a 20,000-year-old spirit beast. In addition, the summoned spirit beasts are not only fearless, but they will also cooperate with the spirit master in battle. A 5-ring Soul King with 2 10,000-year soul skills, plus a soul beast with a cultivation level of at least Soul Emperor, even I wouldn't dare to guarantee that I could defeat a 5-ring Soul King from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Nan Chocho nudged Yu Tianlong with her elbow and teased, what, even the #1 genius of the younger generation in Dragon City lacks confidence when facing the younger generation. Yu Tianlong smiled helplessly. My dear young lady, please stop teasing me. At first, I didn't think I would lose to any of the younger generation. But those two people that day. Thinking back to how he directly confronted the older generation, Xiaocheng and Mu Qingshui, Yu Tianlong could only shake his head with a wry smile. Let's not talk about that. I told my mom this time that I plan to study at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy for a while. Are you coming along? Huh, are you serious? The Sun Moon Empire is an enemy country. Isn't what you're doing treason? And Nan, would you agree to this? Yu Tianlong looked at Nan Chocho in disbelief. It's already been approved. I've even submitted my application to study at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, or rather the Soul Hall's Soul Spirit technology, will be the mainstream for Soul Masters in the future. After all, even you know that Soul Spirit Masters completely crush ordinary Soul Masters. My mother is even more likely to see that. Yu Tianlong raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Even I know. That's not important. What's important is that you see, not only us, but many sects and academies are still here. Even the dragon-slaying sect, which was defeated in the first competition, is still here. The defeated academies or sects can no longer stay in the Sun Moon Empire's hotels for free, but they are still here. Even though the accommodation fees here are extremely expensive, they are still here. Obviously, it's not just you and me who have seen the power of soul spirits. Everyone who came to participate this time has seen it. Soul Spirit Masters will definitely be the mainstream in the future. Yu Tianlong remained silent. He could also see the power of soul masters. Not to mention summoning soul beasts to help in battle, the ability to absorb soul rings beyond their level and modify previous soul rings was enough to make soul masters flock to them. The problem is that it wasn't Shrek Academy that did it, but the enemy Sun Moon Empire, which puts Yu Tianlong in a difficult position. Let's watch the competition first. Soul masters are indeed powerful, but who knows if Shrek Academy has even stronger methods. After all, it has been the #1 academy on the continent for many years. It's impossible that they are completely helpless against soul masters. As Yu Tianlong spoke, their gazes returned to the competition stage, and it was time for the match bet. In Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy to begin. Shrek Academy, Shu Sanshi. Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Nana. The match begins. With the referee's whistle, the first match between Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy officially began. Without any hesitation, Shu Sanshi instantly released his martial soul. Immediately afterward, his first, second, and third soul rings lit up, instantly raising his defenses to prevent the opponent from using any teleportation-type soul skills to suddenly appear in front of him and strike him. Facing a powerful enemy, Shu Sanshi dared not be careless in the slightest. You absolutely must hold on, Sanshi. Bei looked at the competition stage with concern. He had decided that Shu Sanshi would be the first to go on stage. Shu Sanshi was a 6-ring Soul Emperor with a defensive style, and he was a 6-ring Soul Emperor of the Xuanming Turtle. Even a 7-ring Soul Saint would not have an easy time breaking through his defense. That was why he had Shu Sanshi go on stage. After all, Shu Sanshi might not be able to win, but his defense, which even a 7-ring Soul Saint couldn't break, meant he wouldn't lose to his opponent quickly, allowing the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy to humiliate Shrek Academy. That was Bei's original thought, and in fact, his approach wasn't too problematic. However, unfortunately, the opponent Shu Sanshi faced this time wasn't one of the beauties he had found 3 years ago, but rather Nana, who had been with Xiao Chang for a long time and possessed exceptional talent. As Nana approached Shu Sanshi, before he could even say a few words of teasing, he felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if something was piercing through him and damaging his internal organs. In just a few seconds, Shu Sanshi's life force was completely drained, and he fell backward. The first match between Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and Shrek Academy was a one-hit kill. Chapter 272 Shrek admits defeat. Silence. The entire place was deathly silent. The Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire are very powerful, which is something all Soul Masters who watched the competition know. However, this time they were facing the Soul Masters of Shrek Academy. Almost all the viewers thought that even if the Soul Masters of Shrek Academy couldn't win, they wouldn't lose too badly. However, Shu Sanshi was instantly killed as soon as he appeared, making Shrek Academy's defeat in this competition extremely ugly. It can't be real, can it? That's a Soul Emperor. And a Soul Emperor from Shrek Academy at that. Didn't they claim to be invincible among their peers? How could they lose so quickly? No, it's not that Shrek's Soul Masters are too weak. Look at the Soul Rings of TH. At Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's Soul Master. As soon as someone in the audience pointed out the key information, everyone else looked at Nana's spirit ring. That wasn't 6 or 7 spirit rings, but a full 8 spirit rings. Black, 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 red, 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 red. An 8-ring Soul Douluo. And with a 10,000-year soul ring as a minimum, a Soul Douluo with a full 100,000-year soul ring. It can't be real. Is this really possible? Xiao Chang silently watched the competition. Normally, a soul ring combination of 4 black and 4 red would be impossible without a divine test. But this was a soul spirit technique, and a soul spirit technique that had been improved several times. Although there is no spirit ascension platform yet, the essence of a soul spirit is to preserve the energy of a soul beast and then turn the soul beast into an undead. Without a spirit ascension platform, there is no way to upgrade a soul spirit for a while. Does TH mean there is no way to upgrade an undead creature? Moreover, Nana's human-faced spider spirit itself possesses a certain devouring attribute, and 2 years ago Xiao Chang happened to eliminate a bunch of title Douluo, Super Douluo, and even limit Douluo Mu N by feeding the human-faced spider with Mu N's corpse, which was preserved at absolute 0, although Mu N's soul power was not largely preserved. His large size allowed Nana's soul spirit to leap to the level of a 100,000-year-old soul spirit. Nana's soul power also broke through from Soul Emperor to Soul Saint because of that breakthrough in her soul spirit. Furthermore, due to the 100,000-year soul ring, her soul power broke through to level 75 in one fell swoop. If she hadn't had other things to do and hadn't focused on cultivation, her soul power wouldn't even be at level 83 now. However, even level 83 is enough. With 4 black and 4 red rings, she is an 8-ring soul Douluo. Even if Nana doesn't use the Seiko ND awakening of her original martial soul, her strength will not be lower than that of an ordinary title Douluo. After all, a normal title Douluo usually doesn't have a single 100,000-year soul skill. But Nana's 5th and 6th soul rings have both been upgraded to the 100,000-year level, which are genuine 100,000-year soul skills. As for the 8th soul ring, it is a genuine 100,000-year soul ring with 2 soul skills. Xuanzi. Won't they make a move? Well, after all, Shrek Academy wouldn't dare to provoke someone stronger than them. After staring at the competition stage for a long time, Xiao Cheng said that he originally wanted to take advantage of the presence of many high-ranking officials of the Sun Moon Empire to take care of the Shrek Academy people, but it seemed that they had no intention of avenging Shu Sanshi. However, Xiao Cheng could understand. After all, in Douluo Continent I, Flanders, who said they dared not provoke mediocre people and made it their school motto. Did not dare to utter a word when facing Dugu Bo, a titled Douluo. Now that the home ground is Xiao Cheng's side, they naturally know what to choose. Excellent, excellent. My Sun Moon Empire is truly bursting with talent. I'm even looking forward to seeing my Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy achieve a 7-kill streak against Shrek Academy. While Xiao Cheng was watching Shrek Academy and waiting to make his move, the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, sitting on the main seat, was overjoyed. During his reign, the Sun Moon Empire had defeated Shrek Academy, and this time they were even going to crush Shrek Academy. Coupled with what Xiao Cheng had told him, that in 10 years, when the geniuses of the Sun Moon Empire had grown up, they could directly behead the title Douluo and emperors of other countries. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to the title of Emperor of all ages. As for the death of the previous emperor, who was his elder brother, once Douluo Continent becomes Sun Moon Continent, that matter will be confirmed. It will only be a minor stain and cannot overshadow his achievements in this life. Hearing the emperor's words, Crown Prince Shu Tianren remained expressionless. Though he was on the verge of a breakdown from worry. His father was getting closer and closer to becoming the greatest emperor in history, but if he became the greatest emperor, what would he be? A crown prince who might be deposed in the future. Shu Tianren glanced at Xiao Cheng's location and was relieved that Feng Ling had returned early because she sensed something was wrong. If it had been revealed that he had betrayed Xiao Cheng's location, the Holy Spirit cult might not have protected him to the death, but would have chosen to find another supporter. The old emperor's happiness was inadvertently built on the suffering of Crown Prince Shu Tianren, while the overall happiness of the Sun Moon Empire was built on the suffering of Shrek Academy. When Shu Sanshi was instantly killed, and Nana displayed a soul ring configuration of 4 black and 4 red, the Shrek Academy members in the waiting area were on the verge of collapse. An 8-ring soul Douluo. And why? A 4 black and 4 red soul ring configuration. Is such a soul ring configuration even possible? And if she has a 4 black and 4 red soul ring configuration, what level of soul ring configu ration do Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen have? Vina's face was extremely ugly. They had considered the 4 black and 4 red soul ring ratio that Xiao Sheng had shown before, but the shock brow T by its actual appearance was not less than that of their consideration. Especially considering that Nana wasn't the formidable opponent they initially imagined. Senior brother, what should we do? Should we continue fighting? Huo Yuhao looked at Bei Bei and asked. For the honor of Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao was willing to fight. But the problem now was that even if they wanted to fight, there was an 8-ring soul Douluo there. They would be killed one by one. The difference of 2 to 3 soul rings meant that many of them would not even be able to break through Nana's protective soul power. Of the entire team, the only one who could pose even the slightest threat to Nana was Bei Bei. However, this threat was only slight. Soul Saint and Soul Douluo were merely superficial combat strengths. The difference between Nana and Bei Bei was that of an 8-ring Soul Douluo with 4 black and 4 red rings and a Soul Saint with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black rings. It was an insurmountable gap. Especially since Bei Bei's 7th soul ring had just passed 10,000 years. Facing Nana would be a near-death experience for him. Bei Bei took a deep breath, then walked to the competition stage. Just as the referee was about to call start, he gritted his teeth and said the last thing he wanted to say. We surrender. Chapter 273. News of Shrek Academy's defeat was sent to the Douluo Three Kingdoms. After uttering those words, Bei Bei seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and his face turned deathly pale. But at that moment, no one in the audience cared about his condition. They were more concerned about something else. Shrek lost. Shrek Academy, which has been considered the holy land of soul masters across the continent for thousands of years and has almost monopolized the championship of the continent's advanced soul master competition, has lost. And it has even conceded defeat. Beibei's voice wasn't loud, but it stirred everyone's nerves. The people of the Sun Moon Empire began to shout, while those who supported Shrek Academy were all devastated. Shrek Academy's defeat felt like a collapse of faith, especially since they were facing the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Not the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. At this moment, at least in the hearts of many viewers, Shrek Academy was no longer the #1 Soul Master Academy on the entire continent. The collapse of faith is extremely terrible, so when Beibei conceded defeat, the crowd of jeers erupted. Some excited spectators even started throwing things at Beibei. Fuck your mother. Give me my money back. Quote. We didn't come to see you admit defeat. You don't even dare to fight your opponents. Can you still call yourselves Shrek students? Get lost. I believed why. Oh, you only lost 5 years ago because your starting players weren't there. And this is how you play 5 years later. You're too scared to even fight. The audience was excitedly cheering, but Shrek Academy was still doing relatively well at this point, since the number of people in the audience was ultimately limited. However, once the competition ended and all the Soul Masters returned to their respective countries and academies, Shrek Academy would completely fall from its pedestal. Senior brother, you. When Beibei walked down from the competition platform, looking dejected, he was not greeted with comfort, but with Huo Yuhao's doubts. In Huo Yuhao's eyes, Shrek Academy and Tang Sect were his true home, and Beibei's surrender was tantamount to bringing shame upon Shrek Academy. How could Huo Yuhao tolerate such a thing? If it weren't for the fact that the person who surrendered was Beibei, who was very kind to him, Huo Yuhao would have even cursed him. I'm sorry, but Soul Douluo with 4 black and 4 red souls is not someone we can defeat. We had already lost this competition before it even started. What we need to do is at least not lose too badly. We have no chance of winning against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Rather than continuing to fight the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and wasting our manpower, we should reduce casualties and praise our strength as much as possible to prepare for the battle against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy later. As the main Soul Master controlling the battlefield, Vina stood on Beibei's side. You did the right thing. We've already suffered some losses. Continuing to fight an 8-ring Soul Douluo will only make us lose more miserably. Rather than letting her kill 3 people before starting the team battle, or even being wiped out by her in one go, it's the best choice for us to conserve our strength to defeat the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Thank you. Beibei thanked Vina, who understood him, and then left without saying another word. He is Moon's great-grandson and a direct descendant of Shrek Academy. For him to admit defeat as a member of Shrek Academy and bring shame upon the Academy is a great torment. But Beibei knew he had to do this. Whether it was a 5-ring Soul King or a 6-ring Soul Emperor, they would be easily crushed by Nana as soon as they entered the arena. Only he could barely hold on in front of Nana. However, the difference between an 8-ring Soul Douluo and a 5 or 6-ring Soul Master was significant. With only him as a 7-ring Soul Saint, Nana could easily defeat all 7 of them. If Shrek were to be defeated by Nana in a 7-on-1 battle, Shrek's situation would be even worse than admitting defeat. Especially since they would have to face the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy after their battle with the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. If they lost to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy first, and lost to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy again, Shrek Academy would have no chance of even making it into the top 8. That would be when Shrek Academy would lose face to the extreme. Ellipsis. Shrek just gave up like that. Yu Tianlong said in disbelief from the audience. He wasn't a staunch supporter of Shrek Academy, but he still hadn't expected them to lose so badly. Nan Chocho smiled. Is it because of that person's influence? He himself is an irrational monster, and the people around him are also irrational monsters. Now even the students are irrational monsters. Compared to Shrek Academy, which considers itself a monster, I think that person is the real monster. Yu Tianlong nodded without refuting. As someone who, like Nan Chocho, had witnessed Xiao Cheng's strength, he had a deep understanding of it. However, at this moment, he was concerned about something else. Nan Chocho, did you really go to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy just for cultivation? As someone who was from Dragon City and grew up with Nan Chocho, Yu Tianlong sensed that Nan Chocho's emotions seemed a little different when she mentioned Xiao Cheng. Of course, what are you saying? What could I possibly have for him? You can't blame me. The sense of security he exudes, his looks, I've never seen another like him. Nan Chocho wanted to say that she had no feelings for Xiao Chang. But under Yu Tianlong's scrutinizing gaze, she finally told the truth. I do envy you when it comes to relationships, Yu Tianlong said helplessly. When Mu Qingshui arrived in Longcheng, he fell in love at first sight with her beauty. However, after Mu Qingshui demonstrated her strength, Yu Tianlong could only suppress his feelings. It's normal for a woman's partner to be stronger than herself, and if she is much stronger, it's even a sign of her charm. But if a man's partner is much stronger than himself, this kind of thing is generally unlikely. If it were just a little short, Yu Tianlong could still try to improve. But Nai and Mu Qingshui's strength far surpassed his. Even if he wanted to pursue them, the gap in strength made it impossible for him. Although it seems highly unlikely that Nan Chocho's side will be the same, at least there is still some hope for her. Ellipsis. Was everything recorded? After watching with satisfaction as the supporters of Shrek Academy cursed the Shrek Academy members, the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire inquired about the records of the competition. Normally, matches are not recorded, but because this is a match between the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and Shrek Academy, and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy is likely to win, the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire is naturally extremely concerned about something that involves his great achievements. Your Majesty, the entire battle has been recorded using a soul tool. Very good. Make a copy of that record as quickly as possible, so that all my people know that our Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy has won in this aspect of Soul Masters. Furthermore, send this message to the original Douluo Three Kingdoms as well. Chapter 274 Shrek's Self-Deception. The Star Luo Empire, the capital city. The Inner Palace. Your Majesty, the results of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament between Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy are in. A.E. Anuk trotted quickly to the bedside of the Star Luo Empire's Emperor, Shu Jiawei, to report the results of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire opened his eyes and spoke weakly. With Xiao Chang around, how can Shrek Academy fight back? If Shrek Academy is no longer the #1 Soul Master Academy on the continent, will they still have any influence? And who else can they rally to fight against the Sun Moon Empire? Ever since 2 years ago, when numerous titled Douluos besieged Xiao Chang and his group only to be killed in the ensuing attack, the Star Luo Empire's emperor has been in poor condition. At this moment, he resembles the former emperor of the Sun Moon Empire. Your Majesty, according to the news we've received, Huang Qiu Tian from the Sun Moon Empire did not participate in the battle. It seems that because of his status as the Hall Master of the Soul Hall, he did not participate in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Upon hearing the eunuch's words, the Star Luo Emperor immediately sat up. So, Shrek Academy won the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament this time. Stared at by the Emperor, the eunuch trembled uncontrollably. But he still answered the Emperor's question. No, the Sun Moon Empire has more than just Xiao Chang as a genius. In this Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, the Sun Moon Empire produced a Soul Douluo with a 4 black 4 red soul ring ratio. Shrek Academy admitted defeat after fighting her once. PFFT. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire spat out a mouthful of blood. Then collapsed onto the bed and fainted again. His Majesty. Your Majesty, you cannot be harmed. The Empire is counting on you to take charge. Imperial Physician. No. Go and invite the immortal healer Douluo. Upon learning of Shrek Academy's defeat, Emperor Shu Jiawei of the Star Luo Empire fainted. The situation was similar for both Tianyun and Dueling, especially Tianyun. While Xingluo and Dueling were not entirely clear about Shrek Academy's situation, the current head of the Sea God Pavilion was the former head of the Heavenly Soul Empire's National Protector sect. So they understood better what the message meant. Shrek Academy lost completely, which also means that they will lose completely in their future battles against the Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire. Ellipsis. After defeating the Mingyu sect, we will then face the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. With only 2 matches left in this round-robin tournament for Shrek Academy, Bebe had no choice but to bring up the fact that they were about to face the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, despite his reluctance. Upon hearing that they would be facing the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, everyone's spirits immediately dampened. In the past, Shrek Academy would not have been afraid of Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, but after encountering Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, the Shrek students could no longer be as calm as they were at the beginning. Everyone knew that they couldn't beat the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, and their chances of winning against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy probably weren't much better. Don't be discouraged. Although the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy is very strong, they are not like the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, whom we can't beat at all. Seeing that everyone was feeling down, Bebe quickly analyzed the situation for them to cheer them up. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy's lineup consists of Nana, an 8-ring Soul Douluo, and numerous 5-ring Soul King level Soul Masters. What makes their team truly terrifying is that Nana, the 8-ring Soul Douluo level captain, can single-handedly fight 3 team battles against us, resulting in a 7-on-4 situation. It's even possible that they could achieve a 1 versus 7 victory. It was precisely because Nana had the potential to defeat 7 opponents at once that I chose to give up the battle against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. However, the captain of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had this ability, while the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy did not. It is undeniable that even so, their team was still difficult to defeat, but their strength was ultimately limited. Furthermore, because He Sun Moon Empire sent 4 teams this time, their strength was greatly dispersed, which is our advantage. This time, we are not facing the team led by the brother and sister Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian. We are only facing the team led by Meng Hongqian. Xiao Hongqian is leading other people to represent Ming Hall and they are not in our round-robin tournament. This is the arrogance of He Sun Moon Empire and also our advantage. A senior member of Shrek Academy has already sensed that Meng Hongqian's cultivation level is not at the level of an 8-ring Soul Douluo like Nana's. Therefore, she does not have the ability to defeat 7 opponents at once like Nana. In addition, we have already fought against her in the last All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament and have some understanding of her abilities. The advantage in this battle is on our side. Are you serious? Although she didn't want to discourage Bebe, Vina chose to tell the truth. Of course, although the existence of spirits allows people to absorb spirit rings beyond their level, spirits have only appeared for 3 years now. The people of the Sun Moon Empire have limited talent. Each of their teams has a large number of 5-ring Spirit Kings because the Sun Moon Empire's medicines are most effective before the 5-ring Spirit Kings. After that, they will only get worse and worse, and may even become stumbling blocks on the road to advancement. Although there are Soul Emperors in their team, because they need to organize 4 teams, Meng Hongqian's team only has 2 Soul Emperors, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. The rest of them are only Soul Kings. Soul Emperor. Xiao Xiao frowned. In terms of talent, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo were not as good as her, but she was still in the Soul King stage. While Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo were already Soul Emperors. If it were just a matter of slightly slower cultivation speed, it wouldn't be so bad. But the problem is that as Xiao Xiao learns more about Shrek Academy and enters its inner courtyard, she becomes increasingly confused about how Shrek Academy has been the #1 academy on the continent for 10,000 years. She is now reasonably doubting the correctness of her initial choice. Bebe ignored Xiao Xiao's situation and continued, they have 1 Soul Saint, 2 Soul Emperors, and 4 Soul Kings, while we have 1 Soul Saint, 2 Soul Emperors, and 4 Soul Kings. Although Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo have a Soul Fusion skill, how could Yuhao and Wang Donger's 100% Soul Fusion skill be inferior to other Soul Fusion skills? Moreover, we also have the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda with its 60% boost. As for the 100,000-year Soul Ring that Meng Hongqian might possess, how could the Emperor's sovereign rule over the world skill, which was left to me by the ancestor, be inferior to a 100,000-year Soul skill? Moreover, I have already modified the ancestor's sovereign rule over the world skill. Facing the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, the advantage is on my side. Vina, you're just fooling yourself with that advantage you have. Chapter 275 Shrek's Unending Cheating. Vina remained silent. As the main Soul Master in the team, she could obviously see that Bebe's words were purely self-deception to boost morale. Can Bebe's Soul Saint with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black attributes compare to Meng Hongqian's Soul Saint with possibly 5 black and 2 red attributes? Can Huo Yuhao, a Soul Emperor with 1 yellow, 2 purple, 1 white, 1 black, and 1 purple soul, compare to Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, a Soul Emperor with 3 purple and 3 black souls? She herself, being a Soul Emperor, was somewhat better off, but that was only slightly better. It was true that her second martial soul's brain had 6 10,000-year soul rings, but those soul rings were only 1 or 2,000 years old, those over 30,000 years old simply did not exist. But what about Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo? Soul Masters have twice the Soul Ring absorption limit compared to ordinary Soul Masters. A normal Soul Master's 6th Soul Ring has an absorption limit of less than 30,000 years. If the ratio of the first 5 soul rings is optimized, and they use a series of good things to enhance their physical qualities, such as the whale glue from Shrek Academy or Body Sect, the absorption limit of these elites' 6th soul rings can be extended by another 5,000 to 6,000 years beyond 30,000 years. This is also the reason why major forces like Shrek Academy and Body Sect are stronger than ordinary smaller forces. Although the Soul Hall was established not long ago, it is a genuine major power. In particular, the Soul Spirit brings the effect of absorbing soul rings beyond one's level. Vina has no doubt that in the future, the richest power on the continent will no longer be the Minged Hall but the Soul Hall. In fact, the richest power on the entire continent may already be the Soul Hall. Even though it has only been established for 3 years. If a powerful and wealthy force is based on the practice of absorbing spirit rings beyond one's level, then what levee L of spirit rings would Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, the holy maidens of the Soul Hall, possess? Their 4th spirit ring reached 15,000 years. What level is their 5th spirit ring? Will it really just be an ordinary 10,000-year spirit ring? It's highly likely that the absorption rate of that spirit ring will also exceed the normal level. The 4th and 5th spirit rings exceeded the absorption limit, so what about the 6th? 6, 7, 8, 9, those are the last 4 spirit rings a spirit master can acquire, which is also the limit of spirit rings a 10,000-year-old spirit beast can produce. Given Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo's identities as saintesses, coupled with this continent-wide advanced Soul Master competition, and with all these factors combined, Vina has no doubt that the Soul Ring fused by Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo's 6th Soul Ring might be a Soul Ring of more than 70,000 years, or even an 80,000-year level Soul Ring. With a Soul Ring that is 70,000 or even 80,000 years old. In terms of the age of the Soul Ring, she, the holder of twin martial souls, may not be as good as Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. In this case, how can Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo be regarded as ordinary soul emperors? Therefore, Bai Bei's words were completely self-deception, but now it was no longer possible not to deceive herself. If morale completely collapsed, then there would be no point in fighting anymore. I will be the first to play in the upcoming match against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy to avoid a repeat of the situation with San Shi. Bei Bei clenched her fist and addressed everyone. The aura of the Holy Light Dragon and its own strength as a 7-ring Soul Saint finally gave everyone a glimmer of confidence. However, after the battle with Mingyu Sect, they lost half of their confidence. In the original story, Mingyu Sect had fought against Shrek Academy and Tang Sect. At that time, they had 2 Soul Emperors, the captain had 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black souls. And the vice captain had 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black soul. They were quite powerful and caused considerable trouble for Tang Sect. Now, thanks to the Soul Hall selling 10,000-year level soul spirits, and the fact that the Mingyu Sect is a powerful sect in the Sun Moon Empire, it is very easy to purchase some suitable soul spirits over 20,000 years old as their 5th soul ring. Therefore, the captain and vice captain of the Mingyu Sect all have 4 purple and 2 black soul rings, and the other members also have 4 purple and 1 black soul ring. Not only is their soul ring configuration quite powerful, but each of them can also summon a 20,000-year level soul spirit to help them in battle. Thanks to Shrek Academy having Bei Bei, a soul saint with the Radiant Dragon martial soul, coupled with the second awakening of their main martial soul and the 60% boost from the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, Shrek Academy managed to avoid defeat against the Mingyu Sect despite having used almost all their trump cards and suffering a loss due to Wang Donger's blood. But after defeating Mingyu Sect, their morale, which had initially improved, plummeted once again. If a team of soul masters without a soul saint is already this difficult to fight, they have even less idea how to fight against the people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. However, there was no time for them to lose heart, no time to be happy about defeating Mingyu Sect. They were finally going to face the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. They lost the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Can they win against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy? Because these were teams that had been fighting for thousands of years, and because this was the last match of the quarterfinals, Shrek Academy vs Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, the stands were once again packed to capacity. It's tough. Because of the emergence of soul spirits, the number of soul masters in the Sun Moon Empire is gradually increasing. However, they also have many soul master geniuses. In fact, soul masters have been the foundation of the Sun Moon Empire for thousands of years. Shrek Academy is probably in grave danger this time. No way. Shrek Academy has been number 1 for 10,000 years, and this time they can't even make it to the quarterfinals. That would be such a humiliating defeat. There's nothing we can do. They're just unlucky to run into both the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy at once. Neither of these teams is easy to beat. Shrek Academy is probably doomed. Listening to the discussions of the many spectators while waiting in the waiting area, Beibei's already limited confidence dwindled even further. Mu N's reign of the world was about being invincible and the best in the world. But Mu N had long since changed. Reign of the world, too, Bei's 3 wonders, so he lost that invincible momentum. From beginning to end, he only thought about Tang Ya. Don't worry, senior brother, we can win. Huo Yuhao walked up to Bei and said when Bei was feeling down. Yuhao, you don't need to comfort me, at least I. Bei clenched her fists, about to say something more, when she saw Huo Yuhao's extremely determined eyes. No, senior brother, this is not a consolation, but a fact. We will definitely win this match for the glory of Shrek Academy. Yuhao, do you have any other special secret techniques? But it's just one special secret technique. Bei didn't continue. He didn't want to undermine his own confidence. Huo Yuhao smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, senior brother, I said we would never lose for the honor of Shrek Academy. Bei felt the hand patting his shoulder. It looked like Huo Yuhao's, but the aura actually belonged to Beast King Bo Longlong. Bo. Just as Bei was about to say, Elder Gong, Huo Yuhao raised his hand to stop her. I said that for the honor of Shrek, we will never lose. Chapter 276 Shrek continues to suffer defeat. Bei remained silent, sensing the aura of the Beast King Bo Longlong. He then understood why Huo Yuhao had said they wouldn't lose. As long as they can reach the team competition, Huo Yuhao can use his simulated soul skill to bring this well-known titled Douluo onto the battlefield. A renowned titled Douluo who has survived the beast tide and narrowly escaped death, his soul power has reached level 94, just a hair's breadth away from level 95. With him secretly overseeing things, Shrek Academy could indeed turn the tide this time, but not only did they have to fight 7 opponents, but they also sent a titled Douluo to secretly help them. Bei really couldn't stand this kind of cheating. Seeing that Bei remained silent, Huo Yuhao, who had guessed what Bei was thinking, had already come up with a way to persuade him. Senior brother, they might even send out 10,000-year-old soul beasts. What's wrong with what we're doing? They were the ones who bullied us with soul spirits first. Besides, look at the soul tools on their bodies. Did they make those? They were the ones who broke the rules and acted unreasonably first. Moreover, this is all for the glory of Shrek Academy. Bei remained silent for a long time before finally sighing helplessly. He didn't know whether what he was doing was right or wrong. Theoretically, Bei should have stopped this kind of fighting style that was completely unacceptable, but when Huo Yuhao mentioned Shrek's glory, Bei swallowed the words he originally wanted to say to stop him. He can distinguish between good and bad, but when it comes to Shrek's glory, good and bad are sometimes not so important. I will defeat Meng Hongqian. The rest is up to you. Bei said helplessly that the power of Bei's 3 absolutes, which was modified based on Junline Tianzhi, was naturally not small. However, it was still not an easy task to defeat Meng Hongqian, who almost certainly had a 100,000-year soul ring. Although Bei was full of confidence when cheering everyone up, he knew that if they really fought, a draw would be the best outcome for him. Don't worry, senior brother, for the glory of Shrek Academy, we will never lose. Never. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Compared to the so-called eyes of Asura, in the original work, Huo Yuhao, who was now filled with murderous aura and seemed ready to devour anyone, was more worthy of the title, Eyes of Asura. Bei stepped onto the stage, and unsurprisingly, Meng Hongqian was about to play the first match against her. A 5 black 2 red spirit ring combination is an extremely terrifying existence in Douluo Continent 2. However, given Nana's previous release of 4 black and 4 red spirit rings, the crowd was not particularly shocked by Meng Hongqian's spirit ring combination. Nevertheless, when Meng Hongqian released his spirit rings, the people of the Sun Moon Empire became excited, while the supporters of Shrek Academy showed expressions as if they had eaten shit. Of course, there was also someone mixed in who didn't have a look of disgust on his face. He was one of the unlucky guys in the stands when the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy first appeared and faced the Dragon Slayer clan. Both parties share the same name. Captain of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Meng Hongqian. Shrek Academy Captain, Bibi. The match begins with a command from Zheng Zan. The unbreakable Douluo. Bei Bei's last black spirit ring out of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black rings lit up, and then he transformed into a dragon radiating a rich aura of light. At the same time, Meng Hongqian's 7th soul ring also lit up. However, unlike Bei Bei, Meng Hongqian did not transform into a Zhu Qing ice toad. Instead, a giant Zhu Qing ice toad appeared beneath his feet. Besides possessing the body, a martial soul can also be released externally, and the Zhu Qing ice toad spirit, which is of the same species as one's own martial soul, is naturally the best spirit for releasing a martial soul externally. Nian Yazhao. Never forget it. Transformed into the holy dragon of light, Bei Bei swiftly pounced towards Meng Hongqian's location, while simultaneously unleashing his golden dragon claws, which Ya-san considered to be the Nian Ya claw, to grab Meng Hongqian. You know that your inferior soul tools can't completely resist my poison, so you your martial soul true body to increase your resistance to poison. I've really been underestimated. Meng Hongqian put one hand on her hip, very dissatisfied that Bei Bei not only refused to surrender but also dared to attack her. So, her 6th spirit ring lit up, and the first spirit skill of her 100,000-year spirit ring, Ice Toad Poison Domain, spread out. The domain type spirit skill filled the entire arena with the deadly poison of Zhu Qing Ice Toad. At the same time, the 2nd soul skill of the 100,000-year soul ring, Ice Spirit Cold Fire, was also activated, forming a protective layer around her. As long as Bei Bei came into contact with this Ice Spirit Cold Fire, her body would be quickly ignited, eventually burning the outside into an ice sculpture while the inside would be burned into charcoal. A 100,000-year-old soul skill that inflicts negative buffs on enemies, combined with a soul skill that can be used for both offense and defense, means that whether the battle drags on or they clash head-on, Meng Hongqian will ultimately emerge victorious. Fortunately, Bei Bei also possessed a soul bone. Thanks to Du Busy's order to give soul bones to the students participating in the competition, Bei Bei obtained a 100,000-year soul bone that was even better than the one Muan had given him. Relying on the soul skills brought by the 100,000-year soul bone, he managed to withstand Meng Hongqian's 100,000-year soul ring skill. However, withstanding it did not mean winning. The difference in soul power, the difference in soul rings, and even the difference in soul bones between them were all enormous. In terms of martial soul, Bei Bei is not inferior to Meng Hongqian. However, the problem is that after Meng Hongqian's martial soul fused with the 100,000-year-old Zhu Qing Bingqian spirit, her martial soul was not much weaker than Bei Bei's. After all, the Zhu Qing Bingqian spirit was too good for Meng Hongqian in terms of both age and compatibility. In comparison, although Bei Bei's bright sacred dragon martial soul itself is good, the age and compatibility of its spirit rings lowered the upper limit of Bei Bei's bright sacred dragon, especially the 7th spirit ring, which was a spirit beast spirit ring without dragon blood and only 10,000 years old. It can be said that the gap in Bei Bei's martial soul was gradually leveled off by the poor spirit rings. As for combat skills, Meng Hongqian is indeed a bit lacking, but Zhu Qingbingqian is not bad at all. In fact, her combat skills accumulated over 100,000 years far surpass those of Bei Bei, a N-ring soul saint who has only cultivated for a little over 10 years. Therefore, despite all the grand pronouncements made beforehand, Bei Bei ultimately only struggled for a while before unsurprisingly losing. If I had known this would happen, I would have represented the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy in the competition and officially defeated Shrek Academy, preventing them from even making it into the quarterfinals. That would have been a real slap in the face. Xiao Hongqian said somewhat dejectedly in the spectator area as he watched Meng Hongqian defeat Bei Bei. Then he turned around and saw Xiao Chang frowning. Hey Xiao Chang, what are you looking at? Is there anything interesting to see at Shrek Academy? It's nothing. I just discovered a somewhat expected special situation, which might be interesting later. Chapter 277 Shrek's cheating gets caught red-handed. Huo Yuhao's simulated soul skill concealed the figure of the Beast King Bo Longlong, but as soon as Xiao Chang sensed something was wrong, he scanned it with his mental detection and easily discovered the figure of the Beast King Bo Longlong. Huo Yuhao's 3rd soul skill was ultimately only a soul skill of over 3,000 years. Not the one of 10,000 years like Xiao Chang's. Therefore, the weakness of his soul skill was not small. It was only because others did not think of it that it was not discovered. Xiao Hongqian didn't quite understand what Xiao Chang meant. Something interesting. What do you mean by something interesting? Xiao Chang didn't answer immediately, but just shook his head. Just watch. You'll find out soon enough. Hey, as expected of Shrek Academy, they really don't care about their reputation anymore. Ah. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Completely bewildered by what was happening, and after Bei Bei's defeat, Vina, who was about to reluctantly go on stage, was stopped by Huo Yuhao, who then went onto the competition stage. The moment Huo Yuhao stepped onto the competition stage, his entire demeanor instantly became arrogant and unruly. HMPH, a bunch of clowns. They've only absorbed a 100,000-year spirit ring early. Do you think Shrek Academy, with its 10,000-year heritage, can't do something like that? Huo Yuhao took a step forward, and 8 blood-red spirit rings, each representing a spirit ring that had lasted for 100,000 years, appeared. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura emanated from him, sending chills down the spines of the audience present. Really? Shrek Academy has an 8-ring soul Douluo, and this one even has more 100,000-year soul rings than that Nana. I knew it. I knew Shrek Academy couldn't possibly lose to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. This is Shrek Academy's secret weapon. Shrek Academy's previous surrender was ONLY because they underestimated the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, and that's why they didn't use this secret weapon. A group of Shrek Academy's devoted followers were filled with excitement when they saw Huo Yuhao's 8,100,000-year spirit rings. In their eyes, as long as someone from Shrek Academy showed a spirit ring ratio stronger than Nana's, Shrek Academy would still be the invincible number 1 Spirit Master Academy on the continent. Really? They have soul spirit technology too. But if they had it, why didn't they show it before? Xiao Hongqian was dumbfounded when he saw the 8,100,000-year soul rings. But then he sensed something was wrong. Wait a minute, even if it's soul spirit technology, soul spirit can only transform previous soul rings into 1/10 of their original lifespan. What's going on with these soul rings? What else could it be? It's a simulated soul skill. But I really didn't expect Shrek Academy's teaching quality to be so poor, while their breeding techniques are top-notch. Even though Shrek Academy has already admitted defeat, and lost so badly, there are still so many people who believe that Shrek Academy is the best in the world. The air at Shrek Academy is filled with high-quality soul power. Xiao Chang called a halt to the match and then slowly walked onto the stage. Seeing Xiao Chang, the person who often caused Shrek Academy to suffer setbacks, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, but he still didn't show it on his face. What? Is the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy sorely afraid of losing that they have to send you, the Soul Hall Master, to step in temporarily? Huo Yuhao sneered. However, Xiao Chang had no time to pay attention to this clown. He simply raised a finger and then activated the Ice Emperor Scorpion's 400,000-year-old hand bone soul skill, the Freezing Ray. Before Huo Yuhao could react, the Beast King Bo Long Dragon behind him was frozen into an ice sculpture. Feeling the chill from behind and the oppressive aura emanating from Xiao Chang, Huo Yuhao's soul skill, which had only lasted for 3,000 years, finally could not be maintained under these circumstances, revealing the appearance of the Beast King Bo Long Dragon behind him. Ice sculpture. No, it's not an ice sculpture, it's a person frozen in place. The person who's frozen, besides the players and referees from both sides, and the Soul Hall Master who suddenly appeared, are there other people on the field? When did he enter the field, and what is he doing? I don't know. It can't be that. They saw Shrek Academy was going to lose, so they went on stage to help. The spectators in the stands were chatting away when suddenly one of them blurted out the truth. He was stunned for a moment. And then the people around him suddenly fell silent. No, that's impossible. Shrek Academy is the number 1 Soul Master Academy on the entire continent, at least it used to be. They wouldn't be sore losers that they would choose to cheat. A section of the audience gradually quieted down, and as others inquired why that spot was quiet, the speculation that Shrek had cheated spread rapidly to the surrounding area, eventually reaching the entire audience. It shouldn't be that bad, right? That's Shrek Academy, which has been number 1 for 10,000 years. No, as for that, we NT to watch the previous Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament 5 years ago. Shrek Academy was caught red-handed then. They did cheat, but it was the students' individual behavior, and they aimed it had nothing to do with Shrek Academy. But this, everyone's gaze fell upon the ice sculpture on the field, which clearly depicted an elderly man in his 50s or even hundreds of years. This time, it didn't seem like the individual act of a student at all. Wait a minute, that person is a high-ranking member of Shrek Academy. Beast King Bo Longlong's title is Beast King. He's a title Douluo of Shrek Academy. Quote. When someone in the audience recognized who the person frozen into an ice sculpture was, the entire arena erupted in chaos. If the students can't win, They secretly send in a title Douluo. Does Shrek Academy have to be such a sore loser? If they could afford to lose the last all-continent Advanced Soul Master tournament, they wouldn't have let someone cheat. I thought it was just an individual student's behavior back then, but now it's clearly Shrek Academy's sore loser making their student take the blame. I even believed Shrek Academy back then. They didn't win that all-continent Advanced Soul Master tournament, and it looks like they'll lose this one too. And this is supposed to be the #1 Soul Master Academy on the continent. Bah! Shouts and curses rose and fell from the audience. Before, only the voices of those who were speaking up for Shrek were drowned out by the crowd, but now even those voices were gone. Having been caught red-handed twice. Especially since this time it involved a title Douluo from Shrek Academy, even those who wanted to speak up for Shrek Academy could no longer consider it a student's personal behavior unrelated to Shrek Academy. It was clearly the Sun Moon Empire that colluded with the Soul Beasts first. Senior Gong was forced into it. Huo Yuhao was still trying to find excuses for Shrek Academy's cheating, but we collude with spirit beasts. 10,000 years ago, some academy relied on a 100,000-year-old spirit beast to form the Shrek Seven Devils, defeated the human spirit masters of the Spirit Hall, and then passed down for 10,000 years without collapsing. Chapter 278 Shrek's reputation is ruined. Can any other soul beast compare to Senior Xiao Wu? Senior Xiao Wu is a kind soul beast. She cannot be regarded as a soul beast. Upon hearing Xiao Chang mention Xiao Wu from 10,000 years ago, Huo Yuhao hurriedly defended her. However, before Xiao Chang could say anything this time, the audience erupted in chaos. The spirit beasts that help Shrek Academy win the competition are considered benevolent spirit beasts, while the spirit beasts that help our Sun Moon Empire win the competition are considered evil spirit beasts, right? Cheating and doing it so brazenly. Are you going to say that our spirit tools aren't made by ourselves, so they can't be used? Damn it. What did we say when you used your spirit tools? Did you even make one of those spirit tools yourselves? Exactly. You cheated in the last all-continent Advanced Soul Master tournament. And you still cheated to win the Spirit Hall's first all-continent Advanced Soul Master tournament. Have you been cheating for the past 10,000 years? I used to think Shrek Academy was some kind of powerful Soul Master Academy, but it's clearly just a bunch of fraudsters who rely on constant cheating. This trash academy, get out of the Sun Moon Empire. You don't deserve to stand on the field. That's right. This trash academy should get out of the Sun Moon Empire. Get this trash academy out of the Sun Moon Empire. Get this trash academy out of the Sun Moon Empire. In the arena of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, those who can afford tickets are generally people with a certain amount of money and education. Under normal circumstances, they are all quite well-mannered. But today they encountered an abnormal situation. Whether it was someone's martial soul being a rotten egg or someone selling rotten eggs, it wasn't long before Huo Yuhao and the Shrek people in the Shrek War Zone were subjected to the audience's angry baptism. Especially those who originally belonged to the Douluo Three Kingdoms and once firmly believed that Shrek Academy was the best in the world, were even more furious than the people of the Sun Moon Empire after their faith collapsed. Firstly, because Shrek Academy's actions turned them, who had always believed in Shrek Academy's superiority, into clowns. Secondly, you bastards, give me back my brother's life. A man who originally belonged to the Douluo Three Kingdoms roared, followed by a chorus of similar voices. My son. He died because of a mere fourth spirit ring. He was a genius who broke through to level 30 and became a spirit master before he was even 12. With his top-tier defensive beast spirit, the PP elephant, and the strongest spirit ring combination among his first 3 spirit rings, he had a high probability of becoming a title Douluo in the future. All because of a fourth spirit ring. A fourth spirit ring that wasn't even a 10,000-year spirit ring. Even if any elder from my family were sent there, this wouldn't have happened to him. You bastards, give me back my brother. A third spirit ring of 1,000 years. Our clan leader is a dignified 8-soul Douluo. As a direct descendant, he could have sought help from soul emperors or even soul saints to hunt spirit rings. Yet a third spirit ring cost him his life. It was just a 1,000-year spirit ring of less than 2,000 years. He died unjustly. Give me back my daughter. My family may not be that powerful, but we still have several soul saints. She shouldn't have died when she was at the third soul ring stage. You say you've sent strong experts to oversee things, and that she was just too weak to come back. Tell me, what level of expert could make a mistake at the third soul ring stage? The crowd was fine until someone mentioned the deaths and injuries during the Shrek soul hunting event. Then, as if a floodgate had been opened, the audience began to recount the casualties suffered by the Shrek team. Initially, the casualties among the team leaders could be comforted by the fact that Shrek Academy was the #1 Soul Master Academy on the entire continent, due to their overly strict teaching methods. However, as the conversation grew, and even as dozens of Shrek Soul Masters were killed in the audience, everyone sensed that something was wrong. If it were just 1 or 2 cases, it would be fine, since every academy would have some casualties in such a soul hunting event. But these dozens of cases, big and small, are a different story. You have to understand that the audience seats are not very large. Although they have been expanded a lot because of the attention given to the battle between Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, the number of people is still not that many compared to the total number of Soul Masters. The problem is that this number is not large. So there aren't many people among them who have close relatives who joined Shrek Academy. All things considered, there are only a little over 200 cases. Excluding Ho's academies that had not yet been led by Shrek Academy to hunt for spirit rings, everyone was shocked to discover that the loss rate caused by Shrek Academy's team exceeded 2/3. Most of the Soul Masters at Shrek Academy are unable to graduate, and a large portion of them die in Shrek's soul hunting or other missions. At this moment, they finally understood the source of Shrek Academy's strength. Any Soul Master with slightly less luck or strength could not withstand Shrek Academy's torment and died there. Soul Masters who could survive Shrek Academy had to overcome the mortality rate of more than 2/3. And Soul Masters who could survive that level of mortality rate, given that they were not lacking in talent, naturally had a rapid cultivation speed and could be called top geniuses. Some things weigh only half an ounce when not weighed, but become a ton when weighed, and Shrek is in that state right now. Their teaching quality, which relies solely on running as a teaching method, cannot withstand scrutiny. Shrek Academy was previously recognized as the best in the continent, so no one doubted anything. However, with the recent reconciliation of accounts among the direct relatives of Shrek Academy's Soul Masters, Shrek's long-standing problems have collectively surfaced. At this moment, Shrek Academy's cheating has transformed from its original biggest problem into merely a trigger. The quality of teaching and the massive casualties will completely overwhelm Shrek, making it difficult for their academy to continue operating. Viewers who lost loved ones are collectively demanding answers from Shrek Academy, while those who didn't lose loved ones are frantically trying to contact their relatives studying at Shrek, preparing to force them to withdraw from the academy at all costs. Not only will a large number of students at Shrek Academy drop out, but it won't be long before their enrollment becomes much more difficult. Once today's events are publicized, everyone will see that Shrek's so-called #1 Soul Master Academy on the continent was built on the sacrifice of countless lives. They will no longer have enough geniuses to use as expendable resources. And they won't care if dozens or hundreds die. Because at this moment, Shrek's reputation was completely ruined. Chapter 279 The Supreme Elder's Assistance. Xuanzi. So many people are dissatisfied. You should clarify things quickly. It's one thing at other times, but with so many people dissatisfied, if things blow up, Shrek Academy won't have any new students. Don't forget had because of their curiosity about soul spirits, very few of the academies and sects participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament have left, except for the extremely poor ones. Du Buc cursed and swore, hoping that Xuanzi would quickly clarify the matter of Shrek Academy's tragic casualties. After all, if the casualties were really as tragic as they said, then Shrek Academy would become a meat grinder, killing a large number of geniuses and finally selecting the best few. If this kind of training method got out, it would be a fatal blow to Shrek Academy. Even cheating in the competition was a little worse than that. After all, they were only caught cheating twice. At most, if you count the first time they won the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Tournament against the Spirit Hall. They were not caught at other times and could still make excuses. Shrek Academy refused to admit it and insisted that it was a slander by the Sun Moon Empire. Although most people would still be skeptical, or even more likely to believe it, Shrek Academy had a lot of sycophants. With proper management, cheating and defeat in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament can be temporarily suppressed due to the presence of enemies from the Sun Moon Empire. Although it is only suppressed, it will not cause Shrek Academy to collapse instantly. But if we admit that Shrek Academy throws a group of geniuses into a meat grinder, and only those who survive are Shrek's geniuses, and that Shrek has nothing worth learning from, then it's not just a matter of the students buying transferred to other schools and Shrek having no students. If Shrek really causes a large number of casualties, then Shrek, having fallen from its pedestal, will be retaliated against by many sects and families. After all, the purpose of placing their family's geniuses in Shrek Academy is to allow them to grow into strong individuals. However, on the path to becoming stronger, injuries are inevitable. No one can be certain that they will not suffer any harm. Therefore, it is acceptable for families and sects to suffer numerous casualties among their soul masters, since such injuries are unavoidable. However, if Shrek Academy prioritizes casualties, killing off a large number of geniuses to select the most outstanding ones, and these geniuses themselves do not receive particularly good guidance and protection, but are merely used as expendable resources to produce the most outstanding genius, then other forces will not agree to it. After all, if the deaths of geniuses are used to extract the top geniuses, then they don't need to go to Shrek Academy at all. Their own families or sects are relatively safer. Moreover, their own families and sects know which geniuses can die and which cannot. If it were true that they would throw those geniuses who had a high probability of becoming titled Douluo into the fray to die, thus accumulating fame for Shrek Academy, it would create a blood feud between Shrek Academy and numerous sects and families. Therefore, Dubusi quickly sought out Xuanzi to clarify the situation. Thus, under Dubusi's command, Xuanzi ascended into the sky. His imposing aura spread throughout the entire audience. What are you all saying? The path to becoming a strongman is never that safe. Especially when it comes to hunting for spirit rings. Which academy can guarantee you won't suffer any losses? Only through the baptism of blood and fire can a soul master reach the pinnacle. Wasn't the Shrek 7 devils, led by Tang San's ancestor 10,000 years ago? Precisely because they constantly teetered on the brink of life and death. When Tang San's ancestor and his group first went to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings, they encountered a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape. Which spirit master team could survive a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape? I might as well tell you that there was a time when Shrek Academy was on the verge of closing down. That was when Dean Flander first established Shrek Academy. At that time, Shrek went through a difficult period of 20 years. During those 20 years, Shrek had students. But none of them reached the level of 100 gods like Tang San's ancestor, and none of them were passed down to later generations. Why do you think that is? Isn't it because they didn't experience the real bloodshed like Tang San's ancestor? How can one become a top expert without experiencing bloodshed and trials? In the 20 years before Tang San's ancestor, Shrek Academy recruited more than 60 students. But only a dozen or so of them graduated. Their experiences were not as profound as Tang San's ancestors, so their strength was also inferior to Tang San's ancestors. In the end, they did not achieve the goal of becoming a god at level 100. While Shrek's training is certainly dangerous, how could I not feel heartache when those trainees died or were injured? Xuanzi spoke with righteous indignation, and by the end, his face showed genuine sadness, as if he had even squeezed out a few tears. But you're saying that Tang San from Shrek Academy was a blade to become a god because they experienced enough bloodshed? Xiao Chang asked, staring at Zhan Zi, making him very uncomfortable. That's right, Shrek Academy may have its flaws, but it is also the only academy that has relinquished its divine authority. Then let me ask you something. Ning Rongrong, the first generation of Shrek 7 devils, originally had the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda as her martial soul. How did her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda? Why are you asking about this? It's because of the immortal herb given to Tang San by his ancestor. Xuanzi blurted it out without thinking. Tang San's deeds were known to almost everyone. His generosity in distributing immortal herbs to his companions would not be concealed. Moreover, the 9 treasure glazed tile school still existed, and these things were recorded in the history of the 9 treasure glazed tile school. Therefore, in Xuanzi's view, this was just saying something that everyone knew. And he didn't care much about it. But when he said that, coupled with Shrek's promotional efforts, everyone immediately went wild. Wait a minute, did the original Shrek 7 devils improve their martial soul grades by eating top-grade immortal herbs? Now that you mention it, it does seem to be true. You tricked us into working incredibly hard so they could eat magical herbs to level up, right? Damn it. What do you mean there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters? The person who said that should know what kind of person he is. As wondering why the master who said that was in his 40s or 50s and was still only level 29. He must have grown stronger after consuming a top-grade immortal herb. And Tang San, without a soul spirit, created a 100,000-year-old 6th ring. That's clearly tricking a 100,000-year-old soul beast into sacrificing itself for him. With the help of the Supreme Elder, Shrek Academy, which had already incurred the wrath of the masses, went even further down a dark path. Before the round-robin tournament of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master competition was even over, the Shrek people were driven out of Mingdu by a series of messy things such as rotten eggs and vegetable leaves. Chapter 280. Shrek Academy prepares for a desperate gamble. In the end, Shrek Academy has no teaching methods at all. Outside Mingdu City, Poison Undying stared at Xuanzi with a grim expression. How could there not be? I cultivated quite quickly, and so did Elder Mu and Xiao Jie. Is all the result of Shrek Academy's education. Speaking of their cultivation speed, Dubusi was furious. Light Holy Dragon, Light Phoenix, Gluttonous Divine Ox, do any of you have a slightly weaker martial soul? And Gluttonous Divine Ox, you're clearly better than me in terms of martial soul, yet Shrek Academy didn't even think to help you get a 100,000-year spirit ring when you reached your 8th. Giving you the qualification to challenge for Limit Douluo. What was Shrek Academy thinking all this time? Those with enough talent aren't given enough resources. If I hadn't temporarily taken over as the Sea God Pavilion Master, I'm afraid all those 100,000-year-old soul bones at Shrek Academy would have been destroyed without our own people being able to use them. Shrek Academy's teaching quality could have been better. But what have you all done? You clearly have plenty of resources and real good things to improve cultivation, yet the teaching quality is so poor. Those resources were accumulated little by Shrek's ancestors. Look at all these lessons. If we distribute them over a 10,000-year timeline, even if we only spend 100 or 200 years, we might not be able to free up a single 100,000-year soul bone, Xuanzi said sullenly. And then all those things became compensation. Now, can Shrek Academy still maintain its foundation with just the soul bones and numerous rare treasures left behind? They didn't even make it to the quarterfinals, were caught cheating, and most seriously, their teaching quality was exposed. It will be difficult for Shrek Academy to recruit any talented students in the future. If Shrek Academy is no longer a holy land for soul masters, it will no longer be easy for their body sect to expand with Shrek's help. Xuanzi didn't say anything more, but silently took a sip of wine. He was no longer the master of the Sea God Pavilion, and the future development of Shrek Academy was ultimately not something he needed to consider. Sect Master, we must leave quickly. If the Sun Moon Empire wants to attack us, we may be in danger here. An elder from the body sect approached Poison Undying and spoke. Du Buc glanced in Mingdu's direction, then shook his head. Just stay on guard. We don't need to worry too much about them. If they really wanted to attack us, they would have had a reason just now. Now that they haven't, they probably won't come over again. Xuanzi looked at him after hearing what Du Buc said. Why? Dubusi and Xuanzi exchanged a glance, doubting Xuanzi's intelligence. What else could it be? This time it's on the Sun Moon Empire's home turf, yet Xiaochang hasn't shown any intention of attacking us. Isn't that obvious? How old are you? How old am I? What room do we have left to grow? How old is Xiaochang? How old are those two women? How old is Jing Hongshan? Are they any older than us? Don't you think about how much room they have left to grow? No. That Xiaochang and his group are fighting us, and we know we're doomed but only want to take someone down with us, are they at risk? And if they fight us again in 10 or 20 years, will they be at risk? Will we still have the strength to take them down with us? We might even be dead in 10 or 20 years. Now that they're here, ordinary soul masters can't pose a fatal threat to us. The only ones who can threaten us are a few elite young members of the Sun Moon Empire. If we can seize on their ambush of the team that came to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, we can at least turn the tide in public opinion. If you, me, Xiaochang, and Mu Qingxue perish together, that would be the best outcome for us. Xuanzi fell silent. Right now, they were at a disadvantage in terms of both strength and time. The reason no one was chasing them now was simply because it would be easier to hunt them down in 10 or 20 years. By then, Jing Hongshan would probably be a level 10 soul master. Not to mention Xiaochang and Mu Qingxue. They wouldn't even have the right to take someone down with them in a mutual destruction. If we extend the timeline further, to 40 or 50 years. Once Du Buc and he were gone, Shrek Academy would have been wiped out without even Xiaochang needing to lift a finger. After all, they had witnessed the power of soul masters this time. Those 5-ring soul kings might have been forcibly fed with drugs, but for those with 100,000-year soul rings, whether they were fed with drugs or not was no longer important, because the 100,000-year soul ring would cleanse the body and completely eliminate the previous accumulation of drugs. The problem they faced was the same one they faced when attacking Xiaochang, a less complete defeat than a total loss. They didn't have any geniuses of Xiao Chang and Mu Qingshui's caliber, nor did they have enough high-level combat power. They couldn't even achieve a draw. If I had known this would happen, I should have killed Xiao Chang the moment I saw him, Xuanzi said through gritted teeth. He had thought that Xiao Chang would be a major threat to Shrek Academy, but he never expected him to grow up so quickly. It's too late to say anything now. If we go all out, we'll only lose badly. If we do nothing, we'll just be slowly waiting to die. Wasn't Xiao Chang able to agree? Oh, let us leave so quickly 2 years ago because this situation would only get worse over time. Poison Undying waved his hand, preparing to leave with his men. Let's go. Before all the Shrek Academy students run away. Let's offer some real benefits to keep some of the geniuses in check, and then find a way to protect some of Shrek's resources. Once we avoid Xiao Chang's wrath, we can try to obtain the Soul Spirit technology. Shrek might still have a glimmer of hope. Xuanzi didn't leave with Dubusi. Instead, he stood in front of everyone who was about to leave. Old Poison Master, what are the chances of survival at Shrek Academy? Something is better than nothing. That means almost none. Dubuc did not refute this. The Sun Moon Empire could allow people to absorb 100,000-year soul rings at the level of 50 or 60. While Shrek Academy had nothing of note except for some high-level soul bones accumulated over the past 10,000 years. Although high-end soul bones are indeed very good, soul rings that can serve as both cultivation techniques and combat skills are the foundation of everything. Xuanzi has a body full of high-level soul bones, but he cannot reach level 99. The most fundamental reason for this is that his soul rings are too inferior, with a total age of less than 300,000 years, which prevents him from fully utilizing his martial soul's talent. It seems you agree with what I said. Then why don't you heed my advice and let's go all in? To be continued.